somehow the armorless Brokey, someone who back on Dust 2, the map picker Faze, had no signs that these were the kind of rounds he was going to have, steps up massively.
Great try in the 2v4, right? Like, they make that as close as they can. And Zip, very sad to lose that clutch. You would have bet your house on.
Rain, a lot of damage into the meat grinder and turn to mince as they go. The Deagle on Brokey, doubling up again. Oh, just down to Dupree and Zip. Olaf's come back into ramp. He wants fights. He wants kills. The bomb is gone. And Zip is the last guy left alive, left against it all again. Another clutch needed from him. And this time it's 6 HP in a 1v4 with no control over the bomb. If all those sentences haven't just convinced you that this should be undoable, I don't know what will.
Yeah, it may have been an 11-4 for Astralis back on Dust, but FaZe have got a little letter to send right back. Oh my goodness, Zip. Is he just delaying the inevitable? That's certainly what it feels like. Molly landing. Gotta watch out for that one, but he's walking into a triple setup. Olaf ready and waiting. 40 seconds. And we all know what's coming around the corner.
Look at it, man. They've just got all this util to keep him back. Zip will swing and deal with the first. Gets the info on Twist as well, but it's Carrigan to seal the deal, to solidify that 11-4 first half from FaZe. They want to make this a 3-map series. They want to take us the distance. They want to get to Ancient no matter the cost. Can we get there? You're going to find out in a moment.
First of all, our goal is to qualify for the main tournament, of course. And after that, it's to qualify for playoffs and then see how long you can go, right? I think it's going to be like a goal after a goal right now. We've been struggling a little bit online, but I think the games have been super close. And just a few mistakes here and there, and it would have gone a different way. So, and also I think a lot of our players are experienced on LAN. And I think it will bring us something more when we play on LAN than it has online. And I think the goal is first, of course, to qualify for the main tournament.
Hey Future Pros, Nuke is one of my favorite maps. So today I'll show you a powerful fast A-flash Glaive often throws for Astralis. This flash works wonders for a hut rush. Communicate to your team you have a god flash and politely ask them to rush hut. First things first, break out the window on this skylight. To throw this flash, climb the ladder. When you're at the top, aim to this section of the dome. Run forward and throw the flash while you're running against the vent. As you can see from Twist POV, he gets completely flashed. This should allow your team to get a practically free kill while entering the site through hut. Good luck and happy flashing.
FaZe Clan fans around the world right now watch on with anticipation as their squad tries to take this the full 3 maps. Back on Dust 2, it was Astralis taking off heads and stealing the show, denying a comeback attempt from FaZe at an 11-4 half. Now Astralis would have to embark on a journey of their own of equally epic proportions here on their map Pick and Nuke.
Yeah, 4-round T sides. It's not what we're used to from Astralis, but FaZe Clan, man, they're really bringing the heat to this one. We've had a great game out of Olaf as well. Brokey's recovered, and Zip's got Julies. So, all right, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. However, they will be avoided. As much as Astralis went outside on this T side, FaZe will do the same, crossing to Secret with the bomb. Glaive trying to spot and stop, but he can't do much here from a range, and we've got numbers down on B. Bobski, oh, he falls out the vent, maybe not ready for them that deep. FaZe will run wild in this B site. Magisk only gets the nade out in time, and he bunks, as well as him and Glaive finding in-sync headshots, drops the bomb, and leave FaZe a man down.
Zip with the dual Berettas as well. These things are lethal up close, damage onto Raid, and now information gained. Zip falls back. Dodges Olaf's flank from the vents. Ooh, there's Olaf taking heads off. Olaf was the guy who made that last pistol round happen in the first half. He's looking to be that guy again. Magis, 4 HP, and Olaf absolutely ruins his day. Oh, incredible scenes. Rolling back the years is Olaf Meister. And he's put 12 on the board for FaZe Clan. The pistol round recovered. Somehow, some way.
This is glorious. I don't care how much you like Astralis. You don't like Counter-Strike if you don't like what we're getting right now out of Olaf.
You don't like Counter-Strike if you don't like Olaf Meister, right? I think that is tried and tested.
19-6. This guy is on another level right now. These headshots are clinical. And FaZe, they're just looking to make this a quickie. They want to get to Ancient. They want to try the new map. And Olaf is hopping his way out ramp to do so, dropping down into a stack, however. Gotta watch out. Magis is here with his friends, and him and Zip land a killer piece. The Deeg follows up after the nade, and the bomb is under Astralis control. They did the same on Dust, right? Losing pistols, winning forces. That's the hope.
Yeah, you're kind of freaking out here if you're FaZe Clan. You know you've made a grave error losing this bomb. Luckily enough, you've got Carrigan to retrieve it. He's had to expend his smoke. So now he's got no utility left. And even though you've dodged this B stack, it's not to say the A site's any better, right? Even as you go into hell, you've got Dupree holding with this scout from CT. If he meets Carrigan first, it's an instant kill. Oh, shot misses. And Brokey's going to capitalize. Out here in main, Bobski's Deagle trying to do good on the promise of winning this force by Brokey with the bomb plant, maybe given a chance. However, he doesn't stick it right away. He fakes it out, and this is given time for him to be wrapped through heaven.
Oh, missed shot from the scout. If he can get to the vent, maybe there's a chance to drop. That's the last thing they're ready for, but Glaive is quick in the flank, and he's going to be able to win the round for Astralis. Nice work from Magisk and Zip down on B. And even though the scouts almost let Astralis down, well, they win it, Harry. 12-5, and there's hope yet.
And that was in both the pistol and the force buy. We had like in tandem pistol kills with utility to suddenly, like, the way that FaZe experienced both of these rounds so far was 5v5, 5v5, 2v5. Yeah. Like, that was it. Like, that is essentially the outcome of it. Everything is just so quick that it felt like FaZe didn't even have time to realize that round was getting out of hand. It just already was out of hand.
Yeah, and then Astralis are doing the most painful thing, which is in the 2v4, they're not giving you anything. They're making you, pick a bomb site and actually try and get through one of these crossfires. So in that 2-on-4, yes, Dupree misses his scout shot, but he gets the info at least, and Astralis have everyone ready on A to win the round. Here we go, though. Deegs and Twists with an AK. If there was any man for the job. Let's see what he can get done with it outside. The rest of FaZe ready in lobby as well. And Astralis want to meet them there. Glaive has even crept past. His timing is good. Carrigan spots the back player, but Glaive is so much closer. And Olaf finds out the hard way. flashing in, trying to fight back. Glaive blinded, wins the fight. The rest of Faze running amok outside. And even though the scout hits a shot, it's going to be Twist finding the kill.
Yeah, that's a gnarly little shot out of Twist. But will he live crossing into Garage? He will.
There's very little utility left for that position. Got the smokes again for Faze. Wide smokes. Dupree cut off in the garage with nothing. But we often see CTs get flashed through. Don't need to when you've got Glaive spamming the smoke for a double kill. Now Dupree just sneaks in, slinks behind enemy lines, but he can't find the kill. Twist somehow responding in a huge way. Double kill himself off the AK has let this round fall into question marks. 3-on-3, Faze could regroup anywhere.
Yeah, left hanging in the balance. They're going to group up with two back here in lobby, leaving Carrigan outside. What's he looking to do from this position, right? Calling the shots. He's trying to direct the flow of his two teammates back in lobby to time it well with his split through main. Astralis might reaggress here. One of the worries with this outside area kind of being a bit of an unknown quantity is you're worried about Secret, you're concerned about players trying to wrap Garage into heaven. Zip's having to keep his wits about him. And as he moves into the ramp room, Olaf will get the better of him. Now, they need to be ready for Carrigan. He's here. They've spotted him. They've got the info at least. And one of these players has slipped the net out through Decon. Bubsky tries to make the round-winning play, but it's left to the 1v1 again. Magisk out into the site. Does overcome Twist to save the day for Astralis. 8 on the board. A 1v1 going their way. And now closing the gap. The rifle round closed out. But with a bomb plant at least, guns could come through once more for Faze. It's gonna have limitations no matter which way you try to slice it.
Yeah, we got a tech before we get back in though. Faze with the drop player. And yeah, I don't know if Faze even buy here really. You know, you'd have AKs and armor. That is pretty much the be-all and end-all of that buy. So it might be tempting to, if you're not just doing a fast rush where you don't need that util to just get the Deagle armor. We've seen Faze do a lot with Deagles today across both maps. So certainly no sleepers with that weapon. And boy, this comeback's happening, Harry. It's starting. We're not there yet, but you can taste it in the water.
Yeah, and I mean, unlike when Faze, you know, started to really embark upon theirs and started to close the gap, you don't have like, you know, Astralis are up on 14. So suddenly it's like, you know, you've got no room for error. Astralis do have a little bit of wiggle room at least, right? They can let a round or two slip past the post and still have time to close this out in regulation. Also, I mean, that was a really nice recovery in what was a 2-on-3. You know, seemingly all the pieces were there for Faze. Yeah. They had the outside wrap. Carrigan almost hit that timing onto the players dropping vent. It felt like that should have been a Faze round. And I think that's how they were looking at it as well, right? It felt destined that this should have been 13 for Faze. And with that not being the case, the pressure is applied liberally to the Faze clan squad once more.
And here we go, we're going back in. Game is live once again. So it's more of a question on the buys here for Faze more than anything. You can see it's a pretty skew-if. Some pistols, some armor, definitely room for a fast play. This is, you know, these are the rounds where you want to try and use them to figure out what Astralis are doing. If you have questions about the setup, if you don't know who's playing where or what's going on in this position, then start charging it, start putting numbers in there, figure out the ramp room. Instead, Faze again throwing the cross smokes and moving behind them. Astralis have mollied red, so that could be putting off a smoke here. Faze are going to throw them on the fly instead. And so it will be no problem. They know what to expect from Astralis after all. Strong start from Glaive, the rest of Faze waiting to explode the hut. Bubsky's got a lovely little angle to get info, and he's got help from the rafters as well. Olaf dead, the molly segregates the rest of Faze and forces them into the orb.
Oh yeah, and you don't love that if you're Faze. You didn't realize the Magus was posted here with this gun. And oh, guess what? There's another. Where there's one up, there's two for Astralis in this round. You think you've made it past Magisk, and in reality, it was all set up for you to go into the waiting moors of dupreeh. Now 3 between Astralis and Faze. There was a point in time where this was a 12-4 game.
Yes, indeed, Harry. That was Faze with a pistol round after an 11-4 half as well that didn't get converted, as you can obviously see. And now the double orbs are coming out as well. It gets even more scary. Glaive just not orping on this map so far either, right? It was dupreeh on T side. Now it's Magisk and dupreeh. So this orb is very, very up in the air for Astralis, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. We've seen a lot of teams have success with cycling orb players off of spawns, off of feeling, off of map, off of day. And so there's nothing wrong with that, but obviously it's very hard to fill the shoes that Device left. Yeah. And I think that's the thing Astralis realize more than anything. It's like, we're never going to make it up in the same way. We've just got to use it, to our advantage when we can.
If this Magisk secondary orb, though, is looking to become like more of a reoccurring feature, Magisk could actually become like the most complete player in Astralis, right? He can lead, he can rifle, and if he's going to start to become a threat with this gun as well, then maybe Magisk could be onto something banging. There's the opener. And now Faze is back to the drawing board again. They're left trying to come up with solutions to these problems, and everywhere they look, they're just finding more problems.
Death raining in, and flanks following up. Zip in the back line, and the scope will elude him, but it's still a 4-on-2 here. We need key entries from key players, and there's only 2 up for Faze. Rain falls, and Brokey just trying to trade, cannot. It's dupreeh with the AWP showing up big, and yeah, these 2 orbs, Harry, in the last 2 rounds that they've been in have had huge impact. So Astralis, the fact that they pulled these 5 rounds in a row and only now are starting to show orbs, that's scary for Faze. They're probably still figuring out the first 5 rounds. Now you got a whole new problem to approach.
Just like back on Dust, right, where we saw them running this double orb setup to great success. They're finding that same level of impact, even though it is Magisk on it over Glaive. It's very expensive, but the one like real light at the end of the tunnel for Astralis is that these rounds that they've been winning have been very, very clean. Look at the cash for a CT side to be sat on, 9 grand on dupreeh, 6 for Bubsky. You're in such a good spot, man. You can't get broken here. It's not going to be like an immediate turnaround for Faze. This entire game now, closing it out, is a real grind. You're going to be running into rifles. You're going to be running into the double orbs time and time again, because Astralis have got the bank accounts to do it.
An A hit here, not a bad call by any means. They could have forced a lot of different positions with these Molotovs. Hut roof cannot get played by Bubsky. Oh, there's the molly. He falls off. Bubsky with the start, and there's still a player above him to provide help. Zip does do exactly that with a double kill, and Bubsky is able to reload in time. Only Olaf, and he gets cleaned up as well. Astralis having no problem on this top site. Dear, oh dear. Is there anything that's going to break this CT hold? What a streak. Look on the right side of your screen. 7 rounds in a row for Astralis. And nothing from Faze. We've had some close rounds. We've had some clutches coming through, but by and large, it's been pretty decisive.
Plus, the thing that's scary for me is the laser focus coming out of Astralis, right? We heard, like, Zonic celebrating after the round win, but everyone else is just channeled in, bro. They are focusing on what's to come. They're not going to celebrate until they've 2-0'd this game. That's how they're looking at it right now. Carrigan and Brokey opening the round up, but the responses are fast out of Astralis. They've still kept this in an all-right spot, all things considered. A 2-on-3 could be far worse, what with some of the duels we saw taking place just there. The only thing that is a bit of a problem was this AWP getting caught outside on the aggression.
Yeah, dupreeh scoped up on Red, but Rain heard it, and dupreeh never knew that Rain got out, so that just favored Rain massively. Took the kill, and now he's just keeping on the pressure, trying to find out info, right? Even spotting one player in a 3-on-2 like this is huge for Faze, because then you can make the call, all right, max 1A or max 1B, double up, trade that frag, and then you surely win the round. Faze is going to go out A and drop through the vent. Astralis are on ramp, however. They've really put themselves in a good position to win this one. If Glaive hears them on B, that is. Because right now he's the only one here. Spots a player at the back of the site. Glaive now looking to hunt them down. Twist is trapped. He's got nowhere to go. Glaive hitting nothing there. Look dead on. He's got support at least. The dink from Zip puts Carrigan to 5, but they need to speed it up. Twist is providing cover for the low HP in-game leader, and Zip needs a clutch for the ages.
Yeah, in he comes, right? Good in clutches, but this is asking a hell of a lot. Zip, there's the first. Do not feed the beast. Oh, don't give him this round. Zipnix, a double, and just Rain left. There is still very little time for Zip. He's got to get on this bomb, and without a kit, I don't think he could even win the round, but he can get all the kills and take him to the grave with him. It's not an Astralis round. It belongs to Faze. No time for the defuse, but still, every one of those exits locked in.
Yeah. I mean, you said earlier, like, Astralis have this breathing room, right? They can afford to lose a round and still recover this game. A couple of rounds, in fact. Well, if you're ever going to lose a round, killing the entire opponent's enemy team and getting out alive with your gun is the best way to lose it, right? You can capitalize massively. You can, you know, come back right in and break Faze again at 40 or 13-12. So, you know, it's not the worst case scenario for Astralis by any means. It's a nice try. Faze is still going to be happy. They took a win. It's been a while. And sometimes that's all it takes. One round just to get your heads back in the game. But is that really going to be so simple?
It's getting real tense. It really is, you know. Faze, they are still feeling the pressure of this comeback mountain. You know, you've finally broken this streak of Astralis. You finally have something to hold on to. But Astralis, they've planned for the future, right? As mentioned, by removing everyone, you can break the money. Twists, okay, getting aggro outside, traded after one. It's another 4-on-4. It's another even odds bout with Faze accelerating the pace into B. Zip is already here. He was able to uproot this B bomb site in that last post plant. Well, this time the bomb isn't even down yet. He's here fighting before it's made the cross happen. First kill in for Zip. They've got him trapped. They've got him stuck. And yet still, he's good for another. Zipnix has done everything and more that you could have asked him to do. And he set up Bubsky and Magisk for a 2v2 retake.
I don't know how Zip gets a double kill there, but Astralis is going to be thanking him. If they can convert, it certainly looks good. Magisk with another leaves Olof, the least armed player in the round, with a UMP, just trying to get out alive, trying to get a gun, trying to change position. And he's found something, an orb. But they can get on the bomb. They've got cover. There's nothing for Olof to do but die. Bubsky finding that, and Astralis pick up yet another retake on this lower bomb site.
Yeah, even delaying the defuse, they can go grab guns in this time. Bubsky gets that orb out of ramp, so that's the big green put back in the hands of dupreeh for free.
And we're right back where we just talked about coming into this round, right? Faze may have picked up one, but with no one surviving, look at their economy, right? You'll see it after these replays. It is in the dumpster. They've got a half buy. And so 13-13 does feel somewhat inevitable. That being said, Olaf's got a hero AK, and we've seen him do some insane things already. Rain's right out the door. They're running A.
Yeah, it's just a simple, fast A play, and Rain's the Eagle doing what it does best, getting away with absolute murder. Gives a bit more room to Olaf with this hero AK, trying to put it to good use. He tags up Glaive over in main. Astralis, this was meant to be your round. You were hoping it was going to be nice and easy.
Oh my goodness.
Now it's anything but. Brokey late lurking outside. If he catches this orb, that would be huge, but Dupree's managed to get away. Regardless, it's a save out of Astralis. They're not even giving this round a go. They concede it to FaZe Clan. They let them get on to 14. A fast A play and the double entry from Rain is absolutely massive.
Yeah, that caught Astralis off guard for sure, right? They did still have 3 players on A. They had the numbers, but great dig work, and everyone was fully blind. So whoever's throwing flashes there, pat on the back. Raise the paycheck, because no one could see a thing. So here we go, 14-12. Faze, if they find it now, it still counts, right? It's been quite the comeback. This is actually the exact position Astralis were in, right? Back on Dust 2, they let the comeback get very, very close, and then they finish the job. Are Faze going to be able to do exactly the same to bring us to Ancient to finish off this BO3, or is it going to be a simple story of an Astralis recovery? All too familiar. But again, lots of pressure on A. Just keeping Astralis conditioned, keeping them dry of utility for what would be maybe a late retake. We have got those smokes outside. FaZe looking like they want to cross towards B with some players. Even if you only fake it out now, you've been doing a lot of lower takes, so Twist could solo lurk this and you could go back to these slow and scared lobby pushes. Twist is keeping up that noise outside, but you'll notice FaZe again.
A bit of a buffer at least. Now you have to win this round. If you want this comeback to keep coming in, this round right here is a necessity on the streak to do it. If you lose this while Dupree's got cash, everyone else is broke. And so this could be the round that decides it all.
Yeah, Twist's coming in on a main wrap. He's going to be lurking this A site. Timing is everything with a play like this. Especially with an orb trying to keep an eye on outside. It's reaggress. Magisk has been picked up close to the door. FaZe are going to hit the hammer now. They're going to go in hard. The bomb's been dropped, though. And Bubsky from above denies the hut push. He's got another, and everyone's dead. Blink and you miss it. Glaive and Bubsky piece together a round between the two of them.
And if you're FaZe, heartbreaking there. You get the opener, you're 5-on-4. You try to explode into A to capitalize on that forward momentum. And you do have a lot of forward momentum, maybe even too much. It's a bit of a car crash of a round there for FaZe. Astralis posted to deal with it. They needed that for this comeback to not be in vain. Now this game is very much still up in the air. It's anyone's to take. FaZe Clan are coming back in with a full investment here. They are putting everything they've got into round 28.
This is so scary, man. FaZe, they've had a lot of opportunities here, a lot of close rounds, a lot of buys as well, but none of them have netted exactly what FaZe need, which is at least that pressure off with a 15th round, right? That guarantee of overtime at a worst case scenario. It's good for the nerves. But FaZe aren't there yet, and Astralis don't want to make it so easy. Saving their own money, saving their streak. And Glaive crossing outside. No one's here in time. I don't know if that solo player would have got the spot. Rain's looking, but it seemed like he was a second too late. Glaive ready with a one-way smoke as well. He might even climb on top of the railing to fight outside or fight towards Secret. That Molly, however, decides for him. Oh, Glaive, the Firewalker. They have no idea, no reason to throw the smoke now. They are not going to consider this position.
Glaive has mastered the elements. Started with fire, now he needs earth and wind. He's got to move mountains outside if they want to win this one. Dupree and Magisk in with a killer piece. Glaive still peeking over this one-way, being a nuisance. Rain has crept up close outside, right under the nose of Dupree. They've got no idea that Rain is in this position. While he's doing this, what are the rest of FaZe doing? They're waiting back in lobby, seeing if Rain can get away with anything on this aggro push. They know that Astralis have no idea of this position. And so there is one free kill at least. He tries to play trigger discipline. When dupreeh starts moving, Rain panics and takes the kill while he's got it. Now the A play looking to come in. Bubsky drops the bomb with that kill. Holding on to heaven is Magisk, and it's all left onto Brokey. While he's landed a nice opener, there's so many players in this A-bomb site, and time is running out for Brokey. Fast flick and dead to Zip. It's 14 for Astralis, a tie game, and one hell of a comeback that, unlike Faze, now has a chance to reach completion from Astralis.
I mean, more than a chance, Harry. They're favored at this point of the game. There's no question about it. The momentum, the rounds, the recovery, and the money, everything points in favor of the Danes. Bubsky's got to have a huge amount of credit. His anchoring on this top side has been amazing. He has dropped the bomb out hut so many times. Him and Glaive just locking down A round after round. And he does it again at the most crucial point so far. Here it goes. Faze, they're playing for OT now. It's not where they want it to be. But unfortunately, they don't get a say in the matter. Twist down the vent. The rest of Faze running wild on ramp with the pistols. We got Bubsky helping out on rotation, and he's going to start to pick up the pieces. More kills found. Twist in B has got to make noise to get anything done in this position. So he does, but Zip is ready to react. And it's all falling apart at the seams here for Faze Clan. One kill, and that's all they've got.
Yeah, Olaf, I mean, he's got the read that there could be a player in this smoke, but May, what do you even do here? He has given us some incredible rounds, but you're asking for a 1v4 up against an on-fire Astralis. Okay. He has nailed dupreeh, maybe. All right, Olaf, you're getting us interested. Making us believe, but it's on that swing into Glaive that his fate is locked in, as is the fate of Astralis. They're now the ones moving on to map point in regulation from a 12-4 start to this first half. Now up 15-14. And one away from taking this series 2-0.
It doesn't even feel real, does it? It doesn't feel like this is where we are. I mean, it was so competitive on the first map, and I guess this is competitive, but it certainly doesn't feel like it on the CT side.
It's mental, man. Like, it is a kind of, it feels like a case of history, and history from years ago repeating itself, right? Yeah. It's almost like Glaive's looking over at Carrigan and saying, it's happening again, old friend. You know, like, it's same feeling, different team, and here we are. In round 30.
Yeah, last time Faze, any form of Faze have managed to beat the Astralis Org was back at Chicago 2018 for an IEM. And boy, today, I don't know if it's going to be the day where they can finally revel in the glory again. Astralis, one more round, one more opportunity. Should be easy now, right? You've pulled yourself through many a difficult situation. It's another full buy for Faze. Brokey's had a great game, but Olaf certainly, quieting down on this T side. He may still be top of the server. You can never really pin it on one player, but what a time to go a bit quiet. Maybe this could be the time for Faze to pull out a round out of nowhere.
And I really hope this is serving as a reminder, both to us, but also to Astralis themselves, that, yeah, you're lacking device. Yeah, you've undergone some huge challenges and changes throughout the last couple of years. But, man, this is possible. This is happening. Twists and Brokey hoping that they can uproot this round. Glaive dead in hut, and maybe a chance to overtime after all for Faze Clan. It's a 1v2. Magisk all alone. An AWP in the retake, and he's got no idea where they've even headed here.
Oh, he's been duped. Sound on nuke is so difficult. He still doesn't even know for sure. He's got to gamble B. He's got to go for it. Finally, the calls come in, and he's seen a player crossing back. He has a Molotov. Magisk, he can't hit the shot. Olaf on one. The Deagle doesn't connect, and Magisk could not 1v2 this time around. We go to OT. We run it right back, and Faze Clan is still here to fight.
Okay, raise the hands then. Who's happy with this outcome? An overtime in the second map of play between Faze and Astralis. If you are just tuning in, you have missed one hell of a series. Thus far, Astralis 1-0 up after taking Faze's map pick of Dust 2 away and putting a stop to an attempted Faze comeback there. While here on Nuke, it was looking much like the same story, with Faze 12-4ing at one point in time, then having this comeback all the way to 15 for Astralis. Faze have just pulled it through to OT.
Yeah, and Astralis are not patient either. Bubsky getting flashed into the hut peak, he sees nothing. Faze is set up on the roof. They've loved these A hits, or at least throwing the util behind it. Whether they commit or not is a different question. Even Rain lining up outside smoke, so let's see where this one goes. Astralis, heavy set on the A side. Their anchors have been really good, right? Glaive, Magisk, and Bubsky all running crossfires on this A site and finding many holds, but not enough to close the map out. Here we go, round one. Fast main split from Twist, and we've got this A hit.
Yeah, Bubsky might get surprised from the presence of Twist back here in main. They haven't pushed the go button just yet.
Outrun.
Instead, looking for results at ramp room, but this area has been denied because of the flashes. They back out. Rotation's down to B for Astralis, and Twist will open up, but the kills are going either which way. They're just trying to hold on to the A bomb site, but it's only good for the first. Dupree's out through heaven, now fighting for his life. The Deagle denied by Brokey, and it's FaZe Clan taking the first when we hit overtime.
Yeah. I love that. Faze clearly had a big talk about that round coming into OT after the little break, right? That's a lovely fake. They throw all the A utility. Twist gets set up in main. They would want to go, but Twist is smoked. And in that timing, Faze decide to go and fake ramp, right? Doing a classic, they're faking A, they're hitting ramp. Olaf gets his kill in sync with the smoke fading in main. And then Twist is able to get a frag into A, and it all just comes crumbling down for Astralis. Lovely little fake execute there for Faze. But is that something they can run again? Do they have more in the wheelhouse? Because there's more rounds to be played.
Oh. It's all fine. It's all well and good. Is it just back into A? Out of hub? They're just running it? They're just going in? Okay. All right. Rain's got an opener. It's kind of starting to trickle and slow down a little bit on the back of Magisk putting up a hold. Brokey traded from Zip on that fast rotation through heaven, and Glaive has pushed deep outside as well. Now, this does leave a temporary 1v1 for Olafmeister here at the A bomb site, but he doesn't know that. It's the mere presence of Glaive on the scoreboard when you look at it and see he's still alive that's putting the fear in Olaf right now. And so he's being patient. Oh, there's a little attempt at the fight now. He knows about the presence of the man in main. Lots of damage onto Zip. It's traded both ways, though. And Olaf's looking worse for wear. Glaive's going to finish off the job. And so we get an immediate response out of Astralis. A change of pace from FaZe that is promptly brought to a close from the Danish side.
Yeah, I'm very surprised this is the game plan for FaZe. Like, oh yeah, let's abuse A. That's the one site that they really weren't getting any value out of in regulation as well, right? With so many really nice A-holes for Astralis. And yeah, FaZe, you got to give it to them. That was a really nice try. Brokey couldn't have fired faster onto Zip coming out heaven after he took that one kill. And we have FaZe again looking for more pressure. Flash for the hut peek. Brokey takes the AWP there. It's not a commitment. It's not even a kill, as Astralis don't peek in. Just get spammed. And FaZe now, they have to slow down this round. They have to look elsewhere. Taking the lead here in the T side would be everything. Remember, regulation, Astralis struggled on the T half, so FaZe would love a 2-1, but it's not always that easy. Dupree takes Twist outside. Bomb's still back in spawn, so as Karrigan puts on pressure, someone needs to go back for it, but he certainly can't. He's already dead. Back to the lobby with you, and now FaZe, desperation calls in this 3-on-5.
Oh man, and it's a double ramp hold as well. Walking in to certain death seems to be the order of the day. All right, that kill on Zip's nice. That's actually opened up ramp. Forced the AWP out of there. Glaive is down here on B, ready to go. Oh, Brokey caught pulling utility out. Rain taps the bomb. But also they tap the door, baiting the swing, and there it is. 17 at the end of that first half of overtime. Astralis still up in the lead. I don't know, man. This is unreal, right? We get into OT. Usually the rule is everything goes out the window, right? The strat book, the tendencies, it's all kind of crumbled apart, but we still have Astralis responding to these new, faster plays out of FaZe as though they've been seeing them all first half long.
And now the question is, we talk about the T side for Astralis. Well, what do they go back to? It was outside control to secret almost every gun round on that T side, and it never worked. Twist's B rotates were excellent. He was always there in position. We've now got Brokey up in garage as well, rather than floating. So this is FaZe knowing what Astralis like to do. Have we got that lower player? Not yet. Someone could drop Vent in time. Twist is in position to do so, and there he goes. So already lower being controlled, but is that all a ruse for Astralis? They are sneaking. Now they start to pick up the pace and cross towards Secret, but the bomb gets dropped in last place. They can still retrieve it, but it's big information as to what Astralis were planning. The bomb attempted to go down B, and now FaZe are so aware. Twist gone back up, but Olof now anchoring the bomb site. And as long as he goes 1 for 1, at least FaZe should be in for a round.
Oh, Olaf trying to get up onto Xantares here, playing the rafters. Loki could get caught from Decon. He has to be careful with his timings. Trapped on mini ramp. Oh, that's the bomb. That's a big bit of info for FaZe to have nabbed. They're very content with this. And they've seen these B plays out of Astralis throughout the entire Astralis T side, right? They know what they're getting here. The bomb's been retrieved. A little cheeky grab from Glaive. And now fast up the vent, maybe, into an A play. It's going to be a little bit dicey at best because Rain's still in the site. There's still a player back in main able to help him as well, but he's smoked off. Rain's alone. Karrigan doing some damage, and Dupree left as the last man. There's no time for him. It will just be this save out of Dupree. So FaZe, they weather the storm. They tie us up again, winning the first CT round when we hit OT.
Ouch, you don't want to be saving in 16k OT as well, right? There's almost no reason to do so. So obviously in that position, unwinnable round with a time left. Dupree knows it better than anyone. And yeah, you know, while you have FaZe going for A hits that didn't work in regulation, they suddenly work in OT. Well, for Astralis, it's not quite as pretty. The B play again denied. Nice stuff from Brokey as well with the AWP. 2 kills with it. And here we go. We're all leveled up again. 17-all. Astralis calling a tactical timeout. It's their last one getting used right now. Zip is very vocal. Whatever the plan is, it needs to come together quickly. And really, it can't be these outside to secret plays, right? That's the one thing FaZe have been completely on top of all game.
I'm so happy we're back on LAN. I've missed this exact shot of it being a little pause for Astralis and Glaive looking down the line with that look of determination and grit in his eyes as he gives a rousing speech to the team, trying to figure out how to approach the second to last round in this first overtime.
Yeah, this game could go on forever, and I wouldn't be complaining. But fast outside for Astralis, it's really going to be the game plan once again. Smoke with a big gap, they've got to right-click it. Brokey this time, still looking for cross shots, but you'd hope Astralis, if they are going to cross, they do it before the smokes fade. I like this, though. Behind main they go. It's a bit of a ruse. Faze think there are numbers heading secret, and you can't blame them with how this game's gone.
Yeah, if anything, you know, blocking that smoke and forcing them to right-click one kind of sells the idea that numbers are crossing outside, right? No longer now are you thinking, yeah, it's a fake. You saw them drop that smoke by hand. And so early, you've got Twist down in the B-bomb site. This is going to soften up elsewhere. Brokey will open with one. Will that make the difference as outside is still up in contest? Tag onto Bubsky, but they're getting close, Brokey. They wrap onto him, and they do get that trade. Better late than never. Twist is holding on to Hell, but right now he hasn't seen anyone. That's because they're taking Heaven. They overrun Carrigan. They've broken through the fort of Faze, and Twist is mollied off the ladder. They know about him. They're in this A site. Twists can't find a timing, and so they've slipped the net. The A site now belongs to Astralis, and Twist dies trying to make a hero play up through the ladder. It's all on Olaf again to try and be the man to save the day, and it doesn't happen. Astralis onto map and series point once more.
What a beautiful round as well. Just hunting down Brokey, who's not missing a beat, right? Even hitting these wallbang shots to Bubsky. It's no fear for Astralis. They charge him. And poor Twist, he had the timing on that ladder. I'm convinced he would have won the round if he got up, but he got tagged on the molly as soon as he was trying to climb the first time around. The second time, he looks clueless there, but that's because he hears Astralis drop out Heaven into the site. He thinks Heaven's clear, but two guys climbed up the rafters outside. Astralis 18-17. This is what it's all come down to. A huge comeback all the way into overtime, and it could be done here and now in 5 kills time.
Yeah, Faze are now crossing their fingers, hoping to just have a second chance at running this back. Once more, you've crossed with Glaive outside, but the rest of Astralis waiting back in lobby, looking for this explosion. Right now, they're waiting to see what Glaive can get away with. What kind of a journey is he on right now? Down through lower, he hasn't committed very far, so he's actually going to come back up and maybe look to split this A-bomb site with his team.
Ooh. Is this a fake on
moving
ramp?
Towards ramp.
Yeah, they might double back.
There is this boost of Olaf. Carrigan has just opened up on a Dupree. That's a man down. Uh-oh, that's the bomb. They do trade Olaf, and now maybe it wasn't the intention, but they're like, yeah, let's get down ramp. We get that kill. We're moving into this B site. Twists has been here since the start of the round, though, and he's going to catch Zip dropping in. Traded by Glaive. It's a 2-on-3 to decide if we get another overtime out of this game yet. And now we might, as it all falls onto the man at the helm of Astralis. Glaive all alone, 1v3. He laid the plans, he laid the foundations for this round. Well, now he's got to build the whole damn house. Bomb ticking away, half the time off of it. Glaive in decon, swings the door. That gets them off for the time being, but Brokey peeks it and wins the fight straight up. We're running it back again. Double overtime between Faze and Astralis here on Nuke. The game that just kept on giving.
Yes, and no breaks in this train either. We run it right back. We don't even wait. We don't hesitate. We don't give Astralis time to gather their thoughts and figure out what the hell they want to do. Some convoluted T-side rounds out of this OT, but not enough to convert the victory. Ancient is still a possibility in this series. Back to the smokes, back to the old familiar. I would say faithful, but it's been anything but. Heavy numbers crossing again. Molly, spam, M4s, orbs, you name it, it's putting in damage. Glaive barely tells the tale of the cross. He gets down with 3 points of health. It's a faster one for Astralis. I like the change of pace, but Olaf is still here.
Olaf, come on, holding down the line. Really good for that first kill. Magisk is the guy creating space, and Zip hits this timing at ramp, but it's got to be one hell of a bit of ground gain for Zip here. He's going to have to do something despicable because the bomb's been cut loose. Him and dupreeh are here together. This is not what you wanted.
Yeah, they got smoked off on the flank. Gonna walk through. Or at least wait in the fade. You think someone's on it at this point, but now Faze is just playing for the bomb. They've got secret covered. They know that this is coming likely from ramp. That's the one position they don't know right now. Brokey scoped up, ready and waiting. Jiggle, and ducked under the shot, but still, Astralis, even though they live one AWP bullet, there's so many players ready and waiting. Twist is even tucked as well. Brokey can just play off of him if he pleases. Doesn't need to go wide. He's just drawing so much attention, so much fight. And then Twist swings out with a kill. All on to dupreeh. 1 on 4. And they're even behind him. There's no getting out alive.
Yeah, he tries to hunt down the kill on Rain, but can't find it. And so Faze once more grabbing that first in overtime when we hit it, right? Up to 19-18. Cost 22. Magic number you're hoping for now.
Yeah, and I definitely get worried for these T-sides for Astralis because they have just been a bit scary in some of these rounds, right? Not the typical death machine that we know. They've had some great calls, but they've also had some rounds that have just been denied within seconds. And they still look to keep up the pace.
Oh my goodness, yeah, they really do. It's another fast round. Look at this. They're already in A. Carrigan. He's blinded. Clave and Bobski, couple of kills either which way. dupreeh does trade Rain out, and so it's another one of these explosive back and forth rounds where we end up in a 2-on-2 with so much time left. 1 minute and 20 seconds or thereabouts. Plenty of time to make your mind up. You are not in a rush here if you're Astralis. They're still pressuring A. They force Brokey down, and now they've got him trapped in hut. They're spamming him. He's getting lower and lower with each second that passes, and yet still is aggressive. Oh! Brokey with one hell of a shot. And listen to Faze after that one. They know the importance of getting that over the line. 20-18, soaring forward towards a flawless CT half.
And on Dust 2, it was the storyline of where's Brokey? We need this powerful AWP. We know Astralis' AWP isn't committed at this point, so it should be free reign for Brokey. It was, Olaf we were talking about. It was Twist on AWP on Dust 2, but right now, Brokey's having a hell of a game. Sexy flicks, and maybe a flawless CT side for Faze. They're looking for it. Oh, maybe don't want to get ahead of myself. Rain pushed out of his main position. That gives a lot of room for Astralis outside. And look at what they're taking. Magiska just walked in. Twist got the info, but he can't get the kill. He's got to calm that over. Carrigan does get the spray off. And Astralis wanted to hit A on the back of it. Instead, they're just getting denied at every avenue, every turning. And now it's a 3-on-5, falling apart once again. No kills in this round, and none to be found for Twist. It's done. 21-18. Flawless CT side. That's more like it from Faze.
Yeah, being real, right, with how the T-sides have looked for both squads, I think it was going to take a flawless CT half for one of these teams to close this out. The fact that it's Faze to have done it is certainly exciting, right? It means that now we're just one away from heading to Ancient as the third map.
Hell yeah. That's what we want, man. Mid-Atlantic Ancient. Delicious. But will Faze serve up that meal? Because Astralis still got another CT side to play. Zip spammed, I don't know where through. 1 health, I presume by the AWP. It's fast kill for Glaive at least, right? I really wonder what lineup Brokey just used to hit Zip in heaven with the AWP. That's just dirt. But nonetheless, it's still a 5-on-4. He may be low, but it's not information that Faze have at the moment. And it all goes quiet. Smokes land outside. Bit of a ruse, though, and nothing that Astralis will be throwing bodies at with the advantage. The fear is there, But Bubsky still has utility to stop this A play, delay it for even more seconds. The door gets open and Glaive shoots right through it. So Astralis still hanging on by a thread at least.
Yeah, this is a great hold out of Astralis. Isn't going to be enough, however, because Twist's trying to make magic happen. Still, the trades come through. Astralis don't fall for the outside smokes. They knew it was coming back into this A site, and Dupree sees it through to the very end. Little note as well, Glaive faked the vent drop just before that push comes in, right? And I think that's why the door swings when it does. They hear him go down the vent, then he silently walks back up. And that, to me, is just screaming. They knew it was destined to be the A play. They knew that they were playing around with Faze's hearts and minds in that one there.
Yeah, and so don't count Astralis out of flawless CT sides. I mean, that's where they pulled their comeback in the first place. And this double orb could be a means to an end for them. Brokey would love another opening kill. Door smoke comes in on the Molotov and he loses vision. So back outside for Faze, back to the drawing board. Get these smokes in. Dupree's repositioned as well. With things going quiet, he's read into this, moving towards the garage. He will be cut off by utility. Eventually. And here they start to land. Ollie even on the smoke. Has Glaive caused a problem there, or is it all under control for Faze? It seems like they have just enough to cross with no gap. So Glaive, he's looking for legs, he's looking for feet, but don't know if he's going to be able to find any guaranteed kills here. Oh, there's some damage to Brokey, but the majority of Faze, 4 of which charge loud and proud down towards lower.
There are these rotations here nice and early. Glaive and Zip teaming up. Little tag team effort. Oh, the power of 2. Here it is, lighting up this lower push. Just Brokey and Olaf and Matt while we've had this tag team, this double up out of Astralis. Can Brokey and Olaf now do the same for Faze? They do catch a couple of kills apiece, and that has opened up a path into the A bomb site. Olaf has just created a whole opportunity for Faze here.
Yeah, they're flanking vent as well, so this can be covered really easily by Faze. Olaf's trying to be tasked with that. Brokey got the bomb plant. We've got flanks from every position. Olaf's read it. Radio's coming in, but he is in the back of the door. Oh, he doesn't look back, but just with a kill leaves Brokey in the clutch. This should be undoable with his health, with the orb, and with a quick shot to start. Brokey's got a lot more to do.
Yeah, in through main. Zip's just going to spam him out. Oh, the brutality. Brokey was hoping to have somewhat of a chance. He gets it to that 1v2. He's feeling good. He's feeling kind of confident in himself. But the read is in for Zip, never even sees him, never even gives him a chance to fight there.
Do we really have a triple OT, Harry? Do we really have that? It might be on the horizon. What a hold in lower, a double setup for Astralis as well. First time we've seen that, and look at the results. Glaive, 3 kills down there. And Faze, with their last time out as well, we lost Astralis's quite a few rounds ago. Faze are now making use of every break they can. This game has gone on long enough, they say. It's time to end it.
This is mental. Like, both these squads are wanting this victory so much, and for different reasons. For Astralis, they just want a 2-0. They want this put to bed now. They don't want to have to long this out across 3 maps and risk it falling apart on Ancient. For Faze, they're on a redemption arc, right? They've had to make comebacks happen. They've had comebacks denied. They've had it all. And yet still they're stood here with 21 rounds to their name, giving it their all. It's a war of attrition as the overtimes continue to rack up. Heading in to the final round of this second OT. Will Astralis pull off a flawless CT side of their own to take us to a third?
Seems obscene to say it, but that's where we are. Smoke's coming up outside for Faze late. Olaf keeping Magiska drawn in on the ramp with that secondary orb. Dupree's got his first. But he's not getting any info out here at the moment. No info outside. It's just Glaive watching that cross from Garage. So as far as they're concerned, Secret Walk can come in. And it's nice that it's a walk as well. Glaive would love footsteps here to come over to his team, to give numbers, to give more of an idea. Because the call right now is they can be B, but you don't know how many. And you need to find out ASAP. So there is a rotate drawn down in the form of Dupree with the AWP. But Faze, silent as ever. How deadly.
Dupree holding this line with the AWP. There's that first kill. He even spots the boost. Dupree onto a winner here. 2 in the sight, and the AWP still kicking. Finally brought to its knees by Twists. However, Dupree has done one thing. He's bought the unbuyable. He's bought Astralis time to rotate players down into this B site, dropping the bomb. But now 2 kills in the blink of an eye. It's so damn close. There's no time for Olaf Meister, and we're running it back again. Into a third overtime we go. Not a clear winner in sight. Oh my word! We're taking a quick break and then we're back.
Not.
Oh wait, we're not.
Right
We're just going straight back in. The break's cancelled. Let's go.
Is back. There's no breaks. There's no weights on this train.
Oh, thank
just run
goodness.
it right back.
I don't want to ruin this momentum, man.
No.
This is unreal.
And neither do Astralis. Flawless CT. Now they pick it back up on the same half. Isn't that nice? Just keep on keeping on, guys. You just found 3 in a row. How about 6?
This is mental. As if you could have asked for more out of such a storied, historic matchup.
Whoa, he's stuck behind the vent.
Olaf, I know you've been out of the game for a moment now, but come on.
Is he okay?
He's stuck. He hasn't realized yet. He's trying to get down. He's in the corner. Finally makes the vent drop happen. Okay.
Phew.
Okay, Olaf, you managed to do it. You managed to do it. Now they know he's down in these vents. He dropped loud, so that info is there for Astralis at least.
Yeah, just having this control is huge, right? Because it means that Astralis, 2 things. One, they can't rotate down vent, but, you know, they have to go ramp if they want to play B, and at that point, they can't really go into secret. It just means that FaZe have secret under full control, and that's why they're throwing these fake smokes to scare Astralis about numbers on lower. It's not going to force any panic rotates. Zip doesn't even go B. He stays back at the ramp side. They say if you want lower, you can have it. And this is such a great call for Astralis because FaZe don't want lower. Not yet, at least. If they do, it will be through ramp. Timing for Karrigan, getting caught by Magiska's push. And now he owns the lobby. FaZe are just going to commit. They're just going to go forward into the AWP. Dupree dropping away. And Brokey trying to hunt down. He can't do a thing. Zip is here with cover. And kill after kill comes up in favor of Astralis. Just Twist left up on damage control, damage duty, and 1 kill, but no time to win this round.
Yeah, he's managed to slip past the CT vent player. However, okay, still moving, still going in, and it's some nice shots from Twist. However, they're all in vain. They're nothing more than padding those stats out. Astralis still get the round to open up this third OT. Once more, as we've seen throughout all the overtime so far, it's the CT sides that are looking where these squads are trying to do the bulk of their work.
Yeah, to say that Glaive is still the top fragger in the server is unbelievable as well. Like, he is keeping it up on an individual level, right? What a performance from him. And it might be worth its weight in gold if Astralis can, again, keep up a clean CT streak here. Karrigan, though, fast-paced. Does Glaive hear it? Are the comms flooded? Or does he know it's been dropped on? Glaive does kill an outside player, but I don't know if this has been called. Karrigan has so much room to do whatever the hell he wants.
This is massive, man. At ramp, your Zip's just dead in the back of the head. No idea. Ooh. He's got no clue. Karrigan's trying to play some form of trigger discipline here, but nothing else presents itself. Zip's blindsided. Now ramp room belongs to FaZe. They move in. This room that Karrigan has been able to create for the rest of his team, is that a defining part of the chapter that is this third overtime?
Oh, he's behind the door, they have no idea. He swings it back open, he's playing with them, and he takes Karrigan out as well. The bomb plant cancelled to allow Brokey to fight back, but he's removed right after leaving Olaf. Blink and you miss it. This B play has fallen apart, but Olaf did grab the bomb. Maybe a chance if he killed Magisk, but not today. Needed that one to go back up the ladder. And not going to happen. 23, 21, no pauses left for anybody. And Astralis, again, looking for the 6-0 here on this CT side if you count last OT.
The scariest part for Faze, though, is like the difference it makes when it was them having just had the flawless CT half moving into a T side. Well, now it's going to happen the other way around. If you don't manage a T side round here, you need to offer up another flawless CT half to pull it back to a 4th OT. So this is just a battle of the CT sides.
Bubsky doesn't care, does he? He is throwing caution to the wind. Audacious hot push.
And at a time like this, though, at a time like this, like that is ballsy, right? Yeah. You've been so reliant on getting these CT rounds. And Bubsky has decided he's willing to risk it all on this deep angle. And it's given that first kill over. So now someone else has got to make up for this. Magisk and Dupree might just be those men as they come in with a few kills apiece. Twist takes matters into his own hands. And suddenly, FaZe Clan might be on their way to their first and only T-side round.
Oh, he's eviscerated them. 4 kills, maybe an ace. Zip has snuck up the ladder, but Twist has his right idea, and he's going to close it out as well. This tournament is full of aces, full of plays, and full of LAN CS. I wouldn't want it any other way. FaZe find a round, all on the back of Twists. And this is anyone's game, as it has been all damn series.
Both teams are just pushing each other to the very limits of what they're capable of. We are getting an incredible showing out of both FaZe and Astralis. They're so evenly matched that it just feels like no one can take this. No one can get it over the line. What will be that X factor? Is the one T-side round gonna be the difference maker? Is that one round out of Twists the thing that decides the outcome of this map?
Last IEM LAN Katowice, we had 13 clutches over that event. Here in Cologne, day 2 of the group stage, or day 3 of the group stage, and we have, day 2 of the group stage, past the play-ins, we have already 11, at least, is presuming more haven't gone on in other matches live right now. So what a score getting set here. Everyone's hungry to be back. Twists. Oh dear. He's got the spot for it. They're walking through garage right now. Often to see players run boost over this gap to try and dodge an AWP, but do Astralis want to make noise? Back on the T side, that's had so many problems for them. They're creeping up, they're crawling towards Twist, and they might be favored unless the barrel in the shadow gives it away. They turn, and Twist's only going to get one. That might be enough, though. Magisk on the Hell Wrap, putting on pressure, climbing up, but it is all a bit of a ruse. They're dropping B with the bomb.
Yeah, just the presence of a Heaven Wrap really makes these players in A have to commit, have to just batten down the hatches and maybe even look to take some kind of lobby or hot control. You are pressuring these A players out of the site and in towards lobby, driving them further and further away from these B rotations. While this is going on, Astralis are trying to work their way into the B site, and they get both kills at ramp and at vent. B is now open, and as mentioned, these 2 players that got forced into the lobby are so far away that they can't do a thing. Carrigan is left in this clutch, and it should be impossible. Indeed it is. Astralis up onto 24. And now FaZe need to take the next 2 in a row if they want to get us to yet another OT.
If I'm the double AWP duo of Brokey and Olof, I'm pissed after that round. At the 10-second on the clock mark, Zip lurks out Rap. I mean, he doesn't even lurk out Rap. Olof comes to him. Olof pushes lobby, setting himself up for his potential rotate to be through vent, perhaps. And Zip is here. Look at the clock. 12 seconds, man, when he gets that kill. I mean, how do you read that one? Why is he there? The sentence has left many a mouth, and 24-22, Astralis just need this one.
Yeah, getting these T-side rounds. As mentioned, it's been a reoccurring problem in OT for both squads, and now, with both of them finding a round, it's put us in a very interesting position. FaZe, we need to return to these big CT halves. We need to go back to what we've seen throughout this map from FaZe. Astralis is so measured in how they're approaching it. They know that once more, all the pressure is on FaZe Clan. The entire fate, not just of this map, but of the series, is working against FaZe.
Yeah, Twist's in the killer position for this round, right? If they're trying to main wrap, he is going to be able to slice and dice But smokes start to land and his view lines get removed. They can walk in through that smoke into main. That seems to be the plan here for dupreeh. The rest of Astralis grouped up in lobby. 40 seconds. CT's no idea. And dupreeh destroys Raid, who wasn't considering it. Carrigan now anchoring, has to do a lot of work on his own. No help, and he can't hit the first shot. It's all falling apart.
This could be it. 3 on 4. Numbers favoring Astralis, and it gets even worse. Twists and Olof, they've got to do the impossible. They've got to break this round apart. Olof with 1 kill spots another player in the site, but Zip's not going down without a fight. Olof can't find a thing. Finally has bought Zip out. Still dupreeh and Glaive, and dupreeh's going to seal the deal. Astralis, they long it out. A war of attrition for the Danes. And they get it over the line, 2-0 over FaZe Clan to open up IEM Cologne.
Top right.
Served. No, no.
Behind the ramp.
And he's close to me.
Oh.
One top right, probably.
In the
Yeah,
middle.
top right.
30 HP on Magix.
No,
Oh,
we
that
go
was
together,
close.
we stay together.
That was a close for a double, man.
Fight together, we win together.
Ah!
Oh, Zip,
Close.
you are just camping.
What to? Go,
I only have
stop.
2 bullets, and 1 is for noob.
Oh.
Fair enough.
Top left.
Zip.
Nice headshot. Galore.
Smackdown.
You're the one to carry this. You're the M4 guy on this team.
Mystery. And a happy holiday.
Oh my god. That's bad.
No.
You are crazy good.
Oh, stop looking at you!
Mr. Mute.
Top right and mid right. Let's go. Top right still.
On ramp one.
Pushing right side.
And where do we have
I
Magic?
think he either served or then he's top. Oh, he's top left now.
Top left.
Nice.
Why?
Magic.
Keep an eye on him.
Just doing Zip tactics.
What's that? Hiding? Down left and top right.
I'm dead.
Nice.
You're not gonna win
Magic.
that duel, bro.
Good team play.
Magix, then take me on a 1v1 again. Oh,
Right. Top left.
Top left.
right.
He went down the ramp.
Yes, I'm holding him. He's not falling back. He can't
He's
fall
not
back.
falling back.
He's coming to you.
No.
Ah, nice.
I was baiting. I wasn't holding him.
I know.
Top right one. Sorry. Careful for serve.
Are you not dead?
Holy shit, that was bad.
How are you not dead?
Yeah,
I hit
you
you
too.
I think one served.
I think
Pushing left.
Dead.
Down.
Middle.
Left.
Mid left. Mid left.
Okay.
Come so soup.
and we have the crouch and the...
Oh, I think one served.
One left. Left down.
No.
Magic, you are the best right now, I must say.
Thank you. I like when you talk dirty to me.
Top left, he's hit. 21. I repeat,
Is
21.
he gonna serve? Is the question. Oh, he was.
Oh,
What?
shit!
How did you
2-0.
not win that one?
So easy.
Zip.
Well, in a matchup where Faze threw everything but the kitchen sink at Astralis, something finally stuck for Astralis. They come out victorious right here. They pick up the series after a thrilling overtime. Welcome back. This is the Intel Extreme Masters, and we are just getting started. Jason and Yanko. Boy, there's a little bit to discuss here. Where do you want to start, Yanko?
I want to start with Astralis and CT sides, right? Like, this is looking a little bit like the old Astralis across both maps. They racked up 11 rounds, double-digit rounds on the CT side. And also, when you look at it in overtime, you know, they had to win 3 consecutive rounds, defend 3 match points against Faze to take it into triple OT, right, and manage to close it out. So the resilience has been really great from Astralis in this series.
Yeah, this is a really strong win in my mind for Astralis to be able to show that they're going to come to this level. Because on Dust 2, remember, they had that big lead. There was a little bit of a comeback from Faze, and they outlasted it and they held on. Here, they had to come back from behind on Nuke. It was Faze who got off to a good lead, so they're showing now that they can come back in matches and stay together and stay as a unit throughout 3 overtimes and still win the match. So for me, this is a match that shows me that Astralis isn't nearly as kind of far faded as I thought.
Yeah, and, with that being said, you look at the Faze side of things and you think, okay, yeah, they were doing some things right, Yanko. There were some times where Rain had some big impact there. Olaf coming alive on Nuke definitely helped the war effort.
Yeah, Olaf had a couple of great clutches on Nuke, but I think it's just mostly this is like how it's been for Faze for most of the online season. Just close, but no cigar really, in a sense of, right, like you look at Nuke, for example, they even won the second half pistol round, but they lose 2 pistols right after, right? If they can convert that, they close the game pretty quickly. On Dust 2, they came online pretty late, right? They were losing a couple, there was that 3v1 to Magisk early on and so on. So they had their chances, they had their opportunities in this series, they just couldn't really capitalize.
Yeah, I think Olaf having those clutches was obviously a really good sign for him coming back into this team. But I think if you're going to take a silver lining out of this as your Faze, Russell had a really good series. Twist, he was phenomenal, like across both maps, 64 and 52, plus 12 on the series. He did a really good job, whether it was with the AWP with the rifle, at 92 ADR. And I think if your Faze and this kind of next step and this next part of your project is to make him kind of the focal point and the centerpiece, as I've kind of mentioned a couple times, and they've mentioned a couple times, this is at least a showing that makes you really, continue to believe in that idea as a successful one.
It's just like when he almost caught a lineup there outside. You feel for him in that moment.
Yeah,
you did it right, Twist. You did it damn right, but it wasn't enough. We're going to hear from the Astralis side, the victors in this best of 3.
Glaive, let's talk about the T side of Nuke first of all, because you had an obsession with outside, and Faze weren't having any of it.
Yes, so we had a game plan coming into the Nuke game, and we tried a bit too much to keep doing the same thing over and over again. I think I should have changed it up a bit earlier in the game, but I was having a hard time figuring out what we actually wanted to do instead. So we just tried to do what have kind of worked for us in the past. I should have changed it up a bit earlier, and in some of the overtimes we got some key rounds because we changed it up.
Do you think that the LAN environment has benefited the team so far? Because someone who was always fantastic at dealing with it and benefiting from the environment was Zipex, and he had some crucial rounds today.
I think that it helps all of our team to be back on LAN. It just feels so good to get back in this atmosphere. I know we have some restrictions because of COVID still, but still it just feels nice to sit in a studio, sit with the guys, know that the other team is sitting on the exact same setup and stuff like that. It's more equal for everyone, so that's what I like the most.
And how much do you enjoy playing Faze, Carl? I know you've got a bit of a personal story, at least Astralis do, with Finn, aka Carrigan. So does that make the victory all the more sweeter?
Carrigan and me are pretty good friends when we talk together. He's a really nice guy, but I just want to win against him every time. And I know he feels exactly the same. He wants to beat us all the time. So it's always some kind of rivalry, and it's not only team versus team, but it's also like personal a little bit. So it's not because I hate him, but it just feels good to win against him.
Hopefully both of you will make it through to playoffs so we can see some more Faze on Astralis action. Congratulations on the win, and thank you for talking to us.
Thank you very much. Good.
There we go. I was like,
It's not hate. It's a healthy, competitive environment. We don't have much time, as that one obviously took a little bit more than I think anyone thought it would on Nuke. We're going to be going to a break, also jumping into our next matchup real shortly. Make sure you don't go anywhere. The Intel Extreme Masters is in town, and we love having you. We'll be right back, everybody.
This event is so much more dramatic, to me personally, because I feel like it's going to silence a lot of the naysayers. Whether you've had a team that's been excelling online, you look at your heroics and your gambits, they're going to have that opportunity to prove themselves here. Whereas some of the old guard that was just dominating on LAN before are going to have to show that they can keep pace and rhythm. That alone, to me, is enough reason for you to tune in and watch.
I don't think age is the key determining factor in your ability to perform in Counter-Strike. I think it's passion, and I think it correlates often with age. As you get older, your priorities change. And I think this whole generation, this new generation of talent, are as obsessed with the game as the names before them. Olaf Meister, when he was the best team in Counter-Strike as it began, was obsessed with Counter-Strike. And of course, he's motivated by the fact that he can beat everyone all the time. He understands the game better. But so do these kids. Like, Rops's crosshair placement, angle management, it looks like we couldn't even imagine someone playing like that when Olaf Meister was the best player in the world. Now, that's a standard player. And if you can't keep up with what he's doing, you're just not going to succeed. And the fact that it's still happening, like, look at the way Heroic, cool. Like, the way that they do their mid-rounding, it's super fruity. No one's done anything like that. The way the Russians, like Virtus Pro, they will just sit in a default for 60 seconds. It's the most boring brand of Counter-Strike, but it's their brand of Counter-Strike that previously people haven't done, never mind succeeded with. So just seeing that all mesh together, seeing the new names trying to prove their worth and show their work, all their hard work and their innovation within a game that's 20 years old versus those that have already been there, done that, and have experience on their side. Just seeing those clash is hype as fuck.
Shiro's managed to get them. Oh, and up with 3! Northwood peeking into, and Shiro locks it down.
Around. He knows what he's designed to do in each part of the round, and he's a really smart player. For me, he's one of the best helpers in the world right now.
I think he's going to be really good still. Might not be like at the top of the world like he feels like he is right now, but I think he will still be able to perform really well on LAN.
Concerning his role, because local I am, after watching a few demos of him, he just doesn't miss and he has really good teammates to put himself in good positions and to just not miss the shots he has to do.
To play against, he's that really annoying AWPer because two people run in, then he's just holding the line where you're gonna peek pretty much. He's super passive, but I think in that team he works really well. He's always just gonna hit the shot that he needs to hit pretty much.
In terms of if he's gonna change when it comes to LAN, I don't think so. I don't think any of the Gambit players
will change. I think they will keep the same high level.
Shiro's performance relates a lot to the team performance. It's going to be relative to the success they have as a team. When they play good, he's always playing good. So, I mean, if Gambit are going to play the same way they play online as they're going to do here, then I think he's going to be fine. One of the top players of the event for sure.
Next matchup featuring the Ninjas of Pajamas and Gambit, and also Device v Shiro for a lot of different reasons. And one of those reasons I'm going to be able to give to you is that Maniac knows the answer to that question.
Talk about proving something, Trace. Talk about proving something between these two players. On the right-hand side, Device, he's done it all. He's seen it all.
Greatest player.
One of the greatest player of all time, probably. Candidate in that list.
Arguably.
And then on the other one is Shiro. No, you want to argue about Device a little bit?
We'll talk a little later.
We talk about
Yeah, we got a fill segment for that, I'm sure.
All right, let's do it. Just Shiro. Talk about the players that come in here, have something to prove. At the very top of that list is Shiro. He completely exploded in 2021 in like how massively he took over Counter-Strike, and everyone right now is waiting for Shiro to either fail or confirm that he belongs in that list of the very best players.
But how do you, I mean, when you go to compare them, stacking up pound for pound, one with tons of experience, one with a lot to run with, I can see why you make the case for Device.
Yeah, I mean, the Device is just unbelievable. I think he's been one of the most critical pieces to that entire Astralis team, even getting to their dominant era, and also, I mean, winning all those majors as well. For me, it's really hard to compare to Device, especially in today's age. I feel like he's a relatively unique opera, and I mentioned this when he's in Astralis as well. Just very fundamentally solid. He doesn't go for flashy plays. He does kind of go for like the really safe conservative angles, and he goes for really safe conservative decisions in terms of saving. But he's always got that up, and whenever he's got it, there's a chance that team can turn around on its head.
And that's what you're looking for. You're looking for the turnaround right here. We're not done with the comparisons, though, because the ages are going to speak for themselves. We got the numbers right here. And does this catch you off guard? Does it look a little funny?
Yeah, I mean, what really springs to mind here is that you have two teams with similar structures, which is basically a core of relatively young players, i.e. not extremely experienced when it comes to high-pressure event. Obviously, on the right side is going to be LNZ, Plopsky, Hampus. I want to put him in that category for Gambit. There's a lot of younglings. And then you have some experienced players that have a lot on their shoulders during this event. You have Hobbit. We know he's sort of a father figure, mentor for Gambit. And then you have Device and Rez, that duo that is supposed to take the youngsters with them and grow together.
I think that's what they were before, right? The Gambit younglings?
Gambit youngsters, yeah.
Yeah, the Gambit
younglings.
Anyway.
Bless it all.
Overall, though, when you look at what both of these teams bring to the table, it's plenty, right? We've been talking about Gambit in this online era, getting them a chance to prove it here. They had a little bit of a scare or hiccup on the first day of the event. But could you lose faith in him, Jason?
He did. He absolutely did.
We've had this argument.
He already doubted as the game was going on. Oh,
no, I do think Gambit is going to hit a struggle at some point in this tournament in terms of what we saw online. And obviously, I just find that the juxtaposition is so weird. At the beginning of quarantine and COVID, when all that went down, it's the teams like Astralis, it's the teams like Navi who had just won Katowice, the teams like Liquid who literally couldn't do anything right. You go into an online era, there's nothing you can possibly prove by winning those online tournaments. So no matter what, everything is going to be some level of a disappointment. Now we have Gambit who just dominated for months, and they come back to LAN, and if they don't get top 2, it's a disappointment again. And so I mean, it's a weird place to be.
Well, here's one of the players that could definitely bring them through any sort of dark spells that they find themselves in, Maniac.
Such a beautiful career, such a beautiful story, Dan of Hobbit, obviously, from winning 2017 PG the Krakow Major, and now here he's becoming a man of the big tournament. And that is what I want to talk about when it comes to Hobbit. You look at Gambit, you look at their run in playoffs, he is always there. If there's a man that is not shaking, that doesn't have the first day jitter or anything, that is Hobbit. And I think he has such an important integral role in this Gambit roster, and that's going to be the case today again.
I think we're on the cusp of something exciting. Look at this
Here
Are we going to Ancient? Are we? Is that possible?
Yeah, we are. NIP's going to pick it. I like that. Whew. That is, this is going to be a lot of fun. And I had the pleasure of seeing Gambit play Ancient a couple times in the CIS minor as well. There are no slouches on it. They've got it down, and they're going to be real aggressive. They're going to find some cool lurking positions.
Yeah, we saw Nip playing Ancient in the play-ins as well.
They definitely play Ancient. I think they're way more comfortable than they want to talk about. Gambit, though, picking Inferno, that is how recyclable their map pool is, because last time these two teams met, it was NIP picking Inferno against Gambit. But Gambit is a team that's been working on their weaknesses. Now they come in with the Inferno pick. Honestly, Jason, Dust 2 as a third map, NIP must be somewhat happy with how that veto went down.
Yeah, they're going to be pleased with it, certainly. And I mean, I think the interesting thing is just right out of the gates. Remember, we mentioned it when the interview happened after they won Ancient in the play-ins. Linus even came out and just said straight up, Ancient is our map. That's what we feel comfortable on. So this
My
is,
job.
I mean, if you're going to pick this into the best team in the world at the first land back, this is a huge and bold play from NIP, and this is going to raise some eyebrows.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. Plus, I think there's still a little bit of an unfamiliarity when it comes to Ancient. The people want to see it. They want to see it. It's provocative, Jason.
We want to see the gameplay develop as well. Like what we saw a week or two ago sometimes is going to change. You never know how these professional teams are actually playing in practice and what they're being able to like steal from each other and take from each other, and how they can change the variety of hits that we'll see. So there's still a lot of ironing out of what positions you're supposed to be in certain situations, what angles you need to hold in different situations.
And I think that's why we can actually see great players on the map like Ancient, because not everything has a perfect script to it. Not every scenario, not every situation has one way you should react. Actually, players have to...
The players that can improv.
Yeah, exactly. Spontaneously on the fly, they have to realize this is what I'm going to do now. These are the risks I have to take. So great players will make memories on that map in the first few weeks.
Speaking of Ancient, there's another matchup going on, guys. It's Spirit Heroic. They're on Ancient right now. Third map of the series, 12-12.
Oh!
How about that? Any takers? No? All right, fine.
I just wanted to let that one hang out there in the open. I just really wanted to let you soak it in.
As you normally do, Jason. Thank you very much. But again, if you take a look at the brackets, if you understand exactly how this might shape up, big time moves there when we think about where everybody could be going in the outset of these matches. That music, though, not really the one we were looking for.
On your toes.
I like it.
I'm pretty sure. But I mean, we're trying to amplify.
It makes everything you say sound way more awesome.
Yeah. Let's crank it up and let's do it.
Yeah, try Trace.
Get
Yeah.
out of here. You're right. Ancient, it is provocative. It does get the people going, and we're going right now into the pistol round. It's Gambit, it's NIP, and it's Ancient. Harry, we didn't get it in the end of the series between Astralis and Faze, so what better than to start it off today?
Yeah, I guess in a weird way as well. If you're tuning in, carrying over from that last game, now you will have got to have seen all 5 of the old faces of Astralis play Counter-Strike today, right? With device ready and raring to go on the NIP side of things. So we were ready to head on in, and then we just had a little pause called through, so that's pretty sick.
Yeah, it's 6v5 right now. Gambit have an extra player, so we're just getting him kicked out. It's all under control, and then hopefully we can rejoin. But yeah, this is going to be a banger, right? Obviously, they're set up perfectly. NIP picking this map into Gambit. What a ballsy call. They've clearly been preparing some little things here and there. It's a map they've already played in this tournament, keep in mind, right? They took it over Mousesports in that BO3 as well to get through the play-ins to the main stage, and even started the play-in as well by destroying LDLC on this map. So NIP, they've already shown some of what they've got for Ancient. How ready are Gambit? Because as far as they're concerned, they've only played it v CIS opposition and then once VG2, which was their first game. So it's hard to tell for Gambit, and it's all down to who's been putting in the work behind the scenes.
Yeah, I mean, I think even having Gambit on LAN is reason enough for so many people to pay attention to this series, right? Like, the ultimate test for Gambit, the thing that everyone's been saying was like, when they get to LAN, can they keep up this form that we've had during the online era, right? Because Gambit did start to make, waves. They kind of started to break into their own era towards the end of online play. So it is a big question. Can this inexperienced squad on the LAN stages continue to bring that same heat now?
Yeah, and we've had a bit of a head-to-head in the sense that both these teams have managed to play Mousesports in the draw so far, and for Gambit it was a 2-1, for Mousesports it was a 2-0. So we've got that in the back of our minds at least as to where these teams level up against each other. But I don't even think obviously the online v LAN thing plays a massive aspect, and it seemed like NIP were very comfortable warming into LAN as well, especially in that game v Liquid that we saw the other day. But for Gambit, I'm not as worried as the LAN v online conversation as I am for the Ancient conversation, which is who's been doing in the most work to pick this map as the opener to a BO3 v the best team in the world. You've got to have something up your sleeve. You've got to be pretty confident in your game plan. So I'm believing in the NIP dream. These two teams not having faced off against each other, with the current rosters. Last time they played was back in Pro League last season, but that was before Linus and before Device even. So very different team here are NIP.
Yeah, Linus is a good person to home in on, I think. I've been really impressed since this guy joined, right? He's looked really, really solid. It feels like he's always holding his own. Even since we've gotten to LAN, we've still been getting good performances out of him. One of the things that really sets him apart is like for such a young player on a team with legends of the game, he still has like such sound decision-making in seemingly every situation. I haven't really seen much of Linus getting flustered or getting caught out or, you know, feeling like he's maybe operating on like a different wavelength to everyone else. He slots in really nicely, which for such a young, inexperienced player, okay, he's very malleable, I guess, if that's the case. But, you know, he's adapted to this whole setup really nicely.
Yeah, he seemed very confident in interviews, saying how he wants to, you know, do good with this opportunity, right? And I'm sure he will. Now, I'll just draw your attention to Navi, because he's been dropped a deagle by Hobbit in a pistol round on the CT side. Okay, I don't know, but let's see how it goes. We've got the pistol round ahead of us right here, right now. NIP hopping out into middle.
Yeah, it's interesting. Whenever you get like a deagle pistol round drop, I'm more looking at that and I'm thinking, okay, so he's maybe just going to go to chunk these players down with body shots. Yeah, that's like the one advantage you got. And it makes sense that he's in cave if that was the mantra here, right? If they go walking your way, you're two-bulleting every person that comes around that corner at a bare minimum.
Oh, the smoke comes down. Shiro tries to escape his position, but Rez already hits the headshot before he can. Axel trapped in the back of the boxes, gets one, but that's all. And Hobbit needs to stop this cross. Nip are everywhere. They're cutting off top mid. They're planting the bomb, and Gambit are left in a very difficult retake. One kill to start it off at least, but no kit in this round, and time is of the essence.
Oh, Device catches Inters on a late lurk up through middle. Nafi with this Deeg. Here's this spam that we're talking about. Really leaning into the idea that Deagle body shot damage is shockingly high. No damage coming out, but they've got to get on this bomb soon if they do want to win the round. And this is one of the problems with this A bomb site. It can feel so finicky, so tricky to get these defuses once NIP is set up in post plants. The moment that they win that fight out towards Cube, it felt like this was a locked-in round for NIP because they're just able to play around that bomb and deny the defuse.
Yeah, especially when you have main as well. It's just such an annoying poke and prod crossfire. So, yeah, good stuff for NIP. It's definitely a nice thing to come in with a game plan. If you've got good A smokes and you're able to take mid, man, this could be so hard to win A retakes unless you have so much utility for Gambit. So not going to be the case on the pistol. But we've already got a force up. Definitely a good map to force on. Triple B seems to be somewhat the meta. This is fairly standard setup. 3B, one holding safe top mid, one on A. And really all you divvy up is whether you're playing Cube or not, whether you want more support over on the middle. Full smoke exec, look at Nip. They've got all the room in the world, man. They can go wherever they please.
Walking this mid smoke is like the biggest coin toss ever, right? You got to check one side. In doing so, you're open to the other. So for Hampus, he's got to pick right. He's got to win the lottery, essentially. Shiro waiting, and yeah, Hampus checked the left-hand side. Shiro picks that one up. Axel up here on the boost is good for one over at A, and already the rotations have been called for from Gambit. They've got all four players here ready to erect the defense. Damage done, but not the killing blow. So Linus is able to get that bomb planted, and now Nip has set up in a 3-on-4.
Yeah, it's all down to the Q players not over Faze here. Popsky's providing cover. Rez just wants to live for the round, and there's no kit, so Gambit are running in, and they're getting evaporated one by one. Just Shiro, and the crossfire's there. Linus hits a Deeg, and it's all said and done for NIP. Yeah, already loving this A site on Nip, avoiding the triple B stacks. Nice try on the force for Gambit. They were favored at one point, but as soon as that plant comes in, you know you're in a world of hurt. And again, it is coming back to the two things I've mentioned, the lack of kit, the lack of util. Without either, you're pretty screwed.
I mean, being real, like, Plopsky deserves a lot of thanks for this round getting closed out. So often these force buys get out of hand if you lose the man advantage. Well, NIP lost far more than that. They actually lost 2 players on the push. And then it takes Plopsky, who was dinked down to like 5 points of health, getting a 3K to bail them out of that round there.
Flusher who? Hampus is on the Glock, man. He's taking the opener. It's another pistol round getting replayed here, except at least he's got the helmet this time around. Inters is trapped in Cube. By the way, B has been lost. It's been cleaned out by Device, who's on a big flank. So Hampus doesn't need to go. He can wait for Device to catch these players in the back. Oh, timing. Axel ready for it, but Device still gets the kill. And now Hampus moves in to clean up the pieces of this round. He is farming. And finally dead to Hobbit, but loses nothing but armor in the process. So that's exactly the hope there. NIP, he can now, you know, even buy an AWP, but I guess Rez and Linus both have more money, so why bother? 3-0 for NIP. Gambit coming in with their first buy round. They lack the kit. They have everything else.
Yeah, I'm excited about having this AWP in Shiro's hands. We don't have Device donning his yet, as it is just the bonus round attempt here for NIP. A fast B play, perhaps. Maybe looking to have Linus denying some mid-rotations. They will start to work their way up over here towards Cave. However, Shiro posted up on the angle will be locking down this side of the map for now. Gambit still keeping this triple B hold, still keeping all three players here, and they've even got this AWP now posted in Cave, playing a bait and switch almost with the guys in the site.
Oh, Hampus got a spot there. Plopsky going to be coming in through Cave. Shiro's AWP is very quick though, and he's not giving them any room to move. Molotov lands behind it. And Shiro can swap out with a rifle as well. They've even got smokes to replenish and keep Nip out of this cave position. There's a big gap, though, and so Gambit will give up the position and take the 5-on-4 instead. They're still leaning B. They almost pulled a fourth over, but instead they just swap Shiro out and let him go mid with the AWP. There's still enough of a hold here to stop NIP in their tracks. This bonus round is down to SMGs and one hero AK. Hobbit smoked on his molly thanks to his teammate, and Inters covers for the first kill, even dropping the bomb with a double. And Navi holding across, lines up a couple more. That's a beautiful hold from Gambit, and that's one way to get your first on the board.
Yeah, that's more like it, right? The rifles come out, they hit the ground running. Obviously, it is with the caveat that that was a bonus round attempt from NIP, but still, it's the fashion that that round's closed out that's important, right? You keep it very, very clean. Look at this little reinvestment. You can see they've got all this utility. They've got kits as well, or, you know, one kit. Not the biggest fan of that part, right? Considering everyone does have that residual cash now banked up. Might never be a problem, right? That's the one thing. Like, you know, if they don't get a bomb down, you don't care about having the kit. So
it doesn't matter until it really does.
Exactly. And you never know when it's going to matter till it's too late. Olaf can tell you that. He found that out in that last game, didn't he?
Dear, oh, don't bring that up, Harry. That was such a close game. Don't bring that up. Even one round could have made all the difference, but here we go. Gambit. They had a nice clean one in the past, and they're looking to do the same. This is NIP's default, right? They get the cave smoke up early to cross B lane, and then they double take mid from left and right with all smokes used. No info. Apart from the gap, the Hobbit finds a frag, and Rez will luckily be pushed up close to trade. Tempted into this A site as his teammates come in through the A main position. We've even got Plopsky throwing utility. Where will that land? Linus with a huge kill, and the temple smoke in from Plopsky does connect. Linus is low, but NIP set up for a bomb plant. As said, the kit's available this time, as well as a smoke to cut off Cube, but we might not get there if Nathany can spam the bomb, so he does. That will throw things into disarray.
Yeah, now it's getting a little bit wild. They're trying to do it again. Linus is like, I don't know, he's made out of jelly or something, bro. He keeps getting these bombs planted in amidst the spray. He was the one to complete the bomb plant last time. He's done it again, and now that's given NIP the post plant they were hoping for. Rez on with the swing, and it's all left on to Shiro. As good as this guy is in clutches, this A bomb site in a 1-on-3, especially with the real estate that NIP have right at this moment, is essentially undoable. And even then, Rez is trying to hunt down the saving Shiro, who doesn't want to part ways with this AWP just yet.
That's crazy that he even goes for that fight instead of just escaping. Obviously, great damage as a result, finding 3 kills in a lost round, but very risky at the same time. Pause for Gambit, first coming in, and not a bad time to do it. NIP, this is a brutal T-side, the rounds that they're running, right? They're not giving Gambit any avenue for anything right now, right? You've got to have numbers B. You don't want to get, you know, crushed out of the B site. Very, very annoying. But at the same time, NiP are just taking lane, doing these slow mid splits and ending on A. Post plants are not good for Gambit right now. Retakes are not happening. So we've got a bit more money and Gambit can rebuy another rifle round. But what's going to be the play? Lots of avenues for CT aggression, right? That's the one thing that Ancient does tend towards. Gambit can do a lot here once they have the Uta. We're talking take the lane away from NiP right off of spawn. Throw in that deep door smoke, get the molly in front of it. And you can, take away a lot of map control early out of the gate here. So we'll see if Gambit want to start throwing bodies at the problem. And the tech has turned, or the tack has turned into a tech.
Ah, yes, I see Hampus writing, we have an admin under the table at the moment.
What's he doing?
Well, I'm assuming trying to fix whatever the problem is. I hope that isn't why the pause is called in, and someone's just crawled up underneath there for no reason. So yeah, we're just waiting for these little tech problems to subside. Lovely little start from NiP. I do love as well, they seem very focused over here towards A. I like that, man. A can feel like one of the more oppressive sites to try and get into and actually get the bomb down, but the script really gets flipped back the other way, right? Once you move into the retakes, I know there is like a tendency to play, the solo hold in A because it is a site that you can look to move into. If you've got like the man advantage, it can feel quite easy to retake, but it does kind of hinge on that one player in the site being good for a kill before they pull back to play that retake setup. And that's where the smokes from NIP come in to really disrupt that flow of the game.
Okay, where are the numbers today? Hobbit, he throws a mid smoke and then rotates out to B. Oh, Plopsky eating a Molotov, got to be careful. And so Shiro, that means he's floating, but he still has his utility for later in the round. We got the boost over the smoke in middle as well. NiP just going back to these default mid takes. Plopsky even moving into cave this time around as well, making sure that fast flank for Gambit isn't available. There's no one to worry about, not yet at least. Those are timings that can get very uncomfortable. CT's pushing down ramp or pushing in through the cave. Meanwhile, though, NiP don't care. They're going for this A split yet again. Device taking mid and resetting with a bomb as his two teammates fully cover middle. Smokes, mollies, you name it. Gambit have got to give it up. Shiro's on first contact with the AWP. Good position. This has been where NiP have been every round. And now, without Q, the post plant gets a lot more difficult. Hampus is going to try and pressure the backline. Nafany with a FAMAS, not the gun for the job. And he's still going to get away with a kill. So all up to A main and Shiro's here.
Yeah, this AWP combined with Axile could prove to be deadly. Oh, Plopsky. That's beautiful. Little double has created the space for Linus once again, King Bomb Planter, to get it down in the A site. Now Gambit are grouping up heavy in Cube, and the fact that they've taken this map control off of NIP is a real sigh of relief. They can't play the post plant if you've taken the post plant spot away. So here's Linus with the first. They know about him now, and knowing's only half the battle. The other half of the battle is the battle, and they lose it. Shiro's left to save, and NIP from a 2-on-4, they managed to find a fifth round.
Honestly, you can tell from every one of these rounds how much work NiP have been putting into Ancient. That post plant was so nice, right? You think Linus is in a very dangerous position, but Plopsky is on this little upper angle covering his back, right? He has a headshot angle to the CT walk. Temple is the only fear there of that round. But otherwise, NIP were fully in control the entire time. A 2-on-3 in the post plant, converted. I would have loved to see Shiro stay in Cube after this kill, because that would have made all the difference, right? Even though it's map control that Gambit did eventually get back, he could have stopped the plant in the first place from that spot. And yeah, look at them.
I love it. Mate, NiP have been a really exciting team to watch just for the amount of yelling and screaming and hollering that these guys have been doing. And some of the noises are very unique. They kind of fit the profile of the map we're on. They sound like they could be ambient noise from the background. This round, it's just Hampus steamrolling through middle, creating all this space for NIP up against the pistols. And he has effectively split this map in two right now. You are either a B player or an A player, and there's no way to change which one of those you are. You are stuck in position, fighting to your last breath.
Well, they're going to try anyway, and try being the key word. Hampus gets Navi, but there is still a gun picked up by Inters on the trade. Fast into B, and right as Gambit leave. Great call for Hampus as he spots two players leaving the site. Inters has got to do it all alone, and he's in the open. Luckily smoked off, gives him a second chance. As their cover, well, no need. The smoke is enough to send him out of the bomb site. And while Hobbit's looking for a gun, his two rifle teammates are just saving. Great round for NIP. Lot of real estate taken in middle, already proving to be the problem. If Gambit want to, fight back, they need to take mid. They need to have more control here and not get smoked off at the chokes. At the same time, taking mid, the danger of that is it's so hard to dodge these flashes that come over the roof from T-spawn. So you might have mid, but if you don't have a player playing anti-flash, you're going to be whited on these executes. Rez with a dirty kill on Inters, and Shiro should be good to save.
I just love it. Every round that goes by, man. You'll hear it every single time. Yahoo! They're the little noises that they're making.
Waluigi.
And it's just beautiful. It is just beautiful. Everyone's like riding off the energy of one another. The mood within NIP has looked and sounded really good, right? They're always smiling. You can see them like bigging each other up and hyping each other up. And then if ever you do encounter problems, well, that's where you take the time out. That's where Threat comes in. And he's the kind of guy who's good at making everyone, turn around, look at each other, really make sure that you're understanding the importance of the round coming up. Thus far, they haven't been tested. They haven't really needed Threat at all. Instead, it's Gambit taking all the timeouts right now.
Oh, is this not enough Ancient for you? Well, there's more on the B stream. Into overtime between Heroic and Team Spirit. That's pretty cool. But yeah, lots of green on the screen. And we're back into the action. 6-1 for NIP. Gambit, they took another tactical timeout. Let's see what their solution is.
You got that cave smoke thrown in. That's going to give you this early B lane control. There is the pocket molly dropped in as well. So that's kind of slowed down your ability to get set up on lane. And it's given Hobbit time to creep up the ledge while Nafi is pressuring ramp. I love this as a solution to the lane control. That smoke is pesky. It's irritating. But you know what it means when you see it. And so the reaction is immediate out of Gambit to flip this situation into a 5-on-2.
Yeah, lovely little take there. Hobbit climbing up from middle as well. That was the last thing they were expecting. Should be a fairly clean round here. Shiro can make it so. Nafi has had enough, and he's pushed up to find Hampus, leaving just Linus. He may be the bomb plant king, but there's no bomb on his back here. Or this round would be interesting. Kills to be found, perhaps, but he's likely going to be running here, and Axel is tucked in spawn, playing a little gross corner. Corner that I don't know if will be cleared by Linus. That's if he's even going further than this in the first place. So finally, a solution for Gambit, right? The lane control taken back. It wasn't just out of spawn. They got the smoke in the door. They waited for Hobbit to come in from behind, and then they both crunch at the same time. More of that from Gambit.
Yeah, that's just such a nice idea, right? Like, as mentioned, when you see that cave smoke going over, you know that the goal is to try and take lane, try and get some control outside of B early. And so Gambit responded by smoking off deep mid. Hobbit was immediate in pushing up through the ledge, as you say. And then he waits on that timing for the crunch down at ramp from Nafi. And I think waiting for the ramp crunch is key. You can sneak down that wall, and if no one's peeking wide, then they won't actually know about it. And a lot of the times, it is quite risky to take that wide peek that would give you the info that someone was pushing. Orps can be holding from backside over towards quad. You could just get knocked out, in an attempt going for an info play. So you're kind of conceding that little bit of ramp, just hoping you don't get pushed. And they weren't aware how prepared Gambit were for exactly that strat. Once again, all these Molotovs, look at this, right? You're cancelling out Pocket, you're denying the cross up to lane and cave, and it's keeping you trapped over at the double doors. So no matter, you know, Nip are throwing this utility in to stop a cave peek, to try and deny this this ramp aggro, they're still getting trapped out towards the double doors anyway by the util.
I mean, Gambit are welcoming Nip to cave this round. Shiro is playing a crazy spot with the AWP. One shot and then his teammate can help out, but, well, before that molly came in, Shiro hits his shot, smoke on the Molotov. Now they know Inter sits in the corner and it can get free fire by Plopsky, which is exactly what he does. Nice entries from Plopsky, and the cave play denied for Gambit. They're just going to regroup. Nip having to walk in the spawn, worth noting, right? That's to avoid that water noise that is still bugging. Please fix. And so Device doesn't want to have that noise be heard from across the map.
You know, we've had some cool times where like people have tried to use the water to fake the sound for rotations, but I hate that that's even part of it to begin with, right? You're trying to make the best out of a bad situation there.
But it's fine. Like, the timing's good. Nip have a 4-on-3. Gambit, it's a gamble no matter where they go.
And so we got this util getting lined up. They're going to be the smoke in Temple to try and cut out this site player. Hobbit instead is on the big box over at default. Caught at the sidelines is Axile and Hobbit. The timing on that swing couldn't have got worse. A millisecond later and he would have dodged that flash entirely, but instead, full blind. Plopsky's going to finish the job. Nafany knocked out of the round. The AWP save denied, and NIP up onto 7. There is still cash available to Gambit. They're able to come through with another big purchase, right? I'm talking AWP on Shiro, kits in play, full utility. So you've still got a chance here to put a stop to this momentum if you're Gambit. However, a loss in this next round, suddenly NIP are running away with this T side.
Yeah, it feels like that's already begun, but yeah, it's going to get a whole lot worse before it gets better. Shiro, what is this play? He's making moves. We're already back in. Opening kill coming for Hampus up B, and it looks like NIP just want to commit. They just want to go full throttle into this bomb site. Double entry from Hampus gives Nip B. And Gambit, I mean, this is a round you want to save in any other map. Is it going to be any different here? Hobbit's pretty committed in the smoke, and so out he goes, getting that trade at least, but onto 10 health, he might just hop away and give the round to NIP. It's a sad call for Gambit, but keeping 3 alive enables a buy, but
it does.
3 alive.
Exactly, right? And this is the problem. When the success is that immediate, when Hampus opens up into B and takes the site that quickly, it means there's still players from this default elsewhere on the map waiting to try and cut down these saving players. Now, Linus has actually gotten very unfortunate with a lot of these timings so far. He's missed them again as these players cross into main. But if you were looking for upsides, you've cleared CT, you've cleared Cube, you've cleared T-Spawn. You know they're in a main right now.
Yeah, they're all playing like the same angle, which is quite funny, but NIP, can they even find 1 kill here? It would have huge consequences. Axel holds strong, and that's all that matters. 3 guns kept alive, and another pause coming in for Gambit. So here we go. NIP building. Yeah, that round is huge, but it's not going to, you know, break Gambit yet with 3 surviving. So they're not out of the woods yet, are Nip. But man, this is going to be a mainstay of their map pool. That's to say for sure.
Yeah, the thing that's nuts as well is just like everyone is having these moments and looking so confident. Like, I think Plopsky has been a real backbone of this T side so far, right? So often when it's come down to the post plants, he's been the guy delivering big numbers. But then you look towards that round there, Hampus is the one to sprint up ramp, get the openers, create the space at B. We've had rounds out of Linus as well, who's currently 7-1. You know, he's borderline immortal as far as Gambit are concerned. And when you're in the server with Shiro and you have less deaths than him, that is something worth celebrating in and of itself.
Oh, Hampus is right up back B again with a vengeance. This time 3 players here, all in the site. So it shouldn't be as easy as last time around, although Hobbit has nades out. Ugh, few caught by Nafany in the corner. Cover was there. Hobbit looked like he was getting hounded down. Shiro's peeled off with the mid angle to watch ledge, but they've actually just walked out. He's missed the timing. He doesn't know they've seen him, and Shiro's got to back up. Still, NIP given mid for free, seemingly any time they want it, without smokes as well. No one's aggressing cave, so Linus is watching. Oh, sorry, someone's watching for a flank that's not coming in. That's Device. Not yet, at least. Oh, and the B flank player dead.
How
Hobbit
does
gets
he do
deleted.
this? Plopsky is incredible. It's like the longer the range, the more accurate he becomes. Up close, it's a different turn. Inters with the double, and Device left coming in late from cave side now all the way up through ramp. Is left in a 1-on-3. The bomb cut loose. He's got to go and get it. And they've already wrapped quad there, either side of him as he peeks out to get this bomb. So he dies, and with it, the hope of turning that around. 3-8 for Gambit. They find success in that round there, considering the amount of control that NIP had, the shots that Plopsky landed, a great response. And I like that they kind of, you know, they almost go for like a wave attack on the guys coming through CT. They face one at a time, which usually you're used to hearing, like, yeah, you shouldn't do that. You should be peeking together. You should be playing together. But in this situation, they're almost trying to give the illusion that, yeah, you've got 2 B kills. Why would someone else be right here? It's a bait and switch,
close.
right?
Oh, more ledge climbing in middle, though. I like this from Hobbit. Oh, he's even ready for the boost. Drops Hampus off the top and gets further damage to Linus. Device has found a B pick. Nafany aggressing. Plopsky would love to punish Hobbit, but he is being covered as he runs away. If Plopsky went now, he should be dead. Shiro's on it, but he ducks under the shot. Plopsky, not just dishing death, but avoiding it as well. Up to B for Nip. That smoke gives room. There's still Inters to worry about back in this cubby. There's so much more cover in this little corner than you would expect. And with that Molotov coming in, that segregated the push into 2. It's cut it in half. B smoke's coming in, but the cave players are late. So Ramp have to wait. Inters drops a smoke on the Molotov, but they know he's there as a result. And Plopsky's got the spam. Shiro going above the smoke. The bomb plant's coming in, but he can't find an angle. Plopsky is so close, and his shot was 2. But he couldn't connect. Still a retakeable round for Gambit.
Yeah, especially with Axel right here in cave, spearheading the retake. The 2 players in the ninja corner dead, and Device cut down as well. Hobbit, the man to beat. A hat-trick in that round there, finding 4 for Gambit. As we approach the end of this first half, the question now becomes, is this going to be a remarkable T-side for NIP? Or the Gambit start to stumble back to their feet a little late?
Yeah, because it seems like they've known what's going on all game. Like, Gambit have always been clued in. They've made the right reads. They've not, like, you know, been out-rotated really by NIP, other than that one Deagle round where Hampus took top mid and the B players, you know, chased him down, and that left the B site empty. Every other round, Gambit have had the reads, but, you know, it's not just knowing where Nip are going. It's being able to put a stop to some of these executes. And yeah, there definitely is a way back into this half for Gambit. Nip are pretty broke right now. Rez with a gun, no one else. I've seen Rez win these hero rifle rounds for sure, but for the most part, it's Gambit favored. So an 8-7, not out of the realms of possibility. Beautiful shots from Hobbit as well.
Yeah, but that's just what we expect from Hobbit, right? It's run of the mill for this guy. Hobbit has been very, very key as well up here in middle. You know, even though Gambit have only got 4 to their name right now, a lot of it has come down to what this little guy's been able to get away with on the back of his mid control and playing over towards ledge. Well, in this round, mid gets bypassed entirely. Rez has opened up onto A. Now we've got NIP starting to spill in with no smokes, no utility. This is only a partial investment, remember, right? With no util to block off any of these angles, you might feel hard-pressed to get the bomb down. There's also a big lurk. Hobbit playing the trigger discipline, collects his 3 kills, and is on to 3 once more in this round now.
Yeah, punching the ticket. Now it's Device going to get cleared by one of these orbs, and Nafany makes it so. Rez, no cover, nowhere to go, and Nafany's on for the round. It's Inters to steal the final kill, but it's still going to be Gambit picking it up clean as heck. Hobbit, I love that flank as well. He gets 2 kills off of it. He holds the shot for so long, and then he immediately disengages. So many players would have just, run on in. I've got 2 kills, let's get a third. No, he doesn't give them any chance back in. He backs out. He lets his team slowly retake from CT, and in the back of Nip's mind, they know there's a flanker on them at the same time. So, yeah, really nice play from Hobbit, and lovely little retake.
Look at this heroic team spirit game.
Well, it's done now.
It's done now with a bad luck charm. We just tuned in, had a little look at that, and it's all done.
Well, all the Ancient fans will be flooding over to the mainstream now, Harry, because we've got many more rounds to be played.
Yeah, I mean, they already had a double fill of Ancient because of how long that game was. Right now, they're on to their 3rd course of it, their 3rd helping. A real genius goes back for seconds twice. Right? Here we go, taking control of Cave. Once more, heavy B lean for Gambit. Also, important to note here, main control's been taken. Axile pushed all the way up over towards A. This is a lot of information to have. Also, if he tries to be proactive with it, he could even try hit a timing to come in on a wrap to help out at this B bomb site. Now, he's kind of missed all those timings, so that's no longer a possibility. It is just going to be this B play. And actually, Gambit have supplemented the A bomb site. That surprises me, considering the information that Axile is getting.
Yeah, Nip have just faked out one of these mid-takes, though, that have been so good, and Gambit haven't re-aggroed to get that info. They don't know if Nip have 4 players in Cube right now, so they're just tucked in on the bomb site. This smoke is delaying Nip so well. And the tuck with Nafany baiting on the orb, oh, they're never going to be ready for it. They never make it there. Nafany, double kill with the AWP, and now he posts up on the ramp. Only 2 B players, but it might be enough until Hampus fires off. Orb is gone. The flashes from both sides blind everyone, and there's still a player in the cave they have no idea about. Hobbit trying to deal with the aggression, cannot, but can Inters find anything from this position? Oh no.
Oh, okay. Shiro dead to right, and Axile with the wrap. 1v2. They don't know about him. They don't know he's here. So he's got an element of surprise at least, does Axile. Hampus and Linus backside, not giving him anything. Turns from the flash. Amazingly, he's still alive, but he is getting whittled down. And Hampus is there to drive the nail in the coffin of Gambit in that round. 9-5. Dolly Parton would be proud. We've got a reinvestment for Gambit to close out this half, and it's going to feature a double AWP between Shiro and Nafany. We've also got AWPs aplenty on the NIP side. Ancient has shown to be a very AWP-driven map if you want it to be.
Yeah.
So let's see what they're able to do with the 4 AWPs that currently occupy the server.
Hampus is such a beast, man. 4 kills, just clears out B. The amount of space he's been taking in some of these T-side rounds, right, from pushing through the top mid smokes to doing exactly that and just walking through the B bomb site is very impressive. Leading and reading right now. Device boosted up, gonna flash his peak. And there is an AWP there to worry about, so the flash is a necessity, although Nafany is wide on the angle. And so this is a stalemate that will render nothing happening, I presume. Don't feel like Nafany needs to go wide here. Oh, I spoke too soon.
No.
I mean, he knows about the boost as well as we do. Device is dropped off.
God, this is terrifying. They're really tempting fate. It's like an old Wild West style duel. There's a lot of respect, on the draw. That's when you take up arms. That's when you take the shot. Hello. We got a little bit of movement going on over towards quad. Hobbit taking up position there. Shiro dealing with Rez down here in middle. And now Gambit start to get a little bit hesitant. They start to think, well, if they've shown presence over towards mid, how do we know there's not more of them? Oh. Now Plopsky's making his way up through ramp, and look at this, the rest of the team trying to get in behind him, but Inters, he's the stopper, he's the guy throwing this round into disarray for NIP, and it's all left on to Hampus. While he's been a hero, he has been the guy making rounds happen. This one is too far gone. It's 9-6 at the end of the first half of play. Gambit starting to find their footing, and now looking to recover in the second half.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
We're back in to the familiar green grounds of Ancient. And right now, it's the Green Gambit who is starting to pay the path towards the comeback at the end of that first half. They salvage a 6-round CT side and now have to embark on a journey where NIP do hold the lead. With a pistol round victory, you would close that gap almost immediately.
Yeah, and that's the motivation, right? You're not far from it. A map that NIP have leaned towards very heavy, but Gambit, they're no stranger either. Got that cave smoke, but the bomb's going A. Couple of B players keeping on the pressure, taking mid quick, as NIP often did. And look at the read from Nip, or the attempt at it at least. 4 players sat back at B. A Q player in the form of Rez, and he has to do everything here.
Rez.
Oh,
come on, nice little double. A little bit more than perhaps he should have got away with. And now NIP are calling for the boys to make their way for an A-side retake. Bomb now down. Nafany gonna play within the site. Oh, well, he was going to. Device takes his head off. Now Shiro regrows out the ground. Where Nafany fell, Shiro stands. And him and Axal are still giving NIP a run for their money.
Oh,
they're not playing post plants. They're running you down. Gambit, I kind of like that. It's risky. Don't get me wrong, right? But they charge in ahead of the smoke on the bomb. And, you know, if you're NIP, you're fully anticipating that Axal is just not going to give you the fight, right? The last thing you're ready for is for him to leave the safety of Cube into the hostile environment of the A site, and so he just gets 2 free kills from it.
Yeah, cheeky little 2-on-4 for Gambit in the pistol round. The post-plant certainly helps, but wow, what a way to start. And now Nip, they already know this is not going to be free or easy. That molly over the top of Spawn, that's going to stop a ledge jump, I presume. Yeah, it lands on the outer side of middle, so no one can climb up and get here ahead of time. Now they're watching it. Now they're in position.
Where was that throwing from?
From Spawn. Just jump off the skybox, bounce off the skybox, land on the ledge. Very cool. Gambit have been doing their homework too, it seems. And again, as we did in the pistol, Nip have gambled 4B. I really like this call. Gambit are, you know, still outside of A with a bomb, but they have a lot of focus on B right now. As I say it, they start to peel out. Still with someone in cave, keeping Nip here. They're falling for this hook, line, and sinker. They've seen 2 Ts in position. And so now Gambit can just walk into the near empty A site. There's a kit on Rez here, so if he dies, he's going to drop it.
Yeah, Rez's like big responsibility here is to try and be like a buffer for the rest of NIP, right? He can waste time. If he can take any to the grave with him, that's brilliant as well. He's got a bit of utility to try and make this happen, but they're deeper than Rez is ready for. He is not prepared for Inters already deep between the boxes. And so this is just a save now. This is why I say Rez needed to be a bit more of a buffer than that, right? If he'd bought some time, if he'd got a kill and left a 4-on-4 open, suddenly Nip are like, yeah, boys, you know, we can do this. But rotating into an already lost site in a 4-on-5 when Gambit have had mid control, they've got main, they've got temple, you cannot even get near the A-bomb site.
Yeah, you can see him like towing the line. He wants to smoke, but he doesn't want to throw it early. He wanted the info before he dropped it. But because Gambit walked up on the left side, the second he spots them, they just run at him, right? They drop nades on site, they start sprinting, and one player gets out ahead of the smoke, the rest wait behind it, and then, you know, as soon as he's shot in the back, they just appear in the site. So it's a nice try, but yeah, that smoke had to come through first. Good utility from Gambit. A 5 alive round. Obviously, Nip looking to save their force buy. They keep the Deagle armor, and they will be replaying this round, essentially, minus the force from Rez. But in every round so far, Nip have gone 4B and Res solo A. They have not played middle. This is something that Gambit is certainly going to be keeping tabs on in the back of their mind. But I imagine that things will spread out a little bit more once we hit gun rounds.
Yeah, this A bomb site is one that honestly I think, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if we saw it undergo some form of change. And also I think teams haven't really, you know, figured out necessarily the meta for anything yet, right? It's still early days. This is the first look at a meta that's still evolving, right? Because the A bomb site as it stands, it's very, very interesting, but also like kind of unique. It's very post-plant driven, and that can work both against you and for you, right? You like need cube and main control, and if you've got them, they can win you around. But if you lose that control, it's nigh on impossible to hold. It's a very interesting bomb site.
Yeah, and you know, think about how many changes Vertigo went through, right? It took a while before we got to the point where we're at now, where, you know, it seems to work pretty well, and yeah, everyone seems to be fairly happy with it. So yeah, I hope we're going to get similar changes. Still waiting for the wallbang changes to come through on B. I know CSGO are aware of that at least, so eventually on the next Ancient update, we hope to see that. Here we go though, Gambit, they're taking middle. There's only one man at the top and Device was dropped quick, so it's going to be an easy mid take for Gambit walking into this A site. Rez has a good timing, but not the gun for the job either. Oh, dink, but nothing more, and he gets cleaned up by the players holding the flank. So it was a nice try, but this round was never going to happen for Nip. However, Ampus getting some kills will be something to marvel at for a second. Gambit 9-9. Harry, you said the pistol would put them level pegging. Well, here we are.
Ooh, and I'm happy about this. Device brings the AWP out immediately. Wasn't too much of a focal point over on the T half, but now with the CT site, or CT side rather, underway, he's keen to don that big green gun. Once again, Temple smokes and CT smoke are getting lined up here from Gambit. Maybe just an all-in A execute. Really abusing the fact that NIP have been playing a solo hold here. You can see the effect it's had. It's forced a rotation. Mid's no longer being played from Red. Instead, they're holding it from Cube. So they have two bodies in this A site. Now, is that going to be enough? The smokes have gone in. The sight lines have been cut off. And a bomb plant can come through, leaving us in a 5v5 retake at this A bomb site.
Oh, not for long though. Shiro just gets in there and grabs a kill and escapes somehow. Nafty trapped in Temple with a frag as well, and that will send Nip packing. 2 kills with no response. They want nothing to do with it. Axel's even pushing further. He knows they're saving, and he knows that 1 kill has resounding consequences. Oh, that being said, the orb's on him now. It's not going to get any easier. And he probably doesn't know it, so Device with a freebie. And the save has begun. It should be allowed. Only Hobbit is in position to really cause problems, but even then, he doesn't want to lose his gun either. That's 10 rounds to Gambit. Pretty brutal start to this T side, Harry. You know, we were loving what we were getting from Nip in some of these T rounds, the mid split, some of the util they had, the perfect Temple smokes they were throwing every single A take. Gambit are just one-upping them right now. Gambit are doing back to Nip exactly what was done to them. And we're seeing so much of Nip CT side just on B leads, right? And Gambit have yet to really take that site.
Yeah, and you know, that in and of itself is like an entirely separate set of mind games, right? Because you've been getting abused at A, and you might start thinking to yourself, well, why aren't they just putting more people over at A? And it's because that in and of itself is the mind game, right? If you send 3A, that will be the round that Gambit go B. And you keep saying to yourself, if you're Nip, surely they don't just keep hitting us with A plays. They are also aware of the possibility that Gambit at any moment could come in with one of these fast B rounds. And maybe this is the round. The bomb's actually heading over towards the A site. And so the guys at B are here faking. This is really going to make NIP worried now, right? You're seeing utility at B. This isn't something you've really encountered so far. And so that has meant there's 3 players stacked up in the B site for the Nip squad. Further softening up A once again.
That's the dream for Gambit, man. Look at this. Got that Temple smoke for Shiro coming in. Looks like the same lineup that Plopsky was throwing in that first half, and he's changed his mind anyway. This one's going to be a CT smoke instead. And over they rain. Okay, it's on the boxes. Rez now, he's lost his vision over the top of that headshot angle. He's stuck with a bit of cover. Hampus is providing cover on the cross. These T's just trying to take space when the smokes are causing problems. 4 players here. The mid-lurk is very late, but Hobbit does kill a player up top red. Hampus is having one hell of a round right now, and Rez and Device swoop in to pick up the pieces. Shiro suddenly all alone. And this looks so good for Gambit, but no entries going their way, and it's up to the clutch.
Oh, yeah, Shiro gives it his best attempt. You can only ask for so much in a 1v4 like that. Must feel good for NIP, finally getting the better of one of these A plays, right? That has been your kryptonite so far. It has got the better of you every T-side round that Gambit have thrown it your way. And now you're able to celebrate breaking it down, breaking it apart, and taking a victory at the A bomb site.
Yeah, these smokes are really annoying as well, right? That close one that doesn't let Gambit fight back Hampus in the cave until, you know, it's into the clutch. And at that point, Nip had everyone there. Quick pause for NIP. They may win the round, but they still got notes to take. Nothing wrong with that. 10-10, very, very close game right now. Nip win their first CT-sided round on the A site. And so now we might finally start to see some B action here, right? Gambit have yet to go there. Nip, they went there near the end of the half. We had some rounds with Hampus, you know, clearing back of B or coming in through top mid and flanking it. So there's definitely options there for Gambit. And Nip this time don't triple stack it for the first time, although it will be a late third rotate. Hobbit running, and it looked like he wanted to go, but the Molotov is in the way. He's still up very close. And, you know, people still aren't used to these angles, right? It's not in your muscle memory in the same way a Mirage or a Dust 2 might be, so Hobbit might be able to find an opportunity here.
This double up bait and switch setup in Cave is nice, right? It gives you like a nice 1-2 punch on anyone that tries to break in towards this B site. Rez, meanwhile, over here at A wins his engagement, but now the double cave hold is broken apart, never even gets anything done. Gambit don't break a sweat dealing with the 2 players responsible for this side of the map. The bomb is on a long rotation back from A all the way through T-spawn. NIP were 3 in this B bomb site, but now they're starting to doubt themselves. What with it falling silent for so long? They will recommit. They do have all 3 players holding on, and Hampus in with a quick double. If you blinked, you missed it. Oh, Hampus making the magic happen. It's all Shiro again, asked to clutch this one. A 1-on-3. He's nailed the first shot, but the Glock cannot follow up. It's Hampus taking matters into his own hands. And it's moments like that that show us why NIP, all those moons ago, brought this guy into the team.
Wow, what a hold, man, off the A1S as well, just lining up double kills off of a spray. Shiro, he's expecting to get swung there. He actually didn't get swung. It's a shame he went to the Glock. With the AWP, he might have been able to get another shot off in time, but Glock is not enough damage there to deal with Hampus. Massive 4K from him. And now Nip. Couple of rounds here, reaping the rewards. Broken by for Gambit, and it's a flash peek for Linus to find the first. Gambit still look interested. Trying to put pressure up the ramp. Shiro eats a grenade and gets out alive. And Nafany with the Deagle, patient as ever. Not really many options in a round like this for Gambit. Oh, and you even hear that water as well. Will that be something that Nip can use to their advantage? Already a third rotate to B is coming in. They seem to know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, a lot of this coming off of Hampus's info in middle. He's seen nothing, right? So he's calling, yeah, let's just take a bit of a gamble here. We've seen some moving into B. They've got everyone in the right place at the right time, and that's a nice, clean round for Nip. You need those rounds to be clean. You don't need me to tell you that. We've already seen throughout the games today the effect that having your CT money broken can have. It can give a team a way back in when really, you know, there shouldn't be. And so Nipper laughing all the way to the bank now. We've got this reinvestment. Gambit leaning towards B with 3 early on, and one of these is Shiro on that orb.
There's that ledge molly. If you just caught it. You see where it's landed. Hampus no longer can get aggressive in middle. Hobbit did that many times on the CT side. And Gambit again, they're just doing what they've done best, which is showing a bit of B presence, faking out some lane control, making sure Nip don't have this lane, right, for the info alone. Then you just walk or rotate and go back towards A. As long as Hobbit is alive here, he can confirm that Nip don't know what's going on. But will Nip fall for the fake? Still 3 back on B. This time a lot more info on A. They've actually got Cube for a change. It's often been mid getting held for from top red. Instead, not only can Hampus help out on A, maybe even deny a bomb plant, but any steps, any nades thrown from A main get called to res.
All right, Rez with this orb, nails that first shot. Now gonna fall off with the smokes landing. It's given him a veil to fall back as well as cutting him off. Okay, Rez, that's a big old kill feed icon. It's the wallbang headshot through the smoke, and the rest of Nip now moving to pick the bones of Gambit dry. All onto Hobbit, and he can't find anything more than the first. 13 for NIP. They're starting to come into their own. They're starting to get hyped. A timeout called in for Gambit, their last one, and I think that's quite telling for who's been pushing who more on this map.
Yeah, very good point, right? Nip have been very quiet in this CT side because, you know, Gambit started off strong. They had some really nice rounds. They looked like they knew that what they were doing. They were running similar T-sides to NIP, but I guess for that reason, Nip know the solution. Great shots from Rez with the AWP. This is a spooky shot. And yeah, now Nip, with a couple of rounds in a row, are starting to feel it once again. 4 in a row, in fact, up to 13 to 10. And no money for Gambit. This should be 5 before all is said and done. And at that point, Gambit, they're fighting tooth and nail to keep this map going on.
Yeah, I mean, all of this, right, coming on the back of repelling that 1A take round. You can see that it's made NIP feel a lot more confident with what they're getting dealt at A. They're now back to this triple B hold because they've got faith in Rez and Hampus. And the boys at B are holding their own diligently. The Deagle of Axile, well, it does get a double. It's still the NIP round at the end of the day. 14 on the board and one final chance with rifles in hand for Gambit to try recover this before NIP get on to 15.
Yeah, but, you know, we have seen nice rounds from Gambit, so I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt here to get back in. I think the orbs are proving to be a bit of a problem, however, and so it's good that Gambit have everything they need in terms of the flashbangs, right? Get them off the angles. Shiro is not going to go heavy into middle, meaning NIP will take a lot of room there. They even try and push up on the ramp. Boost for Hobbit. Cave control. And Gambit again, the same default they've been doing every round. Heavy outside of A, take this lane, clear out close middle. But you do have to worry about this double setup. Not easy to get through by any means, but Navi has Molotovs, he has options. Ooh.
That's the thing, right? This position from Hampus, it's great if they don't know you're there. If they know about you, you're trapped and fighting here to the death. So that's a 1-for-1 traded out by Shiro on that orb. Device taking liberties and taking names to the grave. Puts this back in the advantage of NIP. And now for Gambit, they get desperate. They try to take Cave late. Well, they've uncovered the terrible truth of this double stack. There is a man deep inside of B. Hobbit creates a lot of space lurking up ramp. Just his presence here, a nuisance. Shots missed from both orbs that have rotated in. And Hobbit has spotted this second player, but isn't able to best him. Plopsky with the wallbang gets 15 on the board for Nip. And much like over on the T-half, Plopsky proven to be instrumental at closing these rounds out and getting them over the line.
Wow. This is an excellent, it's a masterclass from NIP, right? Definitely ancient players, definitely part of the map pool now for them. And even finding little corners to spam through to stop the plant. Ugh, Gambit can't catch a break. They can't even get that $800 bonus money that would have made all the difference in what could be the last round of this map. Triple Khalil, quick boost up, and the CTs will meet them there. We've constantly seen NIP try and get aggressive on this ramp, but early utility has denied it.
I love that, man. Like, as you say, Hugo, if Plopsky didn't deny that bomb plant, there would have been full AKs in this round.
Yeah.
You would have had 5 rifles, good rifles at that. The Galils are going to have to try and get this job done. Plopsky burning on the site, but he's still being a nuisance. Extinguishes it. Device, meanwhile, is lighting fires of his own. He's signaled the troops, and NIP close this out at 16-10. Their map pick of Ancient locked in. Now, 1-0 up over Gambit as we head to Inferno next. Gambit are going to have to work hard to pull this one back.
Yeah, it's already dropped. Yep, I'm going.
2 of them here. I'll go plant the bomb.
That's a good idea, actually. Oh, bumping. There he is. Parachute bumpers. Oh, you killed one! Oh, and I surfed. What a victory.
I'm getting shot next to the silo with a shield on the right side. He's in between this. Wow. How did I pull that off? Holy moly. Going.
I'm here.
Over here, I'm going. I'm getting shot at from behind, but I'm going for this guy. 2 guys down here where I'm landing. Rush.
Coming.
Yeah,
I'm on the other. I'm on the other.
Nice. Oh, 2 guys on the team.
I'm going. I see him. Going for the back guy. Leaving him. Nice. Casbah through the front door. Oh, I see one fella.
Another one that can run away though.
I'll go for that parachute. It's kind of okay. I have to reload mid-air though, which kind of sucks. Oh, I'm dead.
One more. Have medis. Nice. 99 in 1. Watch this. 99 damage on the goal.
Think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel. Because as soon as the question is asked during the stream, the clock starts ticking. You will have 60 seconds to type your answer in the chat using this format. And keep in mind, speed is important at DHL. So the faster you answer correctly, the more points you get. Keep track of how well you are performing on the leaderboard. Will you manage to make it to the top and win one of these amazing prizes?
Well, if you didn't know, you know now. NIP know their way around Ancient, and it would appear as though they can string together enough rounds to pick up the first map of this series. Klopsky and company getting it done over Gambit, one of the teams that's been hailed as heroes in our quote-unquote online era, or whatever you want to call it. Welcome back, everybody, to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021. And let me tell you guys something before we get into the DHL drop. Before this segment started, Jason looked at me in my eyes and said, "Do not say IEM Katowice."
Congratulations, Trace.
I
didn't say it.
I'm just saying that's the kind of stuff we're dealing with.
Literally the definition of set the bar low and never be disappointed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's. I guess celebrate the small victories, Trace. You got
Small
it.
victories.
You
For
nailed
a little guy like yourself. All right, let's get in this DHL drop because the question should be appearing on your screen right now. The way to go about it is to type exclamation point, DHL drop, space, and then the answer. Not entirely sure if that's the same question I got, so perhaps we just continue on with...
Uh-oh. Panic now.
Here we go. In what year did we see a final without EU teams for the first time at a Cologne? Was it A, 2015, B, 2016, C, 2017, or D, 2018? Make sure you get your answer into the chat. Exclamation point, DHL drop, space, A, B, C, or D.
I know the answer.
I like how you're actually thinking. You're trying to find the answer. I don't even. I'm just here
It's
enjoying
easy.
the show.
It's real easy.
All right, cool.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he's acting up now.
In that case, yeah, this guy. Nonetheless, let's talk about Ancient. NIP seem to like the map, and they seem to be good at it, Jason.
Statement win. Like this has got to be scary for any team who doesn't ban Ancient and might not be super comfortable yet on the map. This is a worrying sign because I think NIP is going to be looking at every team they go up against and saying, how's your Ancient looking right now? We're more than happy to play it. That's a great victory. And powered by a CT side, when I was watching Gambit at the RMR, the CIS RMR playing on Ancient, they were having a lot of success getting towards top mid, top of those stairs, hiding out in that room, having a flank wrapping around to the A or B bomb site, having someone ready to just destroy things there, having Hobbit lurk over towards the B bomb site in that hallway, moving into Jaguar if need be. NIP would have stopped all that. Like, I mean, their hits onto the A bomb site weren't super successful.
Yeah.
So they did a really good job of keeping their eye on the flank and not getting punished and not allowing Gambit to create a plan B or a new avenue to get out of that danger. And that's just solid work from NIP.
I mean, that T side from NIP is a victory for Hampus and Threat. These two together, for me, are the masterminds of that victory because, as Jason is alluding to, the fact that Gambit usually on their CT side will punish you. Any tactical map, any closed-off map, we can talk about the Vertigo, the overpass, the train back in the time, Gambit would destroy you on their defense. They couldn't figure it out here.
Yeah.
They couldn't figure out because the level of details that NIP were bringing was really, really good. This was such a good victory. Just a fact. Rez and Device, the two players we usually allude to as the superstar of the team, bottom of the scoreboard.
Okay.
Didn't even need it for NIP to win this map.
Right. And, I mean, if we take a look through some of the rounds, I'm pretty sure that 13's got to have our attention at some point, Maniac.
Yes, but we're flipping over to Gambit this time. I just wanted to quickly touch on Hobbit. I talked about experience. We can run round number 13 because this is going to be Hobbit showcasing what I refer to as being cold-blooded. Having that experience to know when to hold the trigger. It starts with Rez, finding the sentry kill, and then here. We talked about flank. Jason alluded to it.
Yeah.
This is Hobbit coming in from behind. But where a lot of people would panic and assure that first kill, you will see in a few seconds that Hobbit would actually take his time. Look, he spots the player, and this is where the nerves settle. This is where your blood gets pumping really quick in you, and then he gets a double kill just because he waited. This is a small detail, but it is so hard to ensure. And what it does as well is give time to the rest of the team to get in position for that rotate, for that backup.
And he's not going for too much, right? He disappears after that double kill, and he lets his other teammates take the attention to make the next play. While all of NIP is turning to react to that threat, to that danger, and look at that choke point, his other teammates are the ones actually coming in. Yeah, that's a really, really good job from Hobbit.
Of course, looking at the series overall, I mean, we're not done. We're not remotely close to done.
No, because I actually don't think that was obviously not the cleanest game that Gambit's ever played. I thought on their T side too, NIP did have a good defense, but there were a few hits at that A bomb site that felt like they were just mistiming when they were peeking. Like the smokes were coming up, not yet popped, and someone just peeked a half second early, got picked off by an AWP, gave NIP a man advantage, or evened up an advantage they'd had previously. They were just a few timings on those hits that I think were a little bit sloppy and uncharacteristic of Gambit.
Well, uncharacteristic would be, I guess, us going over the DHL drop question, guys.
Let's do it. Here we go.
We got to get the answer in there. I did kind of lead up to this, so let's take a look at what it might be. Here is the question yet one more time. If you got your answer in, then there's a chance you got it right. I'm going to say the answer is B.
It's not. Ooh.
Oh, that's awkward, isn't it?
I had my years. That is awkward.
Yeah.
I had my years wrong.
You acted really smart.
I knew the game. I don't know why. Oh, that's not good.
That's a feel good moment.
Okay.
This is why I don't say anything.
I like how, preemptively, no, it's not B. It's not. No.
I was convinced it was. I don't know why I had it as 2017 in my head.
Yeah, but quite the lineup there for both of these teams at that tournament. And then, of course, you think about SK Gaming. This was Fallen Fur, Coldzera, FNX Taco. We had Nitro, Elise, Hiko, Simple, JDM on the same team. Like
That's totally, a wild lineup looking back on it.
Totally different time in CSGO. And it is time for us to go to a break, which is what we're going to do right here. Can Nip continue the hot streak here on Maps? We're going to find out when we return. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters. Game. He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, he's going to be takes every single one from nothing to the AWPs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
Я не слышу нихуя.
Так, ладно, надо что-то другое сделать. We need to do something another.
Let's go. Я закупил?
Нет.
Еще где?
Левее, бай, левее. Кнопка левее, не другая.
I hit him or not?
No, вниз мышку, еще. Он чуть выше теперь. Давай, прямо, вправее чуть-чуть. Вот зашел в монстр. Идешь, монстр, фанера, столб, уперся вот в планететы.
Так, я в дефолте?
Да, ставишь, считай, под 9. Короче, чуть правее дефолта ставишь.
Понял.
Гарри.
Изи.
Левее, чуть-чуть левее. Еще чуть-чуть левее. Ниже. Все, стоп. Стреляй. Так, ты убил его.
Окей.
Стой, жди еще. Еще бежит. Выше. Встань. Ой, ты... Найс.
Изи.
Левее прицел, левее. Еще левее. Левее, ган. Правее, иди, правее, еще правее, вниз, стой. Левее. Правее, нет, вообще не туда. Правее, левее, сейчас, левее. Правее. Вниз, стой. Левее. Смотри, вот сейчас еще чуть левее, вниз. Все. Ниже. Вантапами стреляй. Вверх. Стреляй. Левее чуть. Правее чуть-чуть. Левее. Убил. Там еще один. Мост убегает, он сейвит, все. Левее. Все, найс. Поворачивай в левую мышку. Лево. Двое уже вышли головы. Выше.
Какой выше? Так, окей, ты где? О, дигл.
О, it's hard. Я тебя убил?
Да.
Сейчас он didn't hear it.
Ты пушишь?
Я не знаю, где я.
Where is you?
как сам тактик.
Нет, не надо.
And we are back. Gambit versus NIP. And right now, the Nip boys, they impressed us back on Ancient. We're getting ready to head to Gambit's map pick of Inferno. With me, I got the ever wonderful Hugo Byron. Hugo, how are you feeling?
I'm pretty good. Thanks for the intro, Harry. It means a lot. Yeah, it's great to be here. I think this is going to be a banging series. I'm expecting it to go the distance. Obviously, Gambit, very capable Inferno team. You know, they had the right ideas back on Ancient. There was certainly some nice rounds in there, but NIP, a force to be reckoned with on the big green map. And now we head to a classic. So Gambit, time to wipe the dust off, pick yourself back up.
Oh, and that music. Well, that music means we're ready to get into the swing of things. Gambit with a T-side start and their work cut out for them, a map behind in the series now. They're going to have to be full allers here, moving into this first half of play.
T-side is nice though, right? They just get to do whatever they want to do, which is a sigh of relief as they got pushed around a little bit back in the previous. Yep, with quite a CT-sided streak to close out Ancient. Let's see if they can begin it. Triple B for an NIP. Gambit are working up Banana. They've got a bit of util, not much though. Can't fake anything out. Got to wait for the commitment. There's the smoke, or decoy rather, trying to force out util. It faked me at least, but smoke's yet to be used. And back to A go Gambit, just grouping. Shiro's late, right? We know what he's going to be doing on this T side. A lot of lurking, a lot of cutting off rotations, some annoying plays I expect. And now Rez in the pit, alongside Device, has to do it all.
Yeah, this is a nice crossfire to have between these two at least. You need something out of it though, and there's Rez with the opener. Hobbit dropping in as well, trying to deal with Pit, and they will flush out Device. An advantage lies with Gambit, and they've got the bomb to play around as well. Now, Linus does still have a kit and a smoke. That could come in handy if you're able to get into the site and hop on this bomb. And with Plopsky opening it up with a little tap onto Hobbit, now you're definitely interested if you're NIP. The attention of Linus is pulled away at just the wrong time, however, and the round starts to fall apart on the back of it. Gambit come in, and they do start strong with the T-side pistol.
Yeah, it really just comes down to, I think it was Axel on the back of the site who just swings, right? If he tucks and he doesn't go for that swing, NIP get a lot more room. They maybe even clear it, but right as they look away, as you said, Linus gets peaked, and then it all just starts tumbling down. Gambit on the board. Nice little B fake, showed some pressure, threw some decoys, and kept 3 there for Nip. Meaning Device and Rez couldn't trade evenly. Only got 1 kill in the A hold. Not enough to tempt them in. Run boost is nice for Hampus. He lands in middle, but Gambit aren't fighting it. They're just going to go for a nice slow default. Let these SMGs work Banana. Nafi holding on for the apps push. And that gives a lot of room to the rest of his team. Don't be surprised to see Gambit double back here. It all feels a bit too good to be true if you're NIP, much as did the pistol. This triple B stack getting avoided again. And now that you actually have the util to throw fakes, it's going to keep NIP clueless for now.
Gambit fully in charge in this round here, right? Playing with the minds of NIP. Oh, Hampus. Other side of this smoke. Gambit, in spite of getting this top mid control, they are actually now going back to Banana into a B play with 35 seconds left. Nafany could try and wrap CT, and he will double up on the 2 players on the long side. So we look at the B side, we look at who's still standing here for Nip. Plopsky trying to have a round is only good for the first. Linus in the back of the site is melted as well, and so Device as the last man standing won't take long before he's finished off and hunted down. Gambit find that second, and that was great, man. Like they had NIP doubting themselves at every single hurdle, right? They're so committed to the 3-man stack, then they start to doubt, they pull a player away, and it looked like that was going to be the right call for a moment. Gambit even had us fooled, and we have the X-ray to rely on.
Yeah, now it's just about, you know, slipping it under the rug, moving past this anti-eco. One where Gambit can be a little bit more free to run around. You have that Zeus on Plopsky, otherwise not much to work with Hampus as well. A Zeus on the boost, all right. It's a first time for everything. Gambit, so methodical, man. You're never gonna, you know, catch them off guard with any of these Banana positions. Nip have not tended to take this area at all. You can barely blame them. Wall smoke's in. At the same time, they're throwing in B nades, A nades rather, so you never really know where this is ending up if you're Nip. Flash on the long side. Meanwhile, Axel sells B pretty hard, but Nip know what's going on. It's very clear there's more numbers at A than B, so they cower down to the pit, they wait for the commitment, and here it comes.
Yeah, this should be a lot of waiting and then all over in an instant. Like some kind of supernova, right? Nothing, and now one big explosion into complete darkness for NIP. Gambit have got this third. They break apart the pistols. The Zeus never given a chance to fire off. And so there's the conversions found for the Gambit boys. Now we get to see Device donning that orb. Rifles on everyone else. Kit for Plopsky and plenty of utility here on the Nip side. One MAC-10 still in play. That's going to be on Nafany, but he's good at being a nuisance in these kind of rounds.
Absolutely. Yeah, I can't wait to see what Gambit are going to do in this one with an SMG. Sending it up fast towards apartments, perhaps. Shiro's holding Banana. But he has already been smoked off. NIP not really putting too much faith in their deep B take. It's just going to be a flash at the corner with Linus ready. Nafany lining up long smokes. And that's a big entry from Hobbit as well. Hampus goes down up on the short side, and Gambit, if they want, they could just double down, commit off the back of that kill. Device has fired off the AWP. They know what's round the corner, and Device tries to dodge a flash, but they peek with it, and Nafany catches him in the open. Oh, the orb can't fire anymore as Rez doubles down with the M4 holding onto this A site. But he is getting lurked up on long. Luckily, Linus covering, and Rez finding a third massive hold. Are they ready for the lurk? Yes, Linus deals death to Axel, leaving Inters in the clutch.
Yeah, it was never going to be easy. Inters has the bomb plant. That is one thing going his way. They're also held back by his moto smoke, and so Inters has a little veil to slip down into the pit. Nip flashing through, but they haven't pushed yet. And Inters has even retrieved another smoke. He's throwing that onto Moto, but NIP are already through, spilling into the site. Don't know where he is yet, but as he peeks up, Plopsky on the angle is there to drive that one home for NIP.
Wow, man, you got to give it to Rez as well. Like, both A players get decimated. Hampers headshot on short, Device caught out in the open with the orb, and then you just have Rez go nuclear, right? He destroys Gambit. Kills the first two guys coming up, including the AWP, and then the apps drop as well, while Linus covers long. They don't fall for anything there, do Nip. And they steal away their first round. Good to see it early as well. We know that if Nip are going to 2-0 this series, it's not going to be easy here on Inferno. So getting on the board ASAP is going to be helpful. Quick pause after the round win. Because really, that should never have been a round win, right? With Gambit double entrying. think that that was a lock-in, especially on a map like Inferno. So you want to iron out what actually went wrong in the beginning of the round. And maybe come up with a solution for the next. Gambit have a full buy, no more SMGs, and even the AWP on Shiro still.
Oh, double AWP on the NIP side.
Cheeky.
That's a big old investment to bring out. They've put a lot of faith in it. So, triple B hold early on. I imagine this is with the goal of getting Device set up with an AWP. He doesn't bother taking a top banana peek, however. That's because of all this utility that's rained in. He just plays it safe. Rez's AWP finds its way over here on the short side. Hobbit and Nafi are set up over towards top mid, right? Trying to get this bit of real estate. This is like pretty standard defaulting. You want to take top mid control away while you're working for Banana. Now you've got options open. You've also forced NIP back into the A site, so they don't have this information as to what's going on in top mid. Sets Gambit up nicely to go wherever they want, and it is looking like, from this at least, they're hoping to get into B, and that's further strengthened by the fact that Hobbit is now leaving the apartments. However, look at Rez, he's peeked into middle, and so there's a third player rotating around to B now. He gets here in time. Plopsky dies in the site, and unfortunately Linus, as this third man, wasn't able to find anything as he's smoked off.
Even removed by the AWP. Damn, what a flashbang as well. Device is on a really good angle to usually get a shot. Even if the flash comes in, if you fire straight away and back up, you're usually good. But he gets completely whited, can't hit the shot, and then Gambit just pummel into the B-bomb site. Brutal execute there. And the save is attempted, but it's not going to be easy. Hobbit's already hunting. He's done a lot of damage to Rez. And you really would like to get this AWP into the next round, so don't want to lose any more bodies who already can't really buy up, but that's not going to help either. Hamper's going down, and Rez, they know he's not far off with the AWP either.
Yeah, man, and like even a slight breeze is enough to deal with Rez. Ooh, Hobbit's Glock, not going to get him in time, and so the AWP's kept forward, but that really is where the list of positives for NIP begin and end. Got the sniper rifle here. That's the only thing you're bringing with you. So we're looking at Rez and we're saying, look, man, you're free to do whatever you want. Try give us a round. Or just focus on saving that AWP with you into the next. Yeah. Two ways you can try and approach it.
He had a B spawn, and yeah, he's going for it. Okay, Rez, that's what we wanted. Perfect position to put the AWP in, especially surrounded by pistols. Unfortunately, they can't get that gun out of Banana. It will likely be thrown out the map by Gambit if they have a moment to do so. Device, the Deagle up and apps. Hobbit spots him, and Device can run back in time, unpunished. Still putting pressure on B. The AWP's actually left this site. And Nafi, he's about to find out the easy way, killing Plopsky and actually retreating off the back of that kill, making it a 4-on-4. That being said, Rez is still up in middle with the AWP, and yeah, Nafi's calling for support to come his way. He's got a kill, he doesn't see the AWP, and it's temptation enough that Rez might have left this bomb site. The question really is, does Rez read this in time? He still has full mid control, and it's very quiet, so yeah, him getting aggressive is not going to help. He'll get the info, sure, but that will likely leave him to save this AWP. Gambit already in the B site with a headshot, and that should be the round.
Yeah, that's very well played out of Gambit, man. They navigate that one really nicely. You know, it's super common whenever you've got like a hero AWP saved forward like this, that he's going to be very, very mobile, right? Getting a kill and then rotating to the other side of the map. And Gambit almost, you know, they anticipate that. They anticipate that Rez has done what AWPers in this position often do. So now they're up 5-1. And while the AWP and AK is saved, it's still a scoreline growing ever more so in favor of Gambit.
Yeah, it's feeling like a typical Gambit T-side of Inferno, right? Very punishing, very brutal. NIP don't have that info yet. And the second they get the info, the second you feel like, you know, if you're Nip and you spot mid, you peek down, you're like, oh, guys, I know what they're doing. They've already done it, in fact. Gambit are already in that B-bomb site. So, yeah, NIP, you know, it's Inferno CT side. It's going to come down to rifle rounds. You aren't going to be winning ecos here unless things get really out of hand and maybe you're doing mid-rushes. But for the most part, you're waiting for the guns. And so now they come back out. Gambit always do a good job of hunting saves on this map. And this game has been no exception. So Device now given the AWP, saved twice to get that in his hands. But Shiro, he can see fingers of his own up top B. He almost takes a kill. There might be a reflash back in for Linus.
Oh, yeah, they're retaking this. And yet still Exile is able to win it out. Hobbit, meanwhile, has also taken a player out of the apartments. These little lurk kills that Hobbit is able to get are not wasted on a squad like Gambit. Look at all the uncertainty this is throwing up for NIP. It's forced risks, it's forced gambles, and it's created holes in this CT defense. Nafany is the man exploiting that right now, wrapping through CT. He has been spotted. That is information for NIP. The A play is now coming in, and Hampus, solely responsible for A, is brought to his knees.
Hobbit as well, that lurk. He just stays on the second balcony as Hampus tries to run away. He gets shot in the back. Might get one, but no more. And the same case at the bottom of middle. Plopsky gone immediately to Shiro's orb. Always where you least expect it. And Gambit, this is a beautiful T side. For a second, right, they were set up to go for that mid to B. They got Nafany and Spawn. The bombs in Banana with everyone else. Nafany's wrapping CT. He gets spotted. And I love the call there. Instead of just committing into what was, you know, CT players being aware of the wrap, they just double back into mid. Nafany 180s. He doesn't die. He keeps that A control. And, you know, Hampus eventually gets boxed in. So 6-1, nothing going wrong for Gambit right now. I don't see anything starting. We don't even have an AWP for NIP here either. That's been their one way to finding opening kills.
Yeah, man, the CT money, man, we talk about it all the time, but it is just so applicable in moments like this, right? It's so punishing. It's not until you chain a couple of rounds together that you really get any kind of levity against the relentlessness of these purchases out of Gambit. You know, you're always going to be feeling like you're on the ropes, like you're one round loss away from having your money broken. And so this scoreline can just spiral out of control. That's even reflected in the kills as well. There's 12 total for all of NIP. 30 for Gambit. They've been leaps and bounds ahead in terms of the damage they've been able to do to getting Nip established in this map. So with the rifles out now, can they find success? Out through top mid for Gambit again. This time, Shiro with that bomb goes back to check Banana, but it looks like he is going to commit with the rest of the team.
Yeah, Gambit are going to explode here with this ab smoke as well. Everyone's grouped on short. Device moving back in past the motor smoke, committing, but it does mean that Nafany is now on this long lurk. However, they don't have time to wait for him, and they have 20 seconds. Oh, Shiro with the shot hits Rez on default. That's going to get calmed over, but they've got to go. 15 on the clock. Gambit needs to move. They're stuck in a stalemate right now, and the bomb almost gets dropped, but almost won't cut it. The plant is allowed in an instant as Gambit find 3 kills. All it would have taken is killing Exile, and that could have thrown the round into disarray, as someone would have had to pick up the bomb and go back for the plant. Instead, he lives on just mere points of health. Gambit, it felt like that round was, you know, that we often talk about Gambit in reference to Navi, and we say like, oh, these super late rounds, right? It's like the Navi style, but sometimes it goes right. Well, not sometimes, but it more often than not does go right. We see Navi lose so many rounds at a time. Gambit in those positions, I don't know how they do it. They're so good at converting. 15 on the clock as they're pushing through smokes, and no casualties. Can't really ask for more than that.
Oh yeah, looking over on the B stream, we got another treat, right? Mousesports versus Team Liquid. Right there, Team Liquid in the lead as it stands by the looks of things. There's always a chance that changes. They're also over on the first map. By the looks, Mouse are coming in with a force buy to try and upset that scoreline a little bit. So we'll keep you posted as to what's going on across the streams. Right now, though, I want to look at Threat giving an impassioned speech to the rest of NIP. He knows better than most. It's going to take a lot to turn this scoreline around, and he hopes he can get involved and start making that happen.
Yeah, they need something. They need anything at this point, Harry. A hero, perhaps. Remember, Rez is 3k towards the Moto side. That's really the only kills we've marveled at for NIP in this game. 7-1.
Yeah, man, I think, you know, once again, purely just because of who he is, why he was brought in, I'm looking at Device to be the guy to try and fill a void a little bit here. Another reason I'm looking at Device is he's on the CT side right now. This is where you're meant to be able to do your best work as an AWPer.
Oh, Linus is going to get flashed in here. He's behind the wood. The flash goes over, and Linus into the AWP, blinded, hits the shot. Shiro was dinked for the M4, but it doesn't stop him, nor Axel, who finds 3 kills up B. There's the trade for Hampers, but it's all too little and too late. The site has been lost, and Gambit are bringing the bomb. Actually, I lie, they're not.
They're not even bringing it, man.
I don't think they care. I don't think they need the bomb, Harry. NIP are already saving. Why wouldn't they? That's so sad, man. Linus, flash down B, fully blind is Shiro. He gets dinked, he still gets the kill. What more can you do?
Yeah, and T-side AWPing really is not easy. Really isn't easy. Can't stress that enough. And yet, yeah, that's a bit weird.
Did he not hear it? He just jumped out of apartments. They walked right by him. He's waiting for more, perhaps, but now he's got them trapped in spawn. And yeah, it was all calculated from the get-go. Hobbit knows what's up. One more man to worry about, but this is, you know, if you talk about the T side of Ancient being a masterclass from NIP, well, you can't not say the same here from Gambit. Seemingly no way back in.
Yeah, it sucks as well because that was the gun that's cut loose. So, you know, Rez hoping to hunt down an AK here. He's like, oh my God. Oh my God, there it is. Oh, never mind. Hobbit was waiting for him all along.
Man, Hobbit's so smart.
I mean, yeah, dude, there's a reason why he's been able to keep up with all the youngsters, right? There's a reason he's been able to do that, and it is because he's got a great brain for the game on his shoulders.
And a major trophy in the
cabinet. And a major trophy in the cabinet. Yeah, how many people can say that? You can't. No. Hugo?
Yeah, you got me there, mate. Caught red-handed, busted.
Ooh. Oh, no.
Sinking feeling right now.
What's happened here, then?
Put it out of its misery, please.
Valve, are you seeing this? Are you seeing this?
Chicken stuck.
It's how you get revenge.
Man, that's a genuine cockstucker. 8-1.
Yeah.
Counter-Strike, Harry.
Bring us back into the moment, Hugo. Get me feeling emotions.
Well, we got the AWP, Harry. You've been calling for it. You've been begging Device to wake up, and he is 1-8. This could be the time. He's peeking down middle, and Gambit. I mean, they've been really good at not giving any openings away, right? From even the previous round where we had that flash down banana. Sure, he still hits the shot. The only time we've had one of those openers for Nip was when Rez had the AWP surrounded by USPs, and he peeked B off of spawn. He had a really good spawn, and he took Exile. Other than that, first kills have pretty much all been Gambits. And they are looking to pop out of apps. They're not going to commit here. Only 2 Ts in position. But if they get a kill, that's temptation.
It's just the way it's all so quiet, right up until the moment it isn't, right? You're not getting any tells if you're NIP. It's not until the moment they strike that you're made aware. Device dead after one. Rez trying to make another hero play. And Rez might have to be the reoccurring hero of this A-bomb site. In with another multi-kill. Is it going to be enough to have teed up NIP for a second round? Inters, once again, is in a clutch at this A site. I'm having deja vu right now. He's getting the bomb planted back corner. AIDS rain over, chipping him down. They know they've got him trapped. This is a rough spot to be in. And they just whittle him down. The defuse is in for Nip. And once more, they owe it all to Rez, man. Missed the hat-trick in this A-bomb site.
He is their win condition right now, isn't he? A three-piece. I don't know how he does it, just dancing behind default. And he kills everyone from Gambit, trading the AWP. Killing Shiro is impressive enough. Device found one on the orb. That was nice. But really, Rez is what takes the cake. He is responsible for both of NIP's rounds on this A site. Crispy stuff for Rez. But money is no object for Gambit. They're going to be able to rebite till at the end of the game. It's Shiro again opening up. Device peeking down middle, goes wide. It looked dead on for him. Shiro was watching the wrong side, but he flicks back. And, oh, how are you supposed to break through? You need Rez, you need a hero. Hampus has been mollied out of position. Rez is still sat back on the long side, but right now, Gambit are taking B. This looks more like an A take, but that's the beauty of the fake. 3 in Banana with the bomb. Not much noise being made on this side of the map, but Nip will throw retake utility, and that will send Gambit out. They go back into the A site where Nip is at 2-2.
They're very, very worried about what's going on in middle. They just don't have the info. They don't have the manpower to take a peek either and get the info. Rez is instead passive back on the long side, playing a wider angle. And Rez, knowing that he's got to dig deep to make magic happen, was trying to do all he could to save this round. Now he's got to watch on from beyond the grave. The spirit of Rez is looking down on Hampus, trying to bless him with the power to hold this A-bomb site. There's the flash. Here comes the peak. First kill for Hampus. Dropping the bomb with it. Buying time for rotations. Plopsky's here to help out. There's a nice trade back from Hobbit, but it's not without a left hook inside the site. Hampus is the guy bringing the heat. He closes the round out for NIP. And who knows, maybe even just having Rez blessing you from beyond the grave is enough.
Yeah, well, his 98 and 99 damage on those two players certainly helped out, didn't it? Putting Shiro into so low. Great hold for Hampus. You know, we're getting more players for NIP waking up in this game, and they're going to need to, right, with Shiro having a monster performance of the AWP. And Hobbit, his lurks have just been sublime. Finally shut down on A yet again. And so all 3 rounds have come to A. I imagine we've got to see Gambit go back to some of these B rounds, right? Because this is dominant, but there's still room for NIP to come back in and take a 7-8. It's not pretty, but 7-8 after what was 7-1 is certainly a recovery, rather. So there's still hope yet, and for that reason alone, Gambit might try and avoid this A site in the long term. Throwing some mid-utility, but you can see, again, the bomb back up Banana. Device is here, however. Plopsky with the worst weapon in the round, sadly, but he has utility to stall out this B play, and Nipper even throwing smokes over the roof to keep these T's out of middle. Can't block that one. 50 seconds almost, and Gambit are getting ready to explode. It looks like a commitment on the first volley. It's all they've got. 2 smokes, a flash, and a Molotov. Here come Gambit.
Flash over. Peaks now for Device. Out from Coffins. Him and Plopsky will combine for kills apiece. And they've broken apart the attempt at a B explosion. The bomb's completely left. Shiro has entirely abandoned Hobbit and is just saving the AWP. It somewhat begs the question, you know, Hobbit, does he even need to be here? He's out on an island, maybe just hoping to do damage as Hobbit. And yeah, now he'll decide to back out as well. Just the save for Gambit. A nice B hold from Nip. Slowly but surely, they might be feeling a bit more confident with this CT side now, right? Up until this point, Gambit really have just been exploding onto your bomb sites. They haven't been throwing much in the way of fakes. They haven't really been going for any of these huge avant-garde rotations or anything like that. It's been a lot of just taking some map control, keeping it quiet, keeping it silent, and then exploding off of a flash and smoke setup.
Yeah, no warning, really. And that's the beauty of it. Even when Nip know it's coming, like I'm thinking back to that, 15-second round on A, where Nip, they had the smokes down at the perfect point. They knew exactly what was happening. And I was watching on the cam as well, seeing threat. I mean, everyone looks so shocked that they lost that round, probably because the call is like, we can't lose this, guys. It's 10 seconds. We have a AAA. We know they're coming. And then Gambit find all 3 kills in an instant. Just so suffocating to deal with. That being said, NIP waking up near the end of the half. Couple of rounds here to play with, even defending a B assault as well. So nice stuff from Device and Plopsky. Gambit, like, at the end of the day, they've won the half. They can be happy with that, but why quit when you're ahead? Why not get further ahead? And so Gambit don't want to, miss out on this opportunity for more T rounds. They've certainly got the money to sustain, and there's 3 opportunities left.
Yeah, we're getting more of this Hobbit Nathany lurk together in the apartments. I like that, right? I like that we're seeing this make a return. I think this was really, really strong for Gambit whenever they were keeping the attention of NIP divided elsewhere. It felt like it was doing them a world of good. And Hobbit is oftentimes very, very good at hitting these timings on these lurk plays. Instead of using him as a lurker, though, here, it looks like they might just fully regroup. Hobbit is called. He's got a lot of position towards the apartments. They hear Device chiming in with a shot, but he misses the opportunity. And now they're actually hunting him down, pushing through the smokes, chasing Device in CT. He realizes this, and he's called for support from the B players. Nathany's going to deal with Plopsky, and now this round starts to get a little bit wild. Back through Banana for Gambit. They're already in the B site. Nathany continuing to disrupt the rotations. Linus, as the one player here, is cancelled out as well. And Gambit, they've saved this round by changing the call on the fly into a B play.
Oh, just beautiful leading. And a poor NIP, right? Linus, he's getting peaked from CT, from the B side of things. He's not ready for that. He's trying to stop the mid to be there. Same case with Plopsky as well, right? Like, there are 3 players out on Arch side. Plopsky gets 1. He continues to spray, hoping for a re-peak, and they just tuck. They don't give him anything. Second, he finishes his spray. He gets swung. So, yeah, beautiful mid-rounding out of Gambit there. And it feels like nothing can go wrong for these guys. Nathany just cycling weapons out of position and not letting anyone pick up much. Meanwhile, Liquid, dominant stuff over Mousesports in the first map of that series.
Yeah, up 14-8, although we've seen Team Liquid have problems getting games over the line, so it wouldn't surprise me if we cut back to this one a few more times while our game's going on.
That
looked interesting. Now I want to know what was about to happen.
Well, add a B to the link if you want to find out if Grim has snuck behind enemy lines. You'll see over there. But right now, Gambit, they're all over the place. They're in your front, they're in your back, they're in your spawn, man. And they're on the board. 9 rounds here on the T side. Another buy for NIP. If Gambit win this, it's surely an 11-4 half, in which case we're in hot water. Oiling and bubbling over the brim. Double setup in abs. It's nice to see, but if Device misses the shot, then someone's on the chopping block. Hampers is going to have to swivel. But Device, why would he miss? Oh, Hobbit won't either. Wallbang coming in, and now it's Hampers alone in apps. They don't know about it. The Hobbit with a perfect spray. He fakes it out by spamming and immediately deals with the re-peak. This guy has one hell of a brain on his shoulders. He's got the aim to back it up. Maybe a third, and there it is from Hobbit. My goodness, get him out.
The apartments, man, they are Hobbit's playground. He's loving these angles, being able to direct the flow of where Nip are coming and when. And really, he's won the round already. I hate to spoil the outcome of this one for you, but this is just a save for NIP. Hobbit doing a whole team's worth of work over at that A-bomb site single-handedly.
Yeah, you can never complain about that, right? Gambit don't even really have to play this round. And neither do the B players for NIP, just holding on to their guns. Like, Gambit should be hunting here for sure. It's coming into the last round of the half. They can sustain another loss or two. So definitely worth, throwing a flash up into B, hunting. Even one kill makes all the difference, right? These are just rifles that will not be redeemed in the follow-up round. Every gun that you take away is permanent here for round number 15. So here come Gambit. NIP hiding in ruins. It's up to Hobbit. He might be on for the ace here if he's an absolute madman, but time will elude, and this shot will too. Linus keeps his weapon, and it seems like NIP will at least have something to play with in this last round of the half. 2 guns can be dropped over, and surely a full buy here for NIP.
Yeah, it's a huge save.
Yeah.
I think really, if you're NIP, you're not happy with the outcome of the round, obviously, but you're happy that Gambit didn't fully dedicate to hunting you down there. I think if they did, this would be as good as done. 11-4, no hope at winning this round. NIP at least have a chance at a 5-10 half, thanks to the 2 saves. And look who's back in the apartments again.
Nip aren't touching it, mate. Nip aren't going anywhere near these apartments. They are staying outside, getting some sun, getting some fresh air, and keeping the hell away from this guy. But maybe some banana control.
Oh, yeah, nice flash deep down, but Axal was turned. Playing anti-flash and behind the half wall, was never blinded. He doesn't know it, but if only he had picked up the pace, the flash into the site meant Hampus actually got lost. But this is where Gambit's genius comes from, right? It's all about getting the opener, causing your opponent to have to take risks and take gambles, and using that to make the round easier. Look at this. NIP are fully stacking this B bomb site with 3 players, leaving Device alone at A, and he's about to get pressured by the entire Gambit team.
Yeah, Gambit never go one route, do they? They're always wrapping, they're always taking more space. They've got long, they've got abs, and they will have short if they want it. Device, 20 seconds, dropping the bomb here, could win the round for NIP. Anything else, and it's a done deal. It's an 11-4. There's the bomb drop, but he is traded swiftly, and that gives time for Gambit to grab the package. NIP, last round, you got a retake, but it's not a round you would retake in a normal circumstance, and it's not going to get any easier. Shiro cuts off a rotation. There's one man back down middle. Shiro should be good for that as well. And Linus will fall on long. It's the beginning of the end here for NIP on Gambit's map pick. And Hampus can do nothing but burn to a crisp. There we go. 11-4. Gambit looking ludicrous right now. Let's see if NIP can recover or if Gambit are taking us all the way to a 3-mapper after the break.
Hey Future Pros, I was observing a Meisterchef game not too long ago, and I saw this nice set piece for retaking B on Inferno from Cressy. This mini execute will block off Banana and molly anyone out of pool. To do this nade combo, get into the corner up against the sandbags. Pause your screen to see the exact lineups of both nades, but when throwing the molly, make sure you jump throw it. If done correctly, it will eliminate some positions for you to check and put the T's in an awkward situation which could help you retake and win the round. Happy retaking, everyone.
But our spirits never die. The in our hearts beating louder. Under darkened skies we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Whoa. Fighting as we push through the darkest times, I'll be there by your side. We arise when everything's breaking, our souls will awaken, our spirits never die.
Welcome back, gamers. Welcome back. It's IEM Cologne, it's the group stage, and it's NIP taking on Gambit Esports. What a banger of a series we're getting delivered right now. Map number 2, it's Inferno, it's Gambit's pick, and you wouldn't be surprised by that statement. 11-4 at the end of the first half. Gambit setting us up for success and a 3-map series, perhaps. I'm here with Harry Russell. How you doing?
I got a full name mention.
Yeah,
all
dude,
right.
That's with 2 L's.
All right. Yeah, double L. Don't forget about it.
Although they often do. Everyone
does. Yeah, man. I
Wow.
tell you who's not looking to catch double L's right now, though, Hugo, and that would be the Gambit squad. As you
Stole it
say,
out my mouth.
I knew where you were taking it, trying to take us all 3 maps. And with how the scoreline is right now, we're probably feeling quite good on them being able to do that.
Yeah, a little pop play with a flash at top B. We got 3 players here. Util on Hampus and Linus. You can throw a full B execute. You can do, you know, a fake. What will be the call? They actually leave B. Ooh, scary. Hobbit making the call. I've got this, guys. I can hold it alone. And maybe he can. Who am I to doubt Hobbit? Shame to not see him in the apps, to be honest, but there's 4 players up on A, so no need. Fake on the A site. Hampus throwing grenades, but they're all going to pop into B eventually. Hobbit, oh, he needed that kill. Device just destroying him, and now this play is on. Rez cutting off rotates, or at least trying to. Drops Inters on the Moto side, and now the boost coming up for Gambit. They're just trying to put a stop to this.
Oh, Shiro, there's one, and he does manage to drop, but Rez on this wrap round has made quick work of the 2B players. Axal, he doesn't have CT, he can't even begin to rotate in to attempt the 1v3. And so NIP are looking like they're onto a pistol victory.
Yeah, I actually really like that pistol as well, right? Like, we have Hampus lurking at apps. He drops the lurk smoke. He drops the flash out A. And to be honest, in a pistol round on a CT side, if you're seeing utility, it's very rarely a fake, right? Like, you know, you don't want to bring more than 2, sometimes 3 sets of util into pistols. It's going to, you know, incapacitate you in terms of not having the armor. And so Hampus faking that keeps 4 players on A for Gambit for so long. All it takes is Device killing Hobbit, and the round is almost decided from that. So NIP, here's some claps. They're trying to get back into things. They're trying to hype themselves up. They'll need to if they're going to pull a T-side comeback here and now.
Yeah, they're still smiling, and they're still looking determined, right? This isn't a done deal yet. No one's doubting that these familiar faces on the NIP squad have got what it takes to dig deep. I think the ball is just more in Gambit's court still. It doesn't feel like the momentum has necessarily swung around yet. But, you know, you get the conversions, you break apart a Force Spy, and suddenly that momentum does start to change around. That first rifle round then matters a hell of a lot. So let's see if they can get these conversion rounds on the NIP side.
Especially with this force in play, right? Definitely scary. We've got some smokes to delay this round for NIP, but even the Deagles with that body shot damage and the FAMAS as well, 1 rifle. It's not bad for Gambit. It's all about how they use it, where they put their pieces. Again, leaning A heavy. Axel looking for a gap in the smoke. common to see boosts over this even, but careful. You don't know what your enemy sees. Maybe they have more of a gap than you do. Hampers clearing long, and he might get baited in by Shiro here, but he doesn't fall for it. Molly goes in, and it doesn't matter. Axel gets the kill. That's that one rifle coming to life right here. It might send NIP out of this bomb site, but they have no more real estate, looking to just commit. In fact, Gambit think they're leaving as well. They've said they rotate out, and there's Shiro getting headshot on the long side. Nip now can commit into this two-man hold.
Yeah, they won't know about Nafi. He's kind of playing this this bait and switch with Inters, but also is holding down the long side. The flash is good. Inters fully blinded from it, and now they're starting to spill across. However, this smoke is making them quite close with the pistols, and Nafi is holding on. Finally shut down by Linus. 10 seconds as the bomb plant's coming in. They're not watching it. However, he's just got the numbers in time. Device has got to do it. And Axel hunts down the remaining two.
What a flash from Hobbit as well. Perfectly placed. Device, he definitely was in a position to win that 1v2. Bomb for him, pit, rifle, everything looking good, but absolutely blinded. And Axel, the one FAMAS. I never thought I'd see a hero FAMAS winning a round versus rifles like that. Unbelievable. Great shots for Nafi too. Back of the site, hits a couple of heads with the 5-7. Rare to see that gun over the CZ, but there we go. That's why. Lovely stuff. And yeah, hey, NIP, there may have been some claps after winning the pistol, where they're going to get clapped back now, Harry. Momentum gone.
Yeah, right, man. It just makes mincemeat that entire discussion we just had about trying to get the momentum back in your favor. And yeah, you know, you say how the famous play from Axel is huge. That is very much the thing that closes out the round. But Nafi, I think, is the guy who tees everything up. That double kill, slowing down the rate the bomb plant can come in. It left them with like 9 seconds, and so Linus is just panicking, right? Trying to get the bomb down as fast as he can. Device wasn't able to cover him, and the whole round just tumbles away. Gambit seemingly able to win no matter what they're bringing to the table.
Yeah, Hobbit with an AK. Glad they've thrown that to him. He's boosted back B. Nafi, not really the gun for this range, but he can throw an assisting utility. Flash above Hobbit as to set him up when this B play comes in. He's also jumping for a warning, and there's the warning signal called. Nade goes out. Hobbit's time to shine, but he's mollied and blind. He can't do a thing. Dropping into the smoke. Nafi from a range, picking up some players, and they know Hobbit should be back here, but they're still focused on other CTs coming through these smokes. There's Hobbit activated. Nafi comes through his own, and Device is hunting kills that are disappearing in thin air. Gambit, what a brutal round. My goodness, just coming through, popping in through smokes, disappearing, back again. You never know which whack-a-mole's going to poke his head up. And Gambit just clean as can be on that B-bomb site. 13-5, breaking the money again. Nip's force goes nowhere. Back to the drawing board.
Oh, now the grim reality might be setting in for NIP. Oh my word! Oh, the nades! The nades are brutal. Hobbit and Inters, man, they've cancelled out anything that Nip were looking forward to in this round. They get that kill, and it was like, oh, maybe we can spill into B. Nah, big chunky nades, big utility damage. And big smiles
Hobbit
all around for the Gambit squad.
Hobbit's 20-8 against NIP. Wow. Not every day you get this, but yeah, I'm so glad that the Gambit are not ruffled by LAN, right? I think there was so many questions on, you know, not just the online era and now coming back, who's the winners, who's the losers, but I think a lot of people, you know, don't hold as much weight on a team like Gambit who have made their mark in the online era, and now here they come through to LAN and they look just as good, if not better right now.
I mean, another thing for Gambit was like, you know, that there were times where I was kind of getting worried about the idea of like burnout or like, you know, pushing themselves super hard because they were playing in everything during the online era, right?
Yeah.
They were always having to fight their way through event to event, just constantly
Qualifiers,
practicing, boot camping. You know, these guys had a packed schedule. And the results were showing on the back of it early on, but then I started to get concerned. You know, we'd already seen teams in 2020 suffer from burnout.
Yeah.
But that's why it's great to see here on LAN, guys like Hobbit especially looking reinvigorated with new stakes on the line, with higher stakes on the line. A 4-on-4 in this rifle round. And is NIP looking worse for wear? NIP grinding to a halt, waiting to challenge for this banana control. There's a deep smoke in their way. I like the Gambit have just put full faith in Nafi alone at top banana, but it does come with its fair share of risks. It's pretty common to see a player jumping the half wall for information. But if he offers up this kill, that B bomb site would belong to NIP.
That's why we have this walk. Rotate coming in. Nafi, he gets one at least. That's something that will stall this B play. Inters is now in position. He's got a Molotov even to drop and to deny NIP. Oh dear, that's going to throw a spanner in the works. They've got to wait a few seconds. A flank coming in. The bomb's spotted by Axel. He doesn't want to commit there and give NIP the advantage back. He wants them to go into the stack, into the two-man hold. Inters trades 1-for-1, and it's up to Shiro here alone. Smoked off right now. Rez is waiting on it, and a missed shot from Shiro has left it all in the palm of Axel. He's gone all the way around. They last saw him in Banana. Are they ready for this?
Surely not. I mean, he's gone silent. They haven't heard the footsteps. They're still looking towards Banana. Linus is considering a CT peak, but no one is considering coffins. Yeah. That is the last place that you imagine Axel goes. And so he fills those coffins with NIP players. 15 on the board for Gambit, a clutch to get them there out of Axile. And as we say, when they win it with the force, when they win it in the clutches, these guys are seemingly able to turn any situation into their favor.
That's just not fair. That's just not fair. There's only two men, Harry. They can only hold two positions. Of course, he comes from this one. What a sick play for Axel. The second he makes contact down bottom B to Linus, he just runs the rotate. He knows no matter what happens, they're not ready for this one. He has the element of surprise for at least a kill. And in fact, it's both and the round. 15-5, Axel beasting. There is no weak link right now for Gambit, and Shiro answers the call yet again, dropping Hampus in middle and throwing this round into disarray once more.
Yeah, now a man down at crunch time, man. Nip, if you were still trying to have faith, if you were still trying to feel any kind of goodness about this this map, losing Hampus to begin this round up against 15, and now getting even worse as Rez is toppled on the short side. NIP, they can feel this map slipping away from them. They can feel that third map looming in the distance, and with Gambit now warmed up into this series and firing on all cylinders, it's gonna be a treat. Just Plopsky left. He's got to do the honorable thing and let Gambit collect their victory on their map pick. There's the flank to seal the deal, and it feels only right that it's Hobbit to finish the unexpected journey for Gambit on Inferno.
3 times the charm, as they say, and in 2014, that statement couldn't be more true for Ninjas in Pajamas. After DreamHack Winter 2013 and ESL Major Series 1 Katowice 2014, this legendary Swedish roster took their 3rd shot at winning a major championship trophy. And in the grand final in Cologne, they faced their natural rivals from Fnatic. It was 1-1 in the maps, and everything would be decided on the 3rd arena, Inferno, where after the initial Fnatic lead, Freiburg helped NIP turn the tides and in time make history of Counter-Strike.
Wolfmeister will find the shot on Exist. Freiburg does return, picks off Pronax. He's still here though, and he's going for more. 2 big frags. The 3rd man is here, however, and Freiburg somehow opens it up single-handedly. All 3 frags.
Oh, he picks up a quad kill. He could do even better than staying alive. He's praised. Freiburg misses, and as the A's, he picks it up single-handedly. Rinse Fnatic. What a play.
Well, it's Gambit at the right place, at the right time, every time on Inferno. Dominance is the word that comes to mind when we look at their gameplay over the Ninjas in Pajamas, just on map number 2 of the series. Welcome back, everybody. The Intel Extreme Masters, Maniac Moses joining me here on the desk. Guys, this is the Gambit we are used to seeing.
Are we surprised? Are we still surprised at this point about Gambit?
No.
Let's just go back at the first game of Gambit during this IEM Cologne, right? They lose the first map against Mousesports. They win the second map 16-3. They are resilience. Resilience is what Gambit is about. This ability to bounce back from one map, albeit frustrating because Ancient was a beating for them, it doesn't matter. They take Inferno right out of NIP, there's no question.
NIP never had a chance in this game. Like, it started in the first half. It was actually wild. I was trying to keep track of it. I think it was like round 9 or 10. It was Hampus, Device, and Linus all had like combined 3 kills. Each of them had like 1 kill. And it's not like the number of frags, but it's like when you're seeing that on multiple players, it's just like whatever site Gambit is going to, they're getting in so fast and so powerfully that there's no chance at retaking it. Like, those rounds weren't even opportunities for NIP to rotate over on their CT side and try to retake a bomb site, because it was 5-on-2s. It was 4-on-3s, 4-on-2s, 5-on-2. Like, Gambit was just so dominant, NIP never even got in the game.
So it's basically a story that NIP were never really in this map.
No.
Kind of, yeah.
Never any chance that they had an opportunity.
Yeah, and that's wild to consider, some of the stuff that breaks down. We also have that opportunity, Maniac. What do you got?
Yeah, we have to talk about round 8 because it's going to kind of encompass what Jason was talking about, this ability for Gambit to run down the clock and then attack the site. And this is what this clip is going to show us. I want to draw your attention to the timer, right? This is 25 seconds left. And how Gambit are going to remain calm, cool, and collected, using a few tricks just to find a few kills, find a little bit of damage here, share with the AWP, for example. But when they pounce, when they do 2 with 16 seconds left on the clock. That is it. You will see in a matter of 3 seconds, all the members of NIP have disappeared. They have vanished from the side. And it is so hard to remain calm when you have 13 seconds.
Yeah.
No, Jason, if you miss that duel, that is it. The attack is not going to work out, but somehow it seems flawless.
It's the fact that none of them were like panicking. It was still just like waiting for the Halls player to make the first contact, gets that first kill, and then they all come through together. But also what that minimap didn't show was the 2 players at the B bomb site, because that's 20 seconds left, that's beginning with smokes everywhere. Neither of the defenders left that B bomb site. They were so afraid because Gambit and the CIS teams do this. They run down the clock, and there will still be presence on multiple parts of the map, so you don't know what the final end game is going to be. And the idea that it's that late in the round and no one has tried to even cheat over towards the A site, that's kind of wild to me.
Yeah, it kind of leads into that whole train of thought that, hey, you know what? This isn't in our control.
Yeah.
You know, it's just not happening that way. We've got a comparison we're going to load up for you right now, which also helms there for 2 of the most experienced players in the server, in Device v Hobbit, and for a specific reason. Hobbit going 21-9 over Inferno.
Yo.
Fantastic.
Whoa.
Fantastic.
Hobbit is so good at being that ratty little lurker on the other side of the map. He is so good at being just that scumbag. You saw it on Ancient. We obviously didn't see it too much impact today. Inferno in the halls, he's finding kills. And this is what makes it so tough. We just saw the round that Maniac outlined where they're running down the clock. When it's running down, there are times as a defender where you want information. You're like, okay, 30 seconds left. Surely they're moving into their final position. Let me go see where people are so I can try and get information for my team. And that's when you have Hobbit just waiting in halls, just like this, right here. I mean, that's a save. But, I mean, it happens so frequently against Gambit.
He's got everything. He's got everything in that game, which is he can be aggressive, he can make the difference early on, which forces then NIP to be careful about that whole position, and then he can be patient. So he's the freaking whole package, right? Where you find the opening kill, then you reposition very calmly, and we had that clip where Rez is like, as you were mentioning, trying to find information, and the rat is just in the corner just waiting for him.
And he
That's
was
perfect.
in the window room for so long in that round. It felt like I think he got 2 or 3 just from that position alone, which speaks volumes. You know, you want to push for that info, you want to recon by fire, but it's not going to happen when Hobbit's just kind of lingering in the shadows. For us, we look forward into Dust 2. Now, we got to a 3rd map in the series. Lucky us. What happens on Dust 2?
Well, what happens on Dust 2 is that Gambit in the last 3 weeks have played it 5 times against Navi. So talk about a hardcore training setting if you are Gambit. Not that Dust 2 is especially their best map, but they've been trialed and tested so many times in the last few weeks. For NIP, you only have your eyes to cries right now because Gambit is activated. They move on to Dust 2. They know how to play the map. That is it.
I'm not going to say this is done yet. I'm going to say NIP still have a chance because, well, yeah, it's a lot of games. It's a lot of trial by fire for Gambit on Dust 2. It's a lot of maps that Threat can look through and the analyst team can pour through and try and find some tendencies and some things they can exploit, and who knows what they end up finding. But last time these 2 teams played Dust 2, 16-14 win for Gambit. That was about 3 months ago.
Pro League, right?
Yep. But, I mean, look, there's still an opportunity, and I think Device is starting to feel a lot more comfortable in this team.
A lot of data over there to be taken away. Thank you, guys. We're going to be jumping into that next map soon. There is another game going on that is Liquid Mousesports. That's in the 2nd map. Liquid winning the 1st. That goes a long way because that's an elimination game. That's a rough one. For us, we'll continue to focus on Gambit versus the Ninjas right here for the Intel Extreme Masters. We'll be right back, everybody.
to my face. Tell me now why you want away. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you.
So they can stack long, aware of the push about to come round the corner. Acor with the initial kill, and Dexter's still close by. He's going to hear them run away. They're not running away yet, though, and the flash comes through. Dexter able to take the fight to them. 2 kills on the hold. Great play from Dexter. A nice aggressive play through the tunnels to get that info from Frozen, who has now been called out. But at this point, the damage is already done.
It's a fantastic start for Mousesports into Dust 2. These gun rounds are not working for Liquid. They're trying for these early picks. They're trying to force the issue on the T side. You see him falling running down middle. Then the immediate response when that goes sour is to take the long control. But they've lost so much map control. When you commit heavily into long, you run the risk of losing other parts to the map. And now Elige left in the clutch. He's coming out of long himself. And there is a player down in pit. Elige has a Molotov, and there's a low HP player now spotted, and Elige is not quick enough for the Molly's going to go down. That might just burn away his opposition, but it's going to be a kill onto Acor, and Elige now stands a chance. Smoke down from Dexter, but through the smoke is down, and now Elige looking to pull out a miracle round. Rops is alive though, still with the AWP, and through the smoke with the AWP. It's a kill from Rops. He shuts down Elige's dreams, and around will go Mousesports' way.
You don't always get to see Elige in those clutch scenarios because often he is aggressive on the team, but he's so fun to watch when he's in those clutches. The way he systematically makes sure he takes 1v1 fights in that position is incredibly impressive. He knows that man that's been mollied in pit isn't going to want to swing if he can put that smoke down, so he goes ahead and smokes the corner himself, make sure he can force a 1v1 fight on the long corner, and then go ahead and focus on that pit player. It was a smart way of doing it, but unfortunately for him, Rops was one man too many, and Liquid taking early damage again, but they have got the long control for it.
And Acor is going to be trying to peer over the top of the smokes for the openings. Rops with his HE is going to store that over the top of the mid doors, and it hasn't really done a whole lot. Elige's up in towards Catwalk, but he won't get any further because Mousesports have taken that control on the CT side. Oh, BMAS. This is a risky game you're playing, and he goes through the smoke, finds one, and it will just be one because Elige is quick in the reply. Although he did spot the bomb, the response came from quick.
Come one, come all. The Cathedral of Counter-Strike's arms are wide open, and we're accepting everybody. NIP versus Gambit. It's a series that's now set to go the distance. Dust 2, of course, is our third map. And you can see Threat here talking to the boys, trying to get everyone on the same page. For NIP, they were able to win Ancient relatively convincingly, right? It definitely started to get a little down to the wire towards the end. Then they head on to Gambit's map pick of Inferno, and there it was way more one-sided. Gambit never even gave them a chance to play, it felt like. So morale might not be at an all-time high for NIP. This is why Threat getting the team back on side, getting everyone on the same page, and now putting their hands in is hopefully going to get everyone pumped for this Dust 2 map.
Yeah, you certainly hope so. I love the personal aspect, right? Like we see a lot of the Scandinavian teams like this. I think Astralis are always a great example of everyone getting in a huddle, having a talk, figuring it out, the eye contact, the personal address from Threat is always nice. We saw it in their boot camps, right? Where,
exactly.
They would call tack pauses and NIP players would get out of their chairs, they'd take their headset off and they'd, talk to Threat one-on-one. And that's super beneficial, right? It's always nice having another person's perspective, especially someone with the knowledge and ability of someone like Threat. So, yeah, it's all very good for NIP. But at the end of the day, they did just get absolutely beat down upon by Gambit. So that's in the back of your mind at all times. Gambit, I mean, they're no sleepers on this map either. Dust 2 has been really, really good for them. An 8-win streak just recently broken during the Star Ladder RMR, and so a couple of losses in a row on that one. But other than that, Gambit, Yeah, very accomplished on D2. Let's see what happens. So knife round going in first for the side. Doesn't really matter on this map. At the end of the day, everyone's comfortable and NIP will pick it up. So probably staying CT as is tradition.
Yeah, that's nice for NIP though, right? I think at least having the comfort of getting to pick the side is nice here, especially because they're hoping to regain some momentum to open up Dust. Over on the Gambit side of things, right? As mentioned, out in CIS, they've been having a few problems, weirdly, here. That always seems to be the way of these CIS teams, man. They can crush everyone else in the world, and then they go back and play domestically and usually get given a bit more of a run for their money.
I mean, it's so
Navi were always a signature example of that.
Yeah, and those head-to-heads that we obviously got, you know, we got so many times last week. We're so back and forth, right? With like Gambit, you know, 16-7ing Navi on Ancient and then having the same done right back to them. It's all over the place, but forget the past. Forget the future. Live in the present, the here and the now, because ladies and gents, it's NIP, it's Gambit, it's Dust 2, and it's the finale to this BO3 series.
Yeah, and without further ado, let's just get right into it, shall we? Rez is wasting no time in fighting down here in mid. He does have to be careful, because down in the lower tunnels, Gambit are moving in with 3, looking for a slice of the pie in middle.
Yeah, flash up Cat, but they're trying to get through these doors right now. Rez is wide and needs to have his eyes wide open because they're hunting him down. T's running wild. Inter's on long, dealing with the re-aggro and Shiro as well. Forget the mid to be. They're jumping right back up Cat as NIP try and aggress on the flank. They have been decimated. 3 kills. Finally, Linus will respond, but at this point, Gambit have the bomb in the site ready to go. Plant is in. And they have 2 on long with that P250 as well. It's not getting easier. In fact, it's getting impossible.
Yeah. Oh, all right, Hobbit.
Reasonable.
Just styling on them. Why not? Why not? Put a bit of flair on the pistol. Nice statement piece from Gambit, right? Only losing 1 player in amidst the madness. They hit the ground running. And they've been better at getting the conversions as well. A lot of the time for NIP, it felt like they've slipped away. Same cannot be said for Gambit.
Yeah, and I question if NIP even buy here, really. Like, you know, you can get DEAG armor and stuff, but soon rifles, or rifles soon, rather, is always tempting. Let's say. Don't often see ecos or forces get 1 on Dust 2 as much as many of the other maps, but NIP are going to go for it nonetheless. We love a PT50 on pistol round. Shiro does too. And he always puts it to good use, this guy. So here's the force from NIP. Got a scout on device. And a hero Fama, something that worked well for Axel back on Inferno, winning the 2nd round after losing pistol. Device got to be careful. He spots that top player.
Ooh, Device. Trying his hand at the wall bang. Sucks he doesn't hang around. They're about to drop the hinge smoke, and usually, there we go, you can get free tags on players doing exactly that, right? You know where they're standing, you know where they are at the double doors, you can just scout them right through it. Nice D shot out of Hampers. Yeah. Stops Hobbit from just snowballing out of control on this A bomb site, and it's kept Gambit at bay. There's also a Molotov gone in to slow it down, and so this attempt at the catwalk push hasn't gone to plan for Gambit. They might have to look for answers elsewhere, and that kill on Rez in middle is going to prove impactful. That's lessened the threat of having this round slip through your fingers. You know this is going to make the NIP setup shuffle around a little bit. And so if they do recommit into catwalk and split through long, this A bomb site is ripe for the taking.
What an aggravating call, right? Gambit kill the B rotate, and then they go right back into this A split coming in from long. And yeah, like I said, this should just be a freebie. Plopsky needs to do something miraculous. Oh no, the shot misses. And now he's onto the CZ, but he won't live to pull it out in time. He has to build that gun. It doesn't come pre-assembled, sadly. So Gambit will find a second. I love that call, man. Right back into A. And NIP had rotated. Yeah, it was Hampers through CT already, so in the wrong position. Smoked off now, just looking to save the Deeg. Use these pistols and the armor. In the next round, it will still be Eco. It's going to be Gambit starting off strong here with a 2-0. And a third likely going to follow.
Of course, remember the stakes here, right? The winner of this series goes on to that upper final to play the winner of Big versus G2. The loser drops on down to play the winner of VP versus Complexity down in the lower bracket. And after VP had a bit of a slow start the other day, right, losing to Big, that was certainly unexpected for a lot of people. I do think that lower bracket is a very dangerous place to find yourself. You don't envy whichever one of these teams cops the L here today.
Very scary stuff indeed. Even got lower bracket matches going on right now as well. Remember, Mousesports Liquid are over on that B stream on map 2. If you are interested in either of those squads. Right now, we're relying on Hampus more than anyone. He's got the Deeg armor. They're doing the boost up, but he's nice and wide, so they won't be able to see him. He's waiting for that headshot to appear. Can he hit it?
I like it though. So Plopsky was challenging the boost and, you know, like trying to entice them to go for these short kills. We're hoping that that was going to make him discount Hampus. That doesn't end up happening, and Gambit get the info without taking any damage. So that's good for them. Once again, this hinge smoke going in, and Linus was trying to capitalize on that bit of damage. Just misses the spam. Now, if you're NIP, right, you kind of have to start gambling. All these attempts at the early fights that you wanted to take haven't worked out. And so you need to play a numbers game. They'll divert all their attention into mid and B. And once more, Gambit are dodging the entirety of this with an A play.
Doesn't that feel good? Or at least it will in a moment when the realization kicks in for Gambit. NIP are just going to be running in, looking for guns, looking for exits. If they can, you know, trap Gambit in the bomb site or stop them from leaving the bomb radius, maybe there's some damage to be had. But really, you imagine Gambit are going to fight their way out tooth and nail in the post plant. It's for long, so they won't actually play towards the catwalk. They just completely avoid this setup. I love the move out from Gambit. Just take the range fights. Look at these engagements. NIP aren't supposed to win any of these, and so they will not. 1 by 1, Nip fall. But we've really just been waiting for the gun round. The first buy coming up in a second. Gambit, for the meantime, 5 alive. And already building quite the wealth on this T half.
So we got the first rifle round coming through now for NIP, and Device will don that AWP from the get-go. Shiro not bringing his out yet. He's keeping the scout in place. So this is a bonus round here from Gambit. If they take this, if they get things like the free upgrade onto the AWP, that would be massive for the Gambit squad, right? These bonus rounds, great way to take an early advantage in terms of leaping ahead monetarily. Obviously, it means you've got to get it done with less than your opponent. That's the challenge. Out towards long. Hobbit still just waiting patiently around the blue bin, and Plopsky gets the better of him in that head-to-head. That's one of the 2 AKs removed from play, and without really accomplishing much. Gambit have so often been good at getting these openers. So what's the response now that they're a man down with very little to show for it?
Certainly looks like B, doesn't it? Device is AWPing long, so this would be a great way to avoid him. They don't know where the AWP is. They don't even know it's in play yet, but I guess they'll never know. Not until a retake scenario if they get their contact out middle. No smoke yet. They've got the lineups though, and the fight comes in as the smokes go through. Hampus probably not ready for such quick peeks as he sees those smokes right in front of him. Now Gambit run wild, right up middle, into that B bomb site. There's 2 CTs here at least. They're focused on tunnels, but they don't need to be. Flashes out to middle. Linus going to try and play off of them. Oh, he gets a kill. That's good at least. Was very low from the Molotov, and they know Rez has to be here as well. Can they clear him out? The spray is beautiful, and Device with the AWP. Dex Nafi from behind. Shiro can't hit this shot with a pistol, and it's going to be NIP on the board early enough. Device squealing. You like that?
So Hugo, have you actually confirmed that the squeal is Device? Because I know
Yeah.
That's what we're going with.
Based on all the information I've got, yeah, it seems like Device is squealing.
Yeah, you looked into your squealography.
Yeah, check the squeal pattern in the sky. Oh dear. Yeah, it's one way to get in the heads.
Yeah, we got clashing AWPs now as well, right? Shiro, as mentioned, had the scout last round. He's no longer on those baby guns. He's graduated to the big boy weapon.
Nice.
And so this round, Gambit have a lot more to offer. This is one where they are hoping to be able to disrupt the NIP game plan. They're out in the bottom of mid, but they're still holding on to both long and tunnel. So the options are open to Gambit. They're not committed to anything yet. They get this spot in middle, they drop utility. They know once again this is going to be jumbling around the CT side positions. Right, you can see the effect it's had. Hampus has left A, dropping into CT to help out. Now Gambit start to explore these other avenues, trying to get an idea of what they've done to the CT setup.
Yeah, where is that AWP shifted, right? Is it back on the cross as it should be? Yes, it is. Device can help on long as well. Waiting for Plopsky, who's looking anti-flash into the wall. But this doesn't really matter. Gambit aren't interested in A. They've dropped again into a late mid to B. The smoke could be a problem, but Nafi is just going through it, dropping utility. But he has his back turned to the B site. Rez drops the bomb too, almost a third. Rez, always good for a multi-kill, it feels, leaving Linus alone on B, but he's got cover, and he's not giving up anything. Smoke spam from Hampus leaves the bomb in no man's land, and it's only Inters who's not being given the kill on the B site. Linus, oh, this is great stalling. Inter seems to know, but he can't find the corner. He can't find a glimpse. And he might die after time if he doesn't go now. There it is. Hampus to clean up. And NIP, what a beautiful round.
Yeah, it is great to see, man. I was a little bit worried that after Inferno, right, especially with guys like Linus who were really struggling on that map there, right? Unlike your Devices in this team, you know, your more experienced players, someone like Linus, he is young, he's not used to being on the big LAN stages, so it might be hard for him to rebuild himself, right?
Yeah.
To hype himself back up. That's where you look at the more experienced faces here, the rest of the team, guys like Threat, because he is looking better. He's made the right call a couple of times now. He was instrumental to getting that round there on the board for NIP.
Yeah, Linus is just such a solid B anchor on this map as well. We saw it in that Liquid game, right? Like how many rounds he would multi-kill with the AUG. He would get so much damage off. He's thrown his AK over to his teammate to buy an AUG. That's how good he is in this position. And yeah, he was always really, really well dealing with these mid to B splits, because it can be so hard knowing what you're going to get hit by first. Is it window? Is it doors? Is it tunnel? You never know. And
yeah,
so Linus is really good at isolating those fights. As we saw there, just stalling out. He doesn't get a kill, but he doesn't need to.
We compared him to like a sentry turret almost, it felt like, right? Because he would just stand in place and flick around the place to make these multi-kills happen.
Yeah, it's a really good sign, right? Like having, you know, an inexperienced player, but putting him in a position like that where he clearly seems comfortable.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of responsibility at the same time, right? It's like a nice way to grow him and get him used to that.
And you don't have to micromanage a B anchor, right? Like they're rarely leaving their spot until you know it's A. They're just sitting back and B. You don't need to talk to them. He can just focus on his style. Right now it's Gambit though with pistols. That's a nade. That's one hell of a nade. Hundreds upon hundreds of damage. And now they just walk into the wood chipper. Hampus, 2 kills, and now he's ducking down to avoid the headshot.
It's coming back to me. Device with the swing, the AWP, lighting them up on the cross. Axile deags out 1, but that should be the extent of the damage here. The Deagle's out of ammo. He's been betrayed by the ammo counts, and Rez is there to lock in the equalizing 3rd round for NIP.
Yeah, now they're believing again. Now they're remembering what victory tastes like, at least. But will that be short-lived? Because we do have another rifle round from Gambit with everything, all the bonuses, AWP. And They're coming back in with this round. Nafi yet to frag here. Everyone else on the board. So look at the long, but he gets smoked off immediately. Device holding for the tunnels boost. It won't be used. Oh, Hobbit jumping. Rez definitely would have heard that in middle as well. Hobbit needs to clear it fully. And Rez hits a headshot. That's disgusting. Barely got a second to react to that. Rez just jumping, staying tucked tight in the corner. Will eventually evade capture, but
there
maybe
we go.
I spoke too soon.
There we go. Shiro, you can't get away from Shiro. Axile, in the meantime, is exploiting this gap at long and has opened up with that kill. So now NIP are feeling the pressure. From a good start, there's suddenly a bad place to find yourself. It's only getting worse with each passing moment. Linus and Device are the two players left in this for NIP to make any kind of difference. They're aggroing it through middle. Linus behind you. Linus! Inter's gonna take him out. The trade found, and Device left in for the clutch. He knows about one of these mid players, but he can't locate him. Inters steals that round from underneath their noses.
Yeah, poor Nafi. He dies for the cause at least, but you don't want to get walked on there. You call it to your teammate, what are you watching, man? But yeah, just a series of unfortunate events. However, recovered well by Gambit. To think that Rez started that strong, and the jump is what gave him away as well. It's so sad. If he just ran on the ground, he would have made it. But you want to jump, right? You get to fly around the corner. Gives you that extra boost. But that can sometimes be your undoing. Okay, Shiro. That's not cool. He's just tagged Rez through the door. It's not like Rez can even take the AWP. Device is far too far away. So Rez has to play a lot more passive now in this round. He also wants to use his utility. There's no point dying with, you know, thousands of dollars of nades. So get that out while you can. Make sure you don't get picked. But now with, you know, him getting hit in middle gives so much more room and so much less info for NIP.
Yeah, suddenly, you know, the guy who's been good at getting you this mid-info and providing that at the very, very least is forced to play conservative. And you can see that this has really opened up the map for Gambit. They're down short. They haven't really had to expend any utility to get this control. And now as they're throwing in these mid-to-B smokes, NIP have got no idea what's going on in middle. Rez is trying to hold it from the doors, but he's off the angle. They don't know the numbers. Inters is selling this fake, but NIP have not fallen for it. They've kept 3 players at this A bomb site. Device picking them off on the cross, and they're not ready for Hampus. They thought the rotations would have come in, and it's anything but here at A. Everyone's still in place for NIP. And my word.
Is that Device? It makes me question
I really don't know if it is.
You name one other dude on that team who can scream like that, Harry, and I'll join you.
I got a weird feeling about Linus, bro. I'm thinking, I'm looking at this guy over on the left.
Calm. We need to catch that on camera. Someone, please, for the love of God, catch the squealer, catch the screamer. Frankie was saying it was Device. That's what she wrote earlier in the chat, or yesterday, I think. So I trust Frankie. That's a good source. She is down there on the sidelines right now in Cologne.
Maybe the NIP CEO's there, like, watching, and this is him reacting like that.
Getting hyped, squealing their way to success. Maybe it's threat, man. You never know.
Yeah, something tells me it's not, but...
It's just, yeah, we hear it, and then we look back at the cam, and everyone's
calm. I'm like,
everyone's so calm. Yeah. I'm like, okay, yeah, there it is.
Oh, there it is.
Woo!
It's Device letting out the squeals and screams.
We knew it. We knew it. It was all along.
It's just weird. I've never heard that when Astralis were playing, and now I hear it every time NIP are playing.
Round,
I hear it in my nightmares, for crying out loud.
Yeah, usually Device is too used to the crowd noise covering his squeals, but hell, we haven't heard it on online, that's for sure. I'm not complaining, though. Gambit might be 4-4. Level right now. Certainly not the one-sided affair that Inferno gave us. Although, hello, Hobbit. Talk about journeys. Well, NIP will not be expecting this one because Hobbit is going all the way around, looking at the ground. This is to stop his head getting spotted from Device, who's going to come back and he'll have no idea. Hobbit's got a freebie.
Oh my
He's got a knife if he wants it, but why not just take the shot while it's there?
Yes.
Easy kill. Orp dropped, and now this round is all confusion for Nip.
Yeah, man, you ain't going to be squealing about that one, are you, Device? Deeged up the side of the face and knocked out of the round. Now, the rest of NIP have got to try to fill this gap. The problem is, they don't know the extent of the gap. They don't know how big the hole is that needs plugging. There's a lot of bodies up through short for Gambit. The bomb is down as well. The Eagles here are looking to do something dastardly. Now, NIP shouldn't be worrying yet. There is still very little on these Gambit players to make a round happen. And there's still utility in play. It's going to set up Hampus to get to alongside Plopsky. Slowly but surely kills coming in. And oh my word, look at the long wrap from Nafi. He's taken one out of the round. They're on the bomb. They can't get them off. And it will be NIP just through sticking it. Grabbing a 5th round. Still so much damage done. I'm kind of lost for words at that one there.
Yeah.
So wild with the pistols trying to make it happen. Nafany with a long wrap that looked like it was going to save the day, but then the bomb was planted for Catwalk. And really, that's the thing that lets it all down in the very end.
Great flashes for Nip as well, right? Like the fact that they blind just everyone on the bomb side, the 2 side players and the Goose player completely useless at that point with really good utility. So yeah, the late flank, you would have wanted the side players to live a little bit longer, but they could not help it. Shiro again, by the way, he hit the cross shot, obviously. So Linus is on 30 health. No one catching a break here for NIP. Certainly not safe to get to this B bomb site. No guarantee. Orp up on Cat as well. Device yet to play this position, but Molotov keeps Hobbit back. They'll trade utility. However, it's not deep enough that Device is going to get forced off this angle. Hobbit was pushed back himself. Flash, however, will work wonders, and so Device respects it. Goes back to the cross. These are easy shots for him from this position at least. It's just about maximizing your early kills, right? If you can grab a Cat kill, drop off back, go through the motions as an AWPer, that's the hope, that's the dream. execute smokes in, but it's not a full commit.
Yeah, once more, they've said to Hobbit, look, man, Hobbit, you're just the guy, right? You're the dude who will sail Nip down the river and make them believe that this is an A play. And Hobbit, of course he's up for the job. Ooh. This is him in his element. And oh, well, wouldn't you know, you put him in his element and Device in his element together, it's only compounded the problems. Nafany and Axal are going to get a couple of kills in a couple of seconds. Linus now, the turret at the back of B is dismembered. And Gambit managed to pull that round back in spite of losing. The early man, that first player out from short, Hobbit, gets swept aside, and then Nafany and Axal go on to carry the round through.
I thought Nafany was going to crater Harry. He was like 10 health falling off of Cat. He lives to tell the tale, and then he just bops Device in the face. Great stuff, great shots from Nafany, who was a bit quiet to begin this game, but is waking and warming up here. And now, 11 rounds in. NIP, no money either. Time for Threat to get involved. Pause coming through and coming to a close as NIP just put all their money in, everything, and get themselves down to 0. However, in the likely event they don't win this eco, or this force, Gambit should be running away with a nice little T-side on Dust 2. Another cross shot for Shiro, maybe?
Oh, he might even get a challenge. There's this scouter Device taking a peek through middle. Ooh, spots Hobbit. And now that they know the scout is here and looking for a fight, Shiro is only more enticed to keep holding these doors, right? Imagine once again, you're going to have Device try to get the free damage on the player dropping a hinge smoke. Ollie forces Rez wide, and Shiro rewarded for his patience at holding middle. As mentioned, the moment he learned about that scout, he was interested in getting rid of it. Rez falls as well. That's the one M4 taken out of the round, and so Gambit are teed up nicely to find the lead.
Plopsky just desperately trying to hold on here, but eventually going to get cleared out, and Gambit just going through the motions to close this round 5-on-2. Guns at least in the hands of NIP, but not much to do with them. Bomb going to be able to cross. And that's Gambit setting themselves up for another one. The later they plant, the more they can fan out and hunt. They know they've got a lot of map control here. They are even in the spawn already. Axel, dropping Hampus. No M4 save, unless Linus can grab it, but why would Axel give it up?
Oh. Okay. Well, that's now a gun retrievable. They're still trying to hunt Linus down, but they've kind of pumped the brakes here, giving it a moment, waiting to see if he comes to them from this position, right? They know he wants to try and change his position up, and now they'll hunt him. They'll get the better of him. Nafany's there to remove that M4 from play. And NIP will just have to bite the bullet, as sad as that is, and take a full eco. You're kind of, you know, giving Gambit these rounds over now. You're just having to admit defeat. Let them chain together these couple before you come back in with the rifles.
Yeah, Frankie's come in with the sauces.
I saw this. This is good. Go on.
Frankie's sauces hampers on you know, who's doing the
Read
swinging.
the other bit that she said. That's good.
I think he's reliable as a witness. Nip are also the biggest gang of LAN. They go everywhere together like a little school gang, and I believe that.
Yeah, I believe that. It's very, very sweet.
Waltzing in.
And with, you know, if how we've seen them act at boot camp is anything to go by, they are really trying to develop this, like, this feel of, look, man, we all get on, we all talk very openly about the gameplay, we're all friends. It's like a little family.
Very sweet. And, you know, families that squeal together.
I mean, F is for family. That is what they say, right? And, you know, I think Fast and Furious will remind us of that till the end of time, Hugo. Right? Nothing's more important than family.
Isn't that nice? But back on track. Our Gambit at least, 7-5. And they're making NIP scarily quiet in the LAN right now. There's no yelling right now. Because Gambit are in full control. Device with the AWP, but he has no armor. Up on the catwalk, or scoped on it at least. Waiting for Gambit to commit to an A-take, but every time we've seen Gambit come around this corner, they've thrown that double execute smoke, right? And I don't think this round will be any exception. So Device is going to get completely smoked off, flashed out. He'll have to re-peek as they commit. He's still in a really good position, and maybe they make the mistake of peeking before they bloom. Let's see. Smokes are in. Device dodges. He's trying to avoid flashes. One will drop, and Device will miss his shot. Molly pushes him way back into the open, and Hobbit and Nafany find a killer piece. That CT drop is perfect. Even though Rez will spam through and take Nafany, it won't change the outcome of the round. This should be a save. The only reason they're tempted is because Plopsky's still out on long. Oh, or at least they were tempted.
From bad to worse, and Hampus just writes the NS in chat. Yeah, man, it was a nice shot and all. We got to see it. Just merciless from Gambit. You're not getting away with setting up for a retake. You're not even getting to run and hide and save those guns. It's so punishing. The money has gone again, so another eco round about to come through for NIP, and this is letting Gambit very, very comfortably at the end of the half just run away with this game. This is the essence of this CT economy that we talk about and why it is so punishing. Every round Nipper losing is followed up by an eco.
They've forgotten how to cap boost.
I like it though. Rez gave us like a tutorial almost, right? There we go.
Not there in the end, but
I don't know if it matters now. You could have just run round faster.
Doesn't really speed it up, does it? Either way, I mean, it's not a round that NIP have any business winning, so Gambit are going to make sure that that is the case. Just looking to tap down these A points.
The other thing about Gambit is like they are just infuriating in the sense of like, look, NIP is stacked heavy at this side of the map, right? But Gambit are the sort of team where if they don't like the way the A site looks, they're not going to feel like, oh, they're on pistols, we'll just chance it. Like, you know, they are super methodical in how they approach this. They don't leave anything to chance. Even now, littering the site in smokes, in util, and still they're hesitant about pushing in.
No, it's a really good call. They know everyone's here at this point. Hobbit is waiting in spawn for an aggression.
Oh my god, they're all getting tagged.
And now it's fine. It's fine. It's under control. You can leave if you really want to. It's still a little bit awkward, but Axel's grabbed himself the AWP on 10 health, and he's putting it to good use. Another shot connects, and now they recommit. Up cat comes Hobbit, and he's late from T-Spore with a vengeance. Double kill to close it out. And so, yeah, it's all fine for Gambit. It gets a bit dicey, but then they stop, they take a breath, and they wait for the flank.
Hobbit was like the little dog meme, you know, where it says, this is fine, you know, like, and everything's burning around him. And then there he is, just coming in from short and alleviating any of our worries. I'm seeing auto snipers dropped over. They're going to spam those mid doors. So good luck getting to B, NIP.
Shiro's been hitting it with the AWP. He doesn't need an AWP. There's 4 snipers down middle. Linus eats a bullet, but everyone else will delay
really,
their cross.
out of everything that could have come out of that, that's a pretty damn good crossing.
I mean, you're not even, you know, if you're doing that, you're only doing it because you can. You're not doing it because you think, oh, this will definitely work, right? Like, it changes nothing. You've got the money. Make sure, I would say, make sure you throw the autos out the map. I've seen a team lose a round. I think it was G2.
It was G2.
Lost the round because they left the autos in spawn, and then they got flanked through T-spawn by a pistol. They picked up the auto, and then they won the round. So, yeah, that can happen, but I don't think Gambit are worried. Hobbit's even kept the auto into the round.
Ah, okay. So Hobbit really is getting cheeky with it.
You guys can pick this up from my corpse. And a B play with a double sniper is audacious.
Linus back plat, tagged on the cross by the auto snipers. And now solely responsible for B. First shot misses. He does have support from Rez, and the molly combined with this AWP is torn through Gambit. There's NIP finding one more before the half draws to a close. We get one final battle cry out of the Nip boys. We're gonna need even more as the drums of war sound off. Throwing this over to a quick break, and then we're back with the second half.
Hey Future Pros! For this episode, I'll show you a neat little smoke that would help you when retaking B. This smoke will completely block off the B tunnels. To do the smoke, run into this corner next to the truck. Aim as shown, then jump throw the smoke. If done correctly, the entrance to B tunnels will be completely obscured. Make sure you don't have a teammate planning on going through tunnels, as he is going to be one angry retaker if that is the case.
Yeah, they done told me to be myself. So when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then, be true to who I am, ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines while we trying to victories like we in high tides. I'm getting my prize. Only thing my eyes is locked in on, $500,000 mine. I want it right now. Don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high. Blood, sweat, and tears bring more to my eyes. Cause the whole gang winning. I done gave my life. Odds low, but we did it, ain't we? And we always moving, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel. We like the thrill. This life's ideal. The hype is real.
We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids.
here we are, the final map in this best-of-3 series. A series that matters a hell of a lot to both of these teams. For Gambit and for NIP, there's a chance at guaranteeing yourself a spot in the playoffs if you win this one and heading forward to those upper bracket finals. Now that's a wonderful thing. You'll at least be guaranteed quarters from winning this series. The loser, meanwhile, their fate is still hanging in the balance down in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and here we go, right into the action. It's a T-side now for NIP, and they want the catwalk. Smoke down on the Xbox and charging with 3. We've got a double long take, but Shiro's in pit, and some whiff shots is not pretty. Now he's trapped, he's lost Axile, and he's out of ammo. A dead man walking. Nafany, though, coming in for cover. How is Shiro still alive? 4 on 3, Shiro putting in more damage, and Linus faking the bomb, but now he's got a stick, and Nafany can aggress. He's so patient, forcing the plant. Linus, again, another tap, another fake. Nafany doesn't fall for it. Still even got a flashbang to get them in for a retake. You've got to get this bomb down, but at this point, they're all around you, and Nafany is taking names. This guy was 0-4 to begin the map. He's now 10-9. That is a huge pistol round. Saving Shiro, stopping the plant, and finding double digits.
Yeah, we're going to have a force buy back in out of NIP. They want to bring the heat from the get-go. They want to make Gambit feel pressured. Now, Gambit, they've been better at getting these conversions whenever we've seen them attempt these rounds. So let's see if that holds true now. NIP, if there ever was a time to go against the grain and pick up a force buy win, it's right here, right now, in the 3rd map of this important series.
Yeah, Deegs, though, 1 scout. Not a lot to play with here for NIP. We've got M4s, we've got those rifles over on Gambit. They're more than happy to take the range game. Faze is certainly looking for it, but no kills offered up on the A site. In fact, Gambit re-aggress on catwalk. They want other real estate. They've seen long has been taken. They want to find out where NIP are or are not. Well, there's the confirmation. Hobbit up on the catwalk, double kill. Nafany helps out with a trade as well, and they are falling like flies. Long player removed, and Linus locked in a battle in middle. Bye-bye. Gambit on the board again, 11-6. No force by heroics. That's the conversion you were talking about. One more freebie to go.
Yeah, man, that's rough as well. Like, you know, Astralis with... Astralis? Sorry, I got a bit into
well,
Device being it. Yeah. NIP, rather, would have really loved to have finally had a chance to win one of these force buys, right? As mentioned, Gambit have been able to do that against them time and time again. They would have loved to have had that swing back the other way and start to make this more competitive, because now a 12-6 scoreline really is what we should be seeing on our screens before we have rifles in for NIP.
Palm tree flashed, ready to go. Waiting for NIP to commit. Hobbit can confirm that soon. And Shiro's actually spotted them wide as well. Hobbit gets a kill. Shiro baits some shots, but NIP are not keen to re-aggress. They're actually out of there. Dodging death for now. Linus won't be as lucky. Shiro, he's going to deliver it right to them. First class in the front line. Another from the catwalk. Shiro, he's on for it. He's trying to kill everyone right now. But it is denied eventually. Nafany dropping res. And 3 for Shiro is a nice little stat pat. Wait, pad stat. Stats pad.
There we go. Yeah.
Woo, it's been a long day. Here we are.
I feel like, you know, you swapped the first letters around first, then the back letters.
I do that a lot on purpose.
Back letters.
Yeah, the back. I get what you mean. Words are hard at the end of the day, but someone's got to say them.
All right, here it is. Buys back in for NIP. First T-side rifle for him. AWP in Device's hands, but it's glass cannon. So he might find himself feeling fragile in this round here. Lots of attention at long for Gambit. They deny this real estate to Astralis, to NIP. Why do I keep doing it? I haven't done that once this whole series, and now, like, woo! It's just all happening. Device with his AWP. Down here in lower is going to get deleted. by Shiro up on Cat. I didn't even expect that kill to come through. Shiro's taken down another, and this round is getting snatched out from NIP. Oh, and mid, it's ugly from Hampus. This was a bonus round for the Gambit squad. NIP, they needed this victory. If they can't get this, they've got nothing in the next, and it's free upgrades all around for Gambit.
Yeah, Linus has been left in so many 1vx's this map and in so many unfavorable positions severely. CT and T side, how's he supposed to do this? It's a trial by fire, and he's going to get backstabbed by Exile. Gambit grabbing AKs, arming themselves to the teeth. And they are sinking those teeth right into the neck of the Ninjas, 13-6. And with no bomb plant, NIP need to make a fiscally responsible decision here. And that really is the call to not buy. If you want to fight back for a win in regulation, you've got to give up 14 now and play those Deagles.
Yeah, and that's a horrible feeling, right? Like when this is your best course of action is to go, okay, we probably give over 14 here. You're having a lot of faith in your ability to remain resilient and grind out a victory. Because that's what it would be, right? It would be a grind. So yeah, partial investment, buying up a little, but keeping money to invest in the next.
I really wonder, like, I need to check the stats after this game, but what is Shiro's like average KD against top 30 teams? I want to compare that to like James, right? Like who gets it? Because James saves a lot, but man, Shiro just doesn't die, right? In these rounds that they're winning, part of it's coming from clutching, part of it's coming from just, he's always on the other side of the map lurking, being a nuisance, but whatever he does, he always seems to have the least deaths in the server. He has exactly the amount of deaths that NIP has rounds, funnily enough. Here comes the B crunch. Inters is blind, but did they see him get in the cubby? It doesn't look like it. Oh, messy spray. Double entry for NIP, and guns on the ground mean they have a fighting chance in this eco.
Yeah, this is actually a really nice round out of Nip. Oh, but Hobbit from window, as he often does, right? It's the kills that really matter. They're the ones that Hobbit is good at finding. Device, big trade back, and a big trade to have secured, considering the man you've removed from play. Oh, Exile's wasting no time with supportive flashes out of Shiro. They run the site down, and they do retake it. They take it back from NIP control and find 14 rounds as promised.
Oh, even when NIP have like a great position, considering the context of this series, right? They got an eco, they're in the B site, they've got guns, and then that happens. Gotta say, I love that fake from Device. He stood on the edge of the ledge, and he was able to fake the bomb, tap it down on the ground, and then when he gets peeked from window, he's so much higher than Gambit are ready for. He's on top of that ledge, as said. And so he's able to catch a freebie. Still, doesn't matter in the end of things, as flashes render him useless, and the retake happens for Gambit. 14-6. NIP, that lower bracket is welcoming them right now. Do they have anything to say to it?
And this is huge for Gambit, right? Like, this is immediately starting to lay any doubts to rest. This victory, if they're able to get it, which it all hinges on securing this round. If they do, they've paved an easy path to securing a victory. They would have made playoffs already at a bare minimum, right? Be that quarterfinals or semis based on the outcome of that upper bracket game. Through the smoke, Nafany takes matters into his own hands, and he's out of there. He's like a ghost. He's appeared, he's haunted you for a moment, and now you can't find him again. Inter's even slipping into the tunnels. Now, Nip are aware of this, right? No way have they given up B. They might know he's here. Knowing is only half the battle. Linus is going to come in to help out. It's a 4-on-4, even odds retake at B again to decide the outcome of this round.
Yeah, that Dink on Device would love the kill there. Could have put Gambit back in favor for this retake. Now it's going to be very difficult, and with more time ticking off, you wonder if they're even going to consider it. If they are, they've got to go soon. Maybe just looking for damage at this point. This bomb is under halfway, and yeah, that's exactly what it is. It seems to be a done deal for Gambit. They're sneaking in the last second. No, not happening. No. NIP hiding at the car. Nice and easy in the post plant. Gambit trying to pull the wool over Nip's eyes and get a ninja defuse. It's not happening versus the ninjas. That bomb radius, you know, if you're full health, you can sit on the car. You can stay inside a B. And so no reason to leave when Gambit are going for little tricky plays like that. Nice try. But 14-7 is the score. And NIP, time to believe again, because if you don't, it's already over.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the whole reason that you waited to round 14 to make sure you had the full buy was because you had faith in the system, in the gun, in the rifles. When you've got everything, you had faith in your ability to pull this game back. It is a long old gap, 7 between them and Gambit. And as mentioned, the reason why I say this is going to feel like a real grind is Gambit, you know, you're not breaking them on the back of winning 1 or 2 rounds. Like, you need this one again, and then they're still investing. You need to win that, and then finally you've done enough damage to start to take advantage of the CT money. So the path to recovery is a long one, and it's fraught with danger for NIP.
Yeah, one mistake can really be the outcome of this series. It can decide everything here. Can't afford to think like that, but that's what it can come down to. Navi tucked close in the middle door. It's a very hard spot to clear. Often used Molotovs to clear this position. Hobbit getting burnt out on long right now, and they just pop through mid. The flash avoided by Navi. If he can get a smoke off, that's impressive. He doesn't pull it out. Oh dear. Lots of damage through the wall. Smoke will eventually land, and he's still covered, just dodging these orb shots as they rally on through. Navi just abusing with his utility as much as he can. The molly won't work, but the fact that he's still alive is impressive enough. Here's Axel wanting a piece of the pie. Oh,
man, I can't believe he wins that as well. Rez even looked cognizant. What? How's he still going?
Flashed out.
No. Axile's down here in mid fighting with them. He should have never gotten away with a double. And that play alone is just a sign of the times, right? How did he get away with a double kill in mid? It really has just driven this one home for Gambit. Plopsky, last man remaining. And any one of these corners could be hiding Gambit players. 20 seconds, time is a problem, the numbers are a problem. Plopsky is only feeling problems right now, and he's got no solutions to them. He's bowing out, he's saving the AK. Gambit, it's match and series point.
It's playoff point, baby. That's where Gambit are looking to go, and it seems like nothing can stand in their way. Axel is an absolute monster. He got shot at from top mid when he killed Rez, and he still calls for the flash to just jump on the head of Device, somehow winning that one as well, and then getting traded. But at that point, he's thrown enough confusion in the round that it's Gambit. 15-7. NIP just using their timeouts here, trying to bleed whatever they can out of this series. If not for the win, then for pride. Get some more rounds. Make it not feel as one-sided, because that's how it's looking right now. Inferno was no competition. Dust too. NIP were in it in the first half. This T-side has been lacking, however. Gambit, man, they want the pistol, they want conversions, they want a bonus round.
It's so exciting, man, that they're able to put any doubters to silence, right, yeah, within the first few days of the event.
No one's calling them onliners anymore, right? These are legit LAN results for Gambit, and they're only going to keep building. One more. That's all it's going to take.
Early B lean for NIP. They're hoping that this can provide some kind of solace. Inter's left here alone, but Nafi is already making his way around. Nafi's individual decision-making has been just as good as the calls he's been providing, right? He seemingly has an idea as to what's going on in this round before there's really been any indication out of NIP. I think it was the device scoping up in tunnels that maybe dropped a bit of a hint. Shiro's nearby in CT. He's responsible for catching players crossing. Gets the information that one guy's made it up onto Cat. There is more than that. I don't know the full extent of NIP on Catwalk, but they are aware of the possibility. And so Shiro's already backed up to supplement this A-hold.
Times are ticking. 45 on the clock. NIP throwing in the smokes, and it looks like they're just going to have to go off the back of this high flashes. Will anyone full spawn, or are they just try to cross on in? Shiro here to put a stop to them. The Molly and Goose is not going to limit his position, but the flashes certainly will. Blinded off the angle. Nafany dead first to Device's orb, and he's running right back into tunnels. That was a mid-pick. Nipper bailing. They're retreating to the B-bomb site. It's all on Inters. He's the only man here, and he has to hold strong.
Yeah, but you might not be expecting a B player to still be waiting, especially not as deep as Carr. Oh, it's going to get checked, but still Inters is in with the first. Linus trades it out. They've got Hampus trapped at short as well. This could give you a 3-on-3. However, he's just wasting time. That's his responsibility, and Gambit is saving. They wrap onto Hampus, but now they just have to stay alive with 3. Great mid-round reaction out of NIP to recognize that A-bomb site was a terrifying place to wind up.
Uh-oh, wait, let's not get ahead of ourselves here, because he's trapped. Bobsky can't escape. Gambit grabbed the kill. Is that really temptation enough? Time is going by so fast.
There is a 2-on-2 in this site, but
not going for
it's just so far ticked already.
Honestly, I respect it. Like, they weren't really planning to win the round, and when they get the kill, they realize, hey, we could just run in through B here, but probably not going to win it. Like, NOP is set up with a crossfire. They're going to... Oh, that's all frags up nice and bomb. But yeah, like, I don't think Gambit at any point were thinking, hey, we can actually win this round. Let's just keep our guns. Let's just keep the AKs. We've had so many opportunities to close. And so that's fine. But yeah, great call, right? Device gets that mid-pick, and then everyone just runs right back, leaving Hampus in A to sell it further, to stall Gambit even longer. Because you talk about that 2-on-2, Harry, but it would have been a 3-on-2 if Shiro was able to escape Hampus's clutches earlier. He just got delayed so late by that 1A lurk. And Hampus, also the war mate, right through the door.
Yeah, full confidence. Very, very ballsy, especially considering the kind of impact that guys like Shiro have been able to find on this orb, but he's up on the A site, has no say in what's going on in middle. Yeah, they've got Hampus out here. I feel like maybe they're not really sure now what to do with him. He's coming in on this late lurk into the B site. The B players should be aware of this, right? They're very, very cognizant of this idea. They're holding on for it. Hampus is kind of like... this position is either going to make or break the round, it feels like. Either he dies just being trapped out on an island. And Nafany's in midair! How? Oh, we don't have to theory craft because it's all been torn away. It's Nafany trying to hold down the B site. In with a hat trick. Hobbit comes rotating in as well. And Nafany trying to put a nail in the coffin. Will get silenced himself. Plopsky now left in a 1v2. A chance to keep NIP afloat. Shiro and Axile both moving in through the tunnels. They're going to group up and go together. Plopsky, he delivered NIP so many rounds back on Ancient. He was one of the guys who kept them in it, but now he falls short in the clutch, and Gambit lock in the victory. 2-1 over NIP. Wow. They continue fighting on, booking a slot in the playoffs at a bare minimum. Those quarterfinals, Gambit showing they can dance on land just as well as online.
Trace, that's a wonderful pin. Don't tell me. Cologne 2016 limited edition? It looks so soft.
Your compliment was sufficient, Hugo. Hey, Harry. Nice pin. How the hell are you?
Chad has mistaken me for this dickhead Harry, which seems logical because he also works for ESL and I cast with him regularly. Harry and I also go to the same barber, although I have a slightly better haircut.
Chad, congratulations, man. I saw the reports. Time game went well.
Thanks,
man. Great stuff. ESCA tonight?
No can do. Got an 8:30 res with the pros, man. Trying out a new crosshair, though. I'll swing it over.
New crosshair. What do you think?
That's very nice. Look at that.
Gave it a go yesterday. 1 on the thickness, 0 on the dot, and 1 on the outline. It's great for visibility.
That's very cool, Stunner. But that's nothing. Look at this. Daring yellow. Thin outline. What do you think?
Nice.
Jesus. How did a nitwit like you get so tasteful?
I cannot believe that Machine prefers Rush's crosshair to mine.
But wait, you ain't seen nothing yet. Check out this bad boy. Statement read, almost a statement in itself. Dot, for that pinpoint precision. And let's not forget a little bit of girth. Goes a long way.
Impressive. It's nice, it really is. Now let's see Chad's crosshair. Look at that subtle neon coloring. The tasteful thickness of it, oh my God. The gap is perfect.
Something wrong? Stunner? You're sweating.
Well, with the playoff berth already in hand, Gambit secure a win over the Ninjas of Pajamas. Welcome back, everybody. I've got Moses and Maniac to lock this one in with me. Playoff on the line, sort of, not really on the line, but it makes it easier for Maniac.
Absolutely. Gambit now already in the playoff. Obviously, the question is going to be whether it's semifinal or quarterfinal down the line. But for the viewers at home and everyone that had a doubt, that Gambit were an online team, not able to do it online, they were going to crumble. I have some very bad news for you.
Okay.
I have some very bad news. Gambit is here to play.
I'd like to get something on the record. I never said they were an online team that they're going to crumble. I know, but you looked at me when you brought it up, so I feel like I need to step in.
For you, I promise.
I did expect there to be more struggles for Gambit early on. I expected like the first 2 matches coming into Cologne to be a little bit of a trial period for a couple different reasons. But I mean, they've proven me wrong. Obviously, outside of these first map hiccups in their first 2 series, no problem whatsoever. This is dominant.
So what you didn't see coming was like just Gambit hitting shots midair. You know,
that was a wild way to end it, wasn't it?
That definitely was.
Good for Navi.
Yeah, right? I mean, this is the stuff that you report the guy on the other team for, guaranteed in matchmaking.
Defense exactly as designed.
Yeah, it's all gone to plan. For Gambit, though, this will continue. We can also take a deeper dive into these, right, Maniac?
Yeah, let's appreciate the attacks from Gambit. Let's go into round number 13 because I want you guys to understand how hard it is for NIP when you play against Gambit. And look at the sheer precision of the attack, right? We have Device that's aiming at it. They just go before the flash pops, and then Device is going to get Molotov 1, and he's going to get Molotov twice, and he's got no time to shoot. In about 5 seconds, the A side has completely fallen. You already have Navi who dropped down into CT spawn. He's being a little bit overzealous. He's going to be punished, but it doesn't matter. The hit is polished, and this is what is so scary when it comes to Gambit. You feel like if you are not able to puncture one player before their attack, in that millisecond window that they give you, that is it. They're going to have that refined hit. You have no chance. You have no say.
Well, also think of the difference between this hit we just saw here and then also the hit that NIP experienced on Inferno. That was like 20 seconds on the clock, smokes are out, and they're just walking. They're silent behind it as well, not sure what's coming. This one is a much faster pace. So Gambit's ability to play those like slow hits that are really awkward to deal with odd timings, and then this one where it's just like, boom, here's the utility, here's the 2 Molotovs, and you're dead. Like that ability to have success in both of those tactics as a defense, when you're planning a round out and you're talking before freeze time, it's like, oh, do we save nades? Do we hold on to them? Do we dump them early? What do we do?
Is the $1 million question, you know, how do you get your team on the same page like Gambit gets their team, Jason? Is that like the $1 million question in Counter-Strike?
Yeah, they have a very, very good understanding of what all of them are doing. And it's not just like the details of it, it's the pacing of it more than anything. Because there's no way you're going to know every little detail of what your opponent is planning on doing in a round. But it's the fact that they all seem to be on the same page, whether it's fast or slow, whether it's supposed to be silent, whether they can make noise. It's wild.
It is definitely wild. Hold on, Maniac. I'm getting a buzz right now into my ear. It seems as though we're ready to head down to the sidelines. Who's you got, Frankie?
Rez, it was a tough but not a one-sided match today against the best team in the world. Are you happy with the team's performance today?
Not quite. I think we could have done much better, especially on Inferno. We got a really slow start on the city side. Lost some very unfortunate rounds there. So we should have ended it 2-0 in my opinion. Dust 2 was very one-sided. They were really strong on that map and they're probably the best in the world on that map as well. So yeah, tough match.
What did you learn then from that match?
Yeah, I'm not sure really. It happened a lot of things. I think we're gonna go through the whole best of 3 and we're gonna find a lot of mistakes. So I think we can learn a lot.
On the more positive side, though, do you think you're the best team in the world on Ancient at the moment?
Honestly, yeah. I think we're probably most confident on it and most comfortable on the map. And I think we've theorycrafted enough now. And I feel like we're ahead of the other teams. So yeah, I think it's our strongest map right now.
Thank you so much for joining us, Rez.
Thank you.
Best team on Ancient, but he certainly hasn't played the pug that is Sponge, Machine, Henry Rush, and dare I say myself, Moses is a nice also for someone.
A good substitute every once in a while.
And for us, we also go to a break because that's the end of the analysis that we have for that matchup, G2 versus Big on the docket, and boy, I can't wait to get our plate.
Game. He's going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. He takes every single one from nothing to the AWPAs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
Allez. Oh non, non pas ça.
No, mais non, this shit. How is it possible?
One surfing on the left, bro.
One surfing on the left, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, one on the middle.
One middle, yeah. On top left.
Okay, you have naded. Take a bazooka, no?
Okay.
You're pushing your left.
What?
I'm surfing as well. Or somewhere on the right. Look at this Kobe.
What the fuck is this? It's insane.
One dead.
One was middle.
Where?
Mid.
No, he's a surf on the right.
Huh?
Top right, top right.
Top right, top
I'm
left.
Flashing in front of you.
One of you.
Right.
He's still on the left. You?
Middle.
To the right. Now to your left. What the fuck? I didn't even know about this.
Tam. C'est quoi ça? Allez. Faut que tu montes.
1 HP on the left.
Oh.
What? Idé, on a. Got it.
Idene.
Huh? Middle.
Boy, he cheats.
One HP. 1 HP.
Nice, Sama.
Should not
Yeah, 1
1
HP for sure.
What? Oh my god, you didn't hit him. He was 1 HP. Pushing both left side. They're pushing.
It's a bit. Netting.
Oh, comment il fait ça? On the left now.
Flashing.
Mais next time, à ta gauche, frère.
À ta gauche! Gauche!
À ta gauche, frère. Oh, move. When it's 1-1, go up.
Yeah. Oh, I'm dead.
No. He's dead. No. 5-4, it's a very close game. It's a new Mousesports.
What?
Ama, cover me, bro. Qu'est-ce que tu me fais là? Non, il est pas mal.
What?
Ouais, sauvé par le gong.
Where? What?
Ok.
In the middle.
On the right.
No, on the left. He dropped down. Oh my god. Where is he pushing? He's pushing CT base. He's coming from the left side. Nice.
C'est pas possible, allez.
Group A semi-final upper bracket coming up right now. You've got a quote here from Dude. Yeah, Dude. From the side of Big, obviously. He's saying we played incredibly well overall, really disciplined team play. You feel different on LAN. Playing at LAN makes us 100 times stronger. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters. In case you didn't know, this is a LAN. That's right, local area network, all day, all night over there in Cologne. My name is Trace, and alongside of me is Maniac, and I do have Yanko for this segment. Yanko, hey.
Hey Trace, what's up?
Hey man, just watching a little counter, just seeing what Gambit had to offer, but now we're looking at the boys at G2 and Big. So let's just get off to a start here.
You're gonna call out that bullshit statement, or should I?
You go ahead, man. I like it when you do it. It's a lot more eloquent.
LAN works so much better for us when, historically, most of their players play better online than on LAN. There's a reason why Tabson is the highest rated player for the team. He's the one who's always been the player for Big on LAN. And if they're going to make deep runs here, it has to be more than that, right? It has to be either Xantares or Searson, especially. His level was off the roof this time last year. Him and Xantares were the leading force then for Big, and they need to contribute more against a very stacked G2.
Berlin International Gaming playing on home soil. There's a whole storyline to be had right there. We can take a look at the recent results up to this point. Maniac, what do you see? A lot of dust too?
There's a lot of dust too. There's a lot of green, Trace, but also some tight games that Big at the end up winning. And to me, it gives me the impression that right now they might be in this microclimate where they believe that they can do anything. And that's the story that I want to write when it comes to Big here in Cologne. It's the assumption that they can play to a higher level that they usually do because of the context.
And we've seen it done before.
Absolutely.
A little bit of the magic at Cologne 2018, a totally different vibe. And they really did light the Lanxess up back then.
And you're going to know, Trace, right? Like in the semifinal there, they took down Faze, who were the favorites to win the whole thing. Navi on the other side of the bracket knocked out Astralis, right? And if Faze managed to beat Big there and go into the final, they could have completed the Grand Slam with a trophy there. So I think, Nico still remembers that loss at Cologne 100%, and he's definitely still out for blood for that one.
Just still kind of mauling about it a little bit, sometimes might even say. But a new day, a new game, and a new chapter. Nico finding himself on G2. I would love to hear a little bit more specifically.
And it was IEM Katowice, and you guys came second to Navi. Do you feel like being back in this LAN environment could potentially see you make it to the finals again?
I hope so. We are looking forward to play more. Yesterday we had a great game against Complexity. Today we are playing against Big. Hopefully we'll continue what we did last night, especially on this Dust 2 second map. And yeah, I'm looking forward to play more and to see where we are standing now, but I think we are really ready to go in the finals again.
Roster change aside, do you feel like the team has developed a lot since IEM Katowice 2020?
Everything has changed. A lot of teams came into Tier 1 CS, like Gambit, Heroic, a lot of other teams. They surprised a lot, Big as well. they were not here when we were in Katowice, for example. So a lot of teams improved, and CS has changed a lot. And of course, we changed a lot of like roles, our game, players as well. So everything is different now.
Let's talk about your opponents, Big. They have stunned everyone since making it to IEM Cologne, especially Tamsin. What are your impressions of them?
I didn't watch them too much, honestly. I'm more focusing on our game, on my teammates and on my team. They are a great team with great players. I know it since before, so yeah, they're a great team. We'll just try our best to beat them, and it will not be an easy job, for sure.
Big are known for their heavy util style. You're known for not caring. You just go out there and get the frags. Do you do anything in particular to dodge that nade work by Big?
We didn't talk too much about that, honestly. As I said, we are focusing on ourselves. The most important is that we are feeling comfortable. They can throw whatever they want. If we are just swinging and killing together, they will not have time to throw nades on proper timings.
I can't wait for the swinging and killing. Thank you so much.
Me too. Thank you too. Bye.
That was a pretty creepy end to that. That was good.
G2, they made it to the finals last time we had LAN, albeit that feels like a millennium ago. They had to stack up against Navi and Katowice. Didn't necessarily go their way. But overall, when we look at G2, can they do that again? Can they replicate a performance on LAN such as?
I think they can. I think they absolutely can. And the man we had on our screen, obviously, is going to be instrumental. If you keep an eye on the webcam trace and you look at Hunter and Nico, the way they interact with each other when they are on LAN, look at their ratings right now in the first series, 1-6 for Nico, 149 for Hunter. Something is happening. There's like a storm brewing between the two, and I'm expecting them to pop off massively at this event. And it started a good way.
That's some wild scenes right there. And Yanko, what we're going to do is talk about Nexa and Tamsin. They're going to be our EpicsGG players to watch, and we're actually going to jump into that here real shortly. Let's do it right now.
As two of the front runners go head-to-head, let's take a look at two of their key components. Yes, you heard me correctly. Big is now a team to watch at IEM Cologne, finding LAN to be the perfect antidote to their recent slump in form. Leading the charge is Tamsin. The highest rated player of the play-in stage posted a 2.40 opening kill ratio on day 1 and continued his strong form against Virtus Pro in their opening match of Group A.
Now they start firing with a firing squad. 2 for 2 in the trade. Tamsin makes it otherwise as he lines up a few more.
Meanwhile, the man in charge of the G2 camp is Nexa. While his deadly teammates can always be relied on for explosive plays, Nexa is the steady-handed mastermind. Teammate Nico has described his captain's game plans as clinical. And as he's got plenty of study material to work with ahead of this matchup, don't be surprised if G2 start reading Big like a book. So which tactical titan will guarantee their team a spot in the playoffs today?
And again, those are your EpicsGG players to watch. Here are the map videos. You can watch these as well. Ancient Overpass out, Yanko.
Extent, right? That's most of the time that's their first pick. They could go for Vertigo as well, a map they've had success on lately. They just go with the standard Dust 2, and it takes some balls to do that after the performance that G2 had yesterday on the map. And G2 just goes for Mirage, the standard pick.
It's interesting that G2 didn't pounce on the Inferno opportunity, which was the first veto for Big. Last time they played, Big won that Dust 2 game that was during Blast. G2 went for the Mirage as well. Last time around, it was Vertigo as a third map, and we could go... No, actually, that's the Inferno that I was talking about. The fact that Inferno wasn't removed from by Big, allows that for G2 to go as a third map, which for them should be a very good news.
Well, stylistically, there's got to be a comfort zone along Dust 2, right, Yanko, between these two teams?
Yeah, I think both on Dust 2 and Mirage, these teams overlap a lot. They both really enjoyed the map. I think on Inferno, I would give a slight edge to G2, but also when we were in Faze, we played Big a lot. It was always Nuke, Dust, Mirage. It was always the same map pool. So we played them a ton on Mirage, on Dust. Nico knows how they like to approach the game on those maps, so expect him to be the focal point on G2 CT side, trying to make some plays.
Well, whether you think it's going to be G2 or you think it's going to be Big, Maniac, just pick one right now. Just pick one.
I'm going to go for G2.
Of course. Who would have known? We're going into the game. We are ready to keep the lower bracket going. No, excuse me. This is the upper bracket. Over on the lower bracket, a little bit of an elimination alert. Group A, featuring Liquid and Mousesports. On the third map, Mousesports having their way. We're going to have our way into the game currently with G2 and Big. This is the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne, and I've got Sponge and Machine sitting by, ready to rumble.
Ready to rumble indeed. Thank you so much to Stunner and the desk. And I'm just hyped to get this one started. G2's Dust 2 getting off to a flying start. Nico takes one to the forehead. He's alive, but he's not quite kicking just yet. So a reminder as well, with this being the upper bracket semis, if you pick up a win today, you are already securing playoffs at IEM Cologne. Centaurus catching one, they're pushing B. A lot of damage already inflicted. This is going to suck for G2, and it's getting worse. Nexa on the edge of the smoke, and it's already over. Centaurus with the shutdown, a lot of assists, just finished off nicely by Searson. And so Big Clan take the pistol very quick in the conversion.
Yeah, that felt way too easy there. They had a good read on what G2 were throwing their direction, bullets through the smoke, and, well, that's how we kick this one off. Now, we had G2 taking on Complexity. We caught this one. Nico having that magic moment, that ace with the AK carried through on one of the save rounds. They had some good deagle rounds as well. G2 are looking great about this. Now, I think this matchup will tell us, does that say more about it Complexity or does it say more about G2? Because Big have been looking pretty good, especially throughout that play-in stage.
Yeah, and I'm hyped to see Big Clan. First chance for us here on the mainstream, at least for myself and Sponge. And seeing the results, seeing the clips, you know, these boys have definitely been finding their footing. And Cologne's always been a big one. Oh, God, I hate that.
We're going to do that a few times.
Yeah, it's going to happen a lot. It needs our synonyms for big, thanks to these Germans. Berlin International Gaming, though, should be converting this one without a single casualty. They've gone for the MP9s, nice little extra kill reward, and, of course, Searson on his signature scout.
Yeah, it is just this one deagle coming on through here from Nico. Everybody else onto the Glock, so a plant would be fantastic. But G2 need to make that magic happen. Now, Nico blasting out a cat. We'll have to deal with Searson over towards this car position.
I'm not even going to be surprised.
He could just swing on out and rip his head off. We've already seen him do it.
He's actually tagged up to 83, so Searson has a distinct advantage if he hits that scout shot. Tabson about to present his head, and Nico obliges with damage. It's Nexa and Jax to convert. Now the rest should fall into place. Playing hot potato with the deal. It's Nexa next up. And they'd love to get that bomb down. A couple of misses may enable that. It's Amanek to get it down. 10 HP is going to be denied.
Nades.
Great find from Centaurus, and it stops any extra cash finding its way into the G2 system.
Yeah, fantastic utility usage there, right? Nobody really close enough to the site to deny it with the weaponry. The HEs, they'll get it done. And, Tizzy in mid-dare takes Hunter out of the picture. And that is the second relatively clean again. So Big looking great out the gates here. The AKs will come out from G2 now. And the bonus round, it gets a chance to be carried forward for Big. So with these SMGs, you can have a couple of different plays, right? Maybe take them aggressive towards long, take control of that bedroom. You can go aggressive up at dark, maybe go for a cat boost.
Also want to echo the sentiments of the desk that you have to have some pretty big cojones to be picking Dust 2 against G2 after what they performed and how they performed against Complexity yesterday. So confidence in their own ability. We heard from Hunter as well in his interview with Frankie talking about the fact that he's more concerned about his own game and then thinking about what Big Clan are going to be bringing to the plate.
Looks like they're going towards a B hit here. And Centaurus, well, he's on platform, yet to die. One of the M4s in his hands as well, and on the jiggles, as soon as he spots something, he'll drop that smoke.
Now would be great. They're going to be ahead of that. Flash is good. We'll spray and unload with Keto combined. It's a good find. Jax is in. Keto denied. Through the flames. Amanek tests his limits. Hunter's already got through. How? A teleportation, I believe, from Hunter. Regardless, 3v3. And I don't know if they fancy their chances here. It's a Scout, MP9. And already that bomb's ticking.
Because it is this bonus, they may as well have a crack with this. Have a couple of smokes to work with. They can smoke Nexa off towards the upper tunnels. Flash to initiate the push.
Smoke tons is decent. Another on Tizzy, and maybe to get on that bomb with the kit. This could be good, you know. Flash for the go. As it fades. This is the Q. Bomb very close to pop in here. They need to go fast. Take those AKs away, deny what they can. Good finds, though, from the cousins. Only Searson, nothing to contribute. G2 keep it clean.
Looked a little bit hesitant there, actually, on the way through the doors. Not like Big had full conviction, but regardless, G2 with a clean one and are able to keep 3 alive.
What happened to Centaurus' money?
I think he dropped the rifle there, right? Because Tabson went down as he was progressing up spawn. So I think Centaurus dropped the gun across. And that's why 2 of them there are sitting with that. Not a pretty penny. Now, this all started, right, in the Flash affair. Hunter actually jumped over the head of Keto right there. So losing one another. But just the trades quite efficiently and double AWPs in response. This is interesting from Big.
Very interesting. And the full util P2K. P250, do excuse me.
Tabson's found a lot of room here. He can actually creep on up. Nexa is watching the push, so might deny this immediately. And all that util of Tabson will hit the deck. Oh, he loses the fight from range. The P250 strikes, and this smoke towards Xbox will be fading the AWP from Searson.
Expecting it, and that's the shot he had to hit. Searson at least maintains a degree of an advantage. Amanek has a lot of control long, free space to roam. Jackson Hunter perhaps looking to reconvene there.
This is huge right now. The fact that they have double AWPs in play at this point.
It's kind of badass around those sidearms, but it does mean they can still hold those angles, and it's converted off the back of Searson's find. Jax could be putting his head in the vice if he keeps this crawl going down mid. Keto just holding that tight line. And they have managed to slip the first of the big clan members if they opt to crawl through the smoke. Tizian aggressive, actually traces fire. He suspects they're lingering, doesn't manage more than the dink. And Searson under scrutiny now. What are you doing? Searson's in the open, goes down, a double from Amanek's Galil. And I believe the site open for business. Amanek perhaps going to encounter Zantares here, quite loud about it, making no secret of his presence, but he'll scoop up an AK and evacuate.
Yeah, going to be the save here. Keto needs to get away and save his big green. And all in all, the reason that fell apart and the reason that Searson looked so confused on where he needed to be attending with that AWP was the fact that Amanek went out long and he mollied Car. So they didn't have any info long, right? But 3 of them just appeared very quickly short. That call wasn't being able to be made quickly from Tizian. He didn't see all 3 of them as he's gone on down. And Searson, worried about his flank or worried about getting pinched from both sides, is just confused, and that's all it took. So Amanek was actually the player who went out long and mollied Car. So all the impact from Amanek, picks himself up an AWP, and the second round for G2 here converted once more.
Well, from Amanek's POV, you've just gone from starting the round with no kills, walking into that with not only converting it off the back of your info play, but also the double kill and an AWP for good measure. That's lovely. And G2 do equalize straight off of the break. Big Clan, of course, with the pistol and its conversion, but G2 have responded in kind.
Yeah, going to be curious now to see what Big do. It should be the eco, but we know that those saved guns are in place. So Big are one of these teams who take more of the conservative approach. That's the first. We saw that smoke get dropped. Searson in no man's land. You can see he wasn't even looking towards short. So this, yeah, they're not going to invest behind the save guns. They're holding on to their pennies here. Next round, 2,400 is the loss bonus, and that is a big shot there from Searson. A great way to kick this one off.
Yeah, that's huge. Maybe they have something more to say about this one. It's going to be a question of what Searson wants to do as a reaction to that. They are looking for a contact place, and Taras did recover an AK-47. So if Keto can just get a little bit of info, bait them in, attention drawn towards the site, perhaps Zantares can strike with the AK. Nico looking to join them. That's the first frag, but now the rotates in. If G2 want to full commit to this, we could be into a spot of bother. Searson and Zantares, the weapons are there. He'll be smoked off. Pulls the trigger regardless, just a little shy of the mark. It's still Zantares with a double spray. I'm afraid that's not enough. Searson would have to come up clutch, 1v2. Bomb now planted courtesy of Nexa.
That's it. He started the round so well, but can't invest into this one. Difficult to give up in the best of times a B retake, so throwing away the 4750 big sniper rifle, not worth it whatsoever. Backs on out, will keep himself alive, and does he want to look for punishment here? He could opt to go all the way around backyard and look towards the tunnels with the AWP, but it looks like he wants to make sure he doesn't lose this AWP. That's G2 now taking the lead up to 3 rounds. Now that one got very, very costly, right? They made a lot work with very little there, and G2 have shown a tendency right now to be heading over towards B for these hits.
Well, if you remember, we were praising Nexa and G2 with their incredible conditioning on their T side, to the point where, because they have now succeeded on B to this point, I just look forward to seeing if Big will bite on the bait when they just send Hunter on his little lurky fakes.
Yeah, so this is some of the questions, right, that are going to start coming in. That's a great shot to kick off the round. A good dink onto Nico there as well, and well, they mopped this mess up. You could see that G2 didn't get flustered, right? They actually just stayed postured in upper tunnels and waited for the fights to come to them. So saved AWP coming through one more time, upgraded pistols for everybody else. This is still a dicey round for G2 to have to deal with. The Deagles could punish. Amanek looking ready for the boost on up.
Nade. Looks like a good one.
Ooh, landing on the toes of Nico there. And Searson off of that is going to rotate around. Reposition back towards middle. We've seen this routine from Nico time and time again. Smoke over towards the B hillside. Molly close left. And flashed on off, so Searson catches absolutely nothing there with his vision.
Okay, so G2 forged a safe path up towards Cat, and Searson does react upon the util pin pull, but nothing found. Tabson aggressing, Nexa ready. That's the first blood now into the site. Off the flashes starting to gather, charging into just that deagle of Tizian. Searson might be able to react and support. And once they start to cross, this is the break point. miss. Nico closing the gap fast. A flash to support the peak. He's tucked in on Gandalf himself.
Bomb's falling back.
Oh, and Hunter's gone round the world. Kito's not ready for it. And he does tame the spray and the taps. Lovely finds, and that's the round secured.
Well, Nico's still over towards A, so he can do a Tizian in his own time, and then they can just start pinning down Sirison towards long. Nexa has that one currently contained. Looking great to take away this AWP this time round for G2. Jax will plant that bomb, start that 40-second timer. In the meantime, Nico has dealt with Tizian, so Sirison, they know where you are. It's only a matter of time, my friend.
There's a lot of time on that bomb, Chad.
Look, they're starting to chase as well.
I really don't fancy Sirson's chances here. Like, he's a gamer, and I'm sure he's an exit fragger, but I'm not so sure he's got this one in the bag. If G2 want to press the issue, you see they don't know, of course, Pit more common in terms of AWP saves. So they're going to try and run boost across, check Pit with the height advantage, and now perhaps Hunter...
Flashing.
Oh, yeah, he turns it. Looks for the nose. Oh, of course he hits the one behind. A tag, no less. But they'll take him down. They don't even want his weapon.
Yeah, now the deal here is he has plenty of money to buy another AWP, but wouldn't you like having that extra money and already having an AWP? So yeah, he has to reinvest here, and Big will be taking a timeout. An opportunity to talk things through. Keep in mind that Hunter lurk you just saw through B. Now, if you're watching the game yesterday with Complexity, that was something that Hunter was doing time and time again, being an absolute nuisance. When the rest of his team were hitting that A bomb site, he'd come through B, be flanking them, destroying them in the backs and CT spawn. And also, the info that allows, he can tell his team if anybody is retaking from spawn or if they should expect cat or maybe a bit more pressure towards long. So, multifaceted. I just saw a couple of orgs being brought in there, so it was at least 3 scoped weapons. This is Hunter in the back. Almost made a meal of it there, but cleans up the mess. 2 nice kills.
Yeah. Both Nico and Hunter have demonstrated their affinity for that decision-making between spray and taps. I mean, that play yesterday, of course, a perfect example, but some of the sharpest aimers in Counter-Strike currently here for the G2 roster. Both of them do seem to be hitting their stride here at IEM Cologne. And a reminder as well, locking yourselves in for the playoffs. If you pick up the best of 3 straight into the boost, you mentioned the AUG immediately favors him against the AWP, no less. Amanek didn't even get to pull the trigger.
Yeah, it looked like they was ready for it, but just the fire rate of that way too quick. Now having to operate in a 4-on-5 disadvantage on G2. Tabson's already starting to cheat his way over back towards middle, so suspecting a bit of a B play here. As Antares and Kito are locking down the site, Jax is feigning some mid-control here with a flash. That's just going to give him a bit of presence over towards Cap, but needs to be careful as he dives on down.
Ooh, Jaxy boy, playing a dangerous game, and Tabson just taps him. No issues, and he's still aware that mid could be a problem. Nico going hunting for Tabson here, and he's not far off the mark. Tabson tucking in passive.
They still have time to pivot, you know. We've just gone sub 1 minute. If G2 actually made their way up Cat, there could be a chance to snowball onto A, but they're walking out middle. This is into the stack.
Yeah, it is. Now, CT isn't the threat, too, from 2 different elevated positions. This is going to be very hard for Nico to clear. 40. Hunter and Nico with the crossfire established. Next is just lingering, hoping that they can start finding some space. Oh, that's not really a run boost, is it really? Draw the crosshair at least. Hello!
Oh, he saw it all.
Actually hits Tabson. I can't believe he's converted a frag off that. And now Nico perhaps can work off that information a little bit. Oh, hard flick to hit. Searson doesn't struggle. And now Nexa, I'm afraid, up the creek without the paddle. Clean from Big Clan. Tabson, he took 2 before he went down. The only casualty after a Hunter space program.
I can't believe, yeah, you're right. The fact that he's hit that one when he... The great thing was, if Nico's able to come out and trade off of that, Hunter gets all the info as well. So it was an audacious maneuver. Here's the one to kick it off. Out wide, AUG in the face. See you later, Amanek. This one, he was great. Tabson's just hanging out. The fact that he knows he's taking the AWP out is very... Oh, look at that slingshot. Yeah. All the way out. And here we go again. Guns back out for both teams. Hunter with some pressure towards long this time. Molly at his toes. He can stand behind it.
That's a bad Molly. I have to call it. Get out of dodge.
Is Nico walking out mid through the smoke right now? He's very aggressive. Nice shot from Sirison.
But this still does mean Nico is now been met by Zantara's resistance from the CT side. Has once again thrown G2 into a disadvantage. 2 players down already, and this is for the 2nd time in 2 rounds.
Yeah, trying to take a couple of liberties there, right? Obviously, the fight from short, Sirison took the fight to them, but Nico was trying to get a little bit tricky with it. And Tabson, again, just cheating his way back across. So the in-game leader for Big, bolstering the forces when he feels the need.
I will also mention, I think Amanex had a large amount of opening deaths so far. We've seen Tabson, we've seen Sirson peeking him doors. He's not been really able to play the game yet. Big Clan finding that opening pick more often than not.
Well, now Hunter's picking up the AWP, so they definitely see the need to wield it right now. And this two-pronged defense on the site, Tizian to lock down long, Sirison over towards that car position again. If they're able to keep him at bay with the flashes, they can take the site and get this bomb down.
Sirison cannot hold any wider line. The one-way element of that Vanguard smokes. Here comes the swing, turns the flash, he has a chance, nice use of util, still gets the crosshair on the head. And now just 2 remain. Jax is going to try and catch him, and Searson's not interested. He's not buying what Jax is selling. Hunter, very few opportunities here. He managed to find the first, but that's the end of that. And again, practically spotless from Big Clan in 2 back-to-back rounds as they respond to G2's 4-round slew.
Yeah, important to do so, right? Because you look at the rounds that G2 are getting on the board. Sure, they were able to break that economy early, but they were saved guns. They were still dangerous rounds. And now what Big have finally converted a full gun round. So this is where G2 have an opportunity to take a timeout. Get Malik, the coach. You can see him in the back lines there, having the conversation. And we can also direct our attention to the bottom left-hand side of your screen. You can see purchases possible for the majority of the members. Nexa can buy, the same for Jax. We might see Nico go into an AK with head armor, same for Hunter, or they can go for Galils. It's just Amanek, who could try and operate with a scout if he wants to try and fill that same void, or a completely different strategy, maybe something a bit more set-piecey. A look at the radar. Not really decent long spawns.
Yeah.
Right? You're having a look at this. Nico's the closest, and he's not close at all. This was really good stuff from Sirison, right? Dodging both of those flashes, denying that plant, making this very, very costly for G2.
Yeah, like for everyone, all the silvers in the chat that are watching this, and you sit there and go, why is he not killing the whole team when you watch an AWPer on that line? You just saw how much util was thrown his way. There's HEs, smokes, double flashes the team is crossing, and he still converts 2. So credit to Sirison where it's due. And the fact that Sirison and Xantares have come into this already looking fierce, and tabseN yet to be truly activated, that's a very good sign that the individual components are here for Big Clan tonight.
Oh, this is going to be a cat take right now. They've walked their way up, and Amanek has opted to work with that scout, so the flashes here are indicating they're taking control. They're just going.
Yeah, they are, and Sirison was a little caught out by that. He'll have to throw out a flash if he wants to re-peek. No support particularly close. G2 are committing full across now. Oh, and a good shot from Sirison just before Hunter can drop, and Searson's lining them up. And third on the cards as well. Amanek's scout spotted out, flash to remove the vision, but support has arrived, and Big Clan just shut them out. Nothing for G2 to celebrate, absolutely nothing.
Oof. Sirison was under so much pressure there. The fact he gets those 2 kills bought so much time for his teammates to scale back up that ramp and bail him out. And that's what you saw. tabseN's had a massive ace so far in this tournament. He locked down a very, very similar play from the ramp with an M4. So Big showing their proficiency on this map when defending this A bomb site.
I mean, this has been a project for a long time. I'm not going to put a number on it, but
it was early last year, because I remember Global Challenge at the end of 2020. We were highlighting the rise of Big and Heroic.
Yes.
And both of those teams came together in early 2020 with their roster changes, right? Keto and Sirison. And we obviously had the roster changes for Heroic. But Big, I think people have been a little bit disillusioned with their results in recent times. They're a good top 10 team, but trophies is something that I don't think too many people think are on the docket for this squad. They can change that dialogue right here by locking themselves into the playoffs with a win over G2.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've also fallen into that trap where you get, there's only so many times you get super excited for Big Clan, then get disappointed to the point where you no longer take the first step. So
yeah, look, they have very good players here. It's just about seeing them all come together. And Yanko was talking about it. The best LAN player for this team is tabseN, but online, that's not the case. He's got these soldiers who are absolute beasts, and Sirison is one of them who currently has 11 kills. So this is very good signs as G2 posture again for a little bit of an ace split. Some upgraded pistols, but that's all they have to boast right now. There's no utility to facilitate anything here. One of the positives they do have is Xantares and Keto are very passive on that B site. Their rotation will be late.
Bang, and the dirt is gone. Oh, a miss this time. Jax didn't quite manage to retrieve the bomb. I think that was his intention. It's just a little too far gone, and the rest should be collected without much sweat on the brow. Hunter might want to try and challenge out here on the short side. He just walk on in, straight to Sirison, and they collect themselves some more. Here we go. Gap is starting to extend.
Well, we understood that one. We definitely understood that one right there. And you can hear they are communicating in that old English. Taking a little bit of a look right now. In terms of the opening kills, it's falling well and truly in the favor of Big at this point. Sirison has a bunch so far.
Yeah, dude, if Searson can keep this up, you know, we've had the Tabson pop off. If we get a full Searson offliner, that would be pretty lit.
Well, this conversation, right, Amanek has been very handy picking up the AWP duties that have been left by, I suppose, Nico and thus the void of Kenny, right, when you have that conversation. But Searson, if we're just going to compare the players, he should have Amanek covered every day of the week on the big green. And on a map that is so AWP proficient, like Dust 2, that's where somebody like Searson could be a difference maker.
All right, well, let's talk about Amanek for a second, because he's had a real rough ride so far into this one. He's back on the big green, of course, filling that giant void of Kenny S's AWPing presence. And so far, Big have had no issues shutting him down early.
Cop this. Amanek is currently 0-4 in terms of entry. Searson is 4-0.
Now Amanek's chance to change the dialogue. He's got a full loaded AWP, posted up on mid, and for now, just going to be those contained smokes. Util dropped on every single extremity of the map. Hunter loves throwing this B door smoke early. It's just conditioning for when they do want to hit that fast B. It just looks no different to a standard round.
Oh, is he flubbed that this time round? There seems to be a bit of a gap for Tabson to play around, so it is just a fake, but gap, and there you go. Searson again onto Amanek. He's got the follow-up onto Nexa here, and that's 2 entries again.
Yeah, G2 just can't seem to stop. Oh, okay. Conceding was how that sentence was supposed to finish. It's Nico that's managed to equalize in the blink of an eye. A double kill on the doors, and Searson has to react to that. 15-4. He shut down long, but he may have to do more towards doors here. Jax with the bomb on his back to rejoin Nico mid. Searson waiting for sound cues. He's got nothing. Nothing reported by Keto either, so he will just hold fire.
Oh, he's having a look.
He is. Keto walking down. Nico's looking very sharp. 3 already in this round. I think Searson's his next victim. Okay, good response. The German AWPer shuts down the star of the show. A chance on the doors cross. It's a flash, and he's not
He got the tag.
He actually did.
Hunter's on the flank right now. That's a big problem.
It's a very quick flank. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to...
They're going in.
They're going straight in. Jax is isolated. They can't seem to find him. Tizian clearing his corners. Hunter has struck from behind.
You can sit the defuse.
They communicate it? Yes. He knows where he's coming from. Gambling as he gets across. He could sit it, and he will. Hunter, how fast are your legs? Is he calling the bluff?
Oh my God.
Tizian pulled off the bomb. Hunter calls it.
Halfway tick now. He might have played him.
Tizian's got to hurry up. Hunter's sharp, looks the wrong way, and he's found it. It's just in the nick of time. Big Clan will snatch another.
What a round from Searson again. Absolutely huge stuff. Nico goes on a rampage out mid and rips off heads. And then Searson comes on through. The smoke fades. He gets that kill. Shora opens the door. It allows Jax to get onto that B bomb site. But Hunter, he's in no man's land. The fact that one gets so close, great stuff from both teams here.
Yeah, and I have to give credit. This third kill is the most important because Nico was about to win the round.
He was owning him.
He got 20 HP. If Searson didn't hit that when he did, we don't even get to see that 1v1 established. Woo-wee. Hunter's going to be feeling a little frustrated after that one. It's one of those coin toss.
Yeah.
That's what you do with
You could tip him. You could flip him.
Yeah.
You can spend him.
Just like a Beyblade. Searson now looking to let it rip.
This is looking like a fast approach just on a mid to B here. They might be able to isolate Zentaras and Keto over towards this B site. So keep your eyes on Zentaras up towards window.
Yo, this is going to be something quite speedy. The entire G2 squad congregated in a tiny pixel square of mid. And now Zentaras, if he takes another look, he's going to have a whole lot more than he bargained for. Off the flash, though, safe and sound. A second from Zentaras. These multi-kills keep on coming. Jax has only got a scrap of health left. Keto posted up at the back of sight. Jax can't finish his meal. Just the pixel of Keto. And it's not enough. Now all onto Nexa, and he's finished off as well. Big Clan are running away with the CT half, and they will win the half. 8 now to 4. They take the advantage. And what is that now? 6 rounds in a row. Yeah, G2 dead silent.
This is fantastic stuff out of Big here. Just the type of rounds they're winning. They're close, but they're also shutting them out. The rotations have looked fantastic. And without the plant, G2 this time round have to have a conversation. Their money is not in a great spot. It will just be this pistol upgrade. A little bit of armor being scattered on through. Amanek into a scout. We'll call this one a half bite for argument's sake. Xbox smoke about to land. And back again they go. 3 through the tunnels. Hunter towards back of Cat. Amanek overseeing business down that death alley. And it looks like they really just want to punish out this mid to B.
Yeah, it seems to be the intention. He saw an elbow, and he does strike. Jax softened up. Injured both in and out of game. Oh, and dunked as well. It's Keto with a second. Why are these doubles coming so thick and fast? Every member of Big Clan has found a multi.
Ooh.
Nico with an equalizer. We're onto something. Bomber on his back.
Again.
He's going to jump behind him.
He's heard this.
Not ready. Not ready at all. He will find the head, find the AWP, and the man advantage. They might even have the sight. Tizian's went round the world. He actually pushed long. And he could be hot on the heels of this short play.
Surely they won't be expecting Tizian this
No
fast.
way.
They'll be looking towards long here. So Xantares, he has to get past Hunter, but he can't. Hunter's shot too good.
There's a chance here for Tizian. Not only with the weapons, but with his position. He starts to throw out the flash. They'll know where that's come from. Got spotted one towards that corner, and Hunter will finish the job. A hugely impactful round from Hunter.
And that was just the half buy. It's really interesting seeing Hunter on these lurks, right? Because
to convince people there's more than just the one man.
It's really crazy because obviously there's a bit of overlap, or at least there was, with Hunter and Nico in terms of their playstyle. So things have changed. Sirison has just thrown out a doors smoke from there, so some style points to him. And he's parking up here to deal with lower tunnels. Take a look at the radar. It is a 4-man lean over towards A in the early stages of this one from Big, but they are rotating Xantares and Tabs and quickly back over towards mid doors that has been isolated and punished.
Yeah, G2 have gone for the full default spread here, so any CT aggression is held. It's up to Big Clan how much they want to give away here.
Flashed across. Not spotted. So Xantares can bolster the B defense. Tabson can stay parked up towards CT spawn.
Lurk smoke. Again, Hunter continues to condition.
And actually, off of that, when more util is dropped, Nexter is rotating the bomb back over. Jax and Amanek are coming to help this one out as well. Oh, Hunter, copping a bit of flak damage there. Down to 65. Amanek's lining up this mid to B smoke, right? We've seen this pixel perfect one before.
Third.
Yeah, it is going to be the B hit, so that was all meant to feign this, but Taketo's got a good idea here.
Yeah, but I think Keto's kind of got some bad info. He knows Nico's slipped cat. Nico's going to throw the door smoke. At least that's his intention. It's a question of when.
Wait, there's 35 seconds left.
Cancelling?
G2, they look like they haven't made up their mind just yet.
Oh, okay, Keto. He starts to tuck into B, hedges his bets. Smokes and nades starting to fly. Nico smoking off the door side. 3 away from the site. It's just Keto and Xantares here to defend. And with 19 seconds, it's about damage early. Damn, that is early from Jax. Quick response, they know where he is. He's burning, can't find anything more. Jax with a double entry, the site is theirs. Nico locking down that CT rotate, and that's looking just in the nick of time from G2. Using every second on the clock to convert a 6th.
Can't believe they waited so long right there, and Amanek had a decent chance there to decapitate Tabson over towards T-spawn. You can now see this is signaling the save, and Nico's already starting to have a look. Tabson spotted again, and double peek. Tizian will get the kill, but this is just about survival now. They need these guns for the final round of play. Let's just recount the economy here. Tizian has to survive because he needs to drop a gun next round, definitely so. Sirison's probably going to have to drop a FAMAS, something a little bit lower to either Xantares or Keto there, so they're not going to be operating with the best, but great stuff from G2 to stay poised. This has really just been reinitiated by that low buy round.
Yeah.
Right? The tail end of their half is going to be saved. The first half of Dust 2 for G2 is now going to be more than respectable. 6 rounds on the board, and they should be pretty set here to contest for the 7th. Ooh, double orbs, okay.
Certainly worked for them at the start of our first half.
They've been able to make it work. Okay, so there's no FAMAS in the mix yet.
That's the
Silenced
beauty of that
M4s.
2900 M4.
It's good having it cheaper, isn't it? A luxury.
A couple of players seem to have a proponent for it. I mean, the fact that we're seeing it on Big Clan, we know we'll see it on G2. Hunter, a big fan of it. Nexter flying out the long doors. He's so blind, though. Tizian, the same fate. No lethality found. They are fully committing to this long side. We haven't seen this look out of G2 once.
How to big deal with this now? It looks like they're straight back over towards short to deal with that. Sirison's going to post up with the AWP. He's going to be flashed off, so they've got pick control for free. Xantares is clearing out lower dark. They know it's going to be this A push.
Does he want to peek around this smoke? That's what Amanek's supposed to do! Oh, the trade's there. He takes down his cousin as well. Oh no, G2. Disaster has struck and only 2 remain. Tabson wants to take the fight off the flash and he'll finish it right there and then. Style points for Big Clan and an extended lead, 9-6, as they take to the T side of their map pick. D2, G2 after the break.
Kurz, gedroppt CT.
Lass mich B. Nice! Raus mit dir, Alter! Nice, man! Insane, boys!
It certainly is insane. Berlin International Gaming. We're live from Cologne for IEM Cologne 2021. We're getting this one started into our second half. The first map, G2 did only manage to post 6. And Big Clan certainly making a statement of intent. This is going to be picking a very strong map from G2's pool. And already looking to be picking up double digits if they convert this pistol. And this pistol has got some serious bells and whistles, Chad.
3 smoke grenades coming out from Big here. Now, we know they get a bit nerdy with their util, but this is a lot of utility on the T side of pistol, and they're heading towards long. 1xBet odds still having this one tied on up here. Cannot separate the two. And look at Nexa. He's having a dip on back very quickly, but meanwhile, they pushed up mid.
Yeah, it should be Tizian's frag. It should, being the operative word. Yeah, cancel that. Bit intimidating for sure. They're committing to it. If they could just find Nexa. Oh, and they have. The P250 out range enables it. Now the smoke's on the cross. If it's perfect, no gaps. Nico's the one who can voice some concerns. Good smokes. In the meantime, looks like Jax has caught one on that long door side. Oh, what a tap.
Crispy.
Yeah, Nico could find some more as well. It's just the pixels. Tips of their heads. Antares would love to plant, but already now the numbers favor G2 and they're grouping up. And he's already read it like a book. Keto couldn't quite finish the job onto Nico, but he certainly softened him up. Amanek has the kit, so he'll be late. And already Hunter finding another. Just 2 remaining for Big. Chance is starting to dwindle. It could shift. Hunter's not interested. And all that util boils down to this for Tizian. 3 to find. There should be no way. The bomb being defused before his very eyes. No way to contest it. And that is exactly what G2 needed.
You see more and more of this now with the CT sides of Dust too. You have to be so reactive, especially if they take long control that quickly. So many players there, actually all 5 of them from Big were in control of that part of the map. I think Jax getting the kill onto Tabson there is huge because he has now put the doubt into Big's mind. We have to worry about the flank. That takes resources away to defend that CT push, that short push. And guess what? That's exactly where everybody from G2 came from. So it's great stuff to pick up the pistol here. We've split the difference, and the scoreline sits at 9-7 as the force buy facilitated by that plant for Big is looking pretty tidy here. Scout for Sirison out towards long, 17 kills for him. Yeah, look, keep your eyes on Sirison's Scout. It's pretty bloody deadly.
A very clear division of their responsibilities. Tizian will spot next up. Fire off a couple of warning shots just to ward him off. Let him know there's absolutely no point in him trying to progress up doors. The bomb's leaning B early, but I have no... Oh, damn, that's a good dink, actually, Jax. Well, puts Antares on notice. Tabs taking the duel. Yeah, bomb spotted. He sticks around. The bomb now loose.
Ooh, okay.
Getting a bit uncomfortable for Big Clan now. They can drop the smoke and buy time. They've got the advantage, and they know where that bomb is coming from.
Ah, that was interesting there from Tabson. I'm not aware if he knew he had the bomb, because if the idea was to show it to draw a rotation, nobody was set up in mid doors to deal with somebody running across. So either way, it is the number advantage for G2 here. A big need to find a trade on back. Nico's the closest. He's towards mid doors. Simpson just steps on out. He's dead as well. Very curious stuff here from Big on this force buy.
Yeah, and just the 3 of them. Good find. They managed to dink down Amanek. The scout going to be subdued a little bit there.
Oh, Nexa died on long. Amanek has to drop back.
Something. The bomb will be going down. Tizian's holding long side, and they're just going to group up for a 4-man short.
Need to get a gun for Keto.
Okay. So the bomb's now ticking. Let's see how they shape up here. 2 kits, the smoke as well. Big Clan have set up the post bomb. Oh, and already more damage is done. This is getting a bit weird now. They could do it. Everyone's low. Antares is putting them lower. Keto as well on the Deeg. They're running out of chances. Amanek's a little late long. Tizian to contest that. Keto still dancing around with Nico. And now it's all on to Nico. Big Clan, good find. This looks so poor at the start of things. Losing Tabson early. Nico masks the drop. Great play, but can't finish his meal. And Big will snatch it away. Chad, I'm not even looking at your face and I know what it looks like.
That was a 3v5. Yeah. Like, Tabson and Sirison, like, gave their lives away for almost free there, right? They didn't profit anything from that.
Oh, that was a weird one.
Tizian's kill at long was actually huge because what it meant was Amanek couldn't stay towards that A ramp and fight, and it meant that they couldn't come through spawn to help defend. So this is how it started. Jax drops the bomb in Upper Dark. Gonna be thinking, hey, guys, we know what the bomb is. Nico gets a kill onto Sirison easy as you like. And then the damage just from Zentares and Keto as they come out short was fantastic. The script's being flipped very quickly here.
Yeah, Nico's going to have to get out of dodge as well. That's not a fight he can contest with rifles and multiple players. In fact, the entire squad is already out long. Similar response to what we saw from the first half, just taking short and mid control, making sure that's not going to be occupied. Jax is clearing tons as well, so they'll be able to put the resources in the right place quickly. Here comes nades, here comes the flash. Nico, vision obscured, has no information to relay other than steps. Starting to charge on throughs, and Tares eliminates the first threat. There isn't too much more to be written about this one for G2. It's just those weapons of choice, a sidearm of choice, I should say. CZ, Deagle. Trying to keep this one as neat and tidy as possible. And that smoke is too much of an unknown entity. They might unload some bullets into it, as they do. Another body hits the deck. Nex is gone.
And the save call, just holding on to these upgraded pistols. That last round was really the platform for G2 to start mounting a significant comeback here, right? You think you convert against that Force Buy. You had 2 opening kills against a very potent-looking Force Buy with Galils, right? You win that one, you get yourself a couple of cheeky upgrades. You have some M4s that you had, you have a couple Galils. They have to full eco. The score's tied 9-9. Now it's 11-7.
Like, why are they hunting?
What? Hunter's not even looking.
Okay, well,
hello.
That works.
We'll take that one every day of the week. One less pistol they have to worry about next round, I suppose, and it will just be Jax hanging on out over towards the Death Alley. I don't think they even need to push through these doors. Hold on to the rifles they have. Bomb goes off, 11 on the board, and big.
They came to play, though. They did come to play here at IEM Cologne. It's always been an event. I mean, I still remember. Do you remember when we had crowds and there was that arena? I think it was called Lanxess.
Oh, yeah.
Coach Legia. Just
that's right.
Honestly, people had to like keep pulling him back behind his players because he just couldn't stop charging around.
He was loving it.
Absolutely loving it. And of course, the German crowd was too. Different roster now, but pursuing a similar result. Playoffs are on the cards, should they convert here against G2.
There has been a bit of conversation around Big, especially Zentares, right? Because there was a rumor a couple weeks ago that Woxic was building a Turkish team, and Zentares was meant to be rumored to be a part of that. I think Lenz, the manager of Big, has come out since and said there's no current offers. I'm probably getting that a little bit wrong. But here's a B-Stream update for everybody playing at home. This is an elimination match. Loser of Mousesports, Team Liquid, is out of the tournament here. And Mouse, they had that run through the play-ins. Liquid were waiting. This is all Liquid have had to play so far in IEM Cologne. It would be a shame to see them go out early.
But back into the game in front of your faces, as Chad was highlighting, that second round loss is still haunting G2. USPs and Deagles to get into the mix. I don't even know why I'm pluralizing. A single Desert Eagle, and Searson has connected the first bullet out of that scout.
Jax is towards long, so he gets a chance against Keto here. And that chance is gone.
Yep, and anything further is really going to suck. Oh, finds the head. That's good enough. Unfortunately, though, the only Deagle in play. Unretrievable, and the bodies are dropping so damn fast. Can't keep track. It is just going to be Amanek and Nico. Big Clan going to be posting 12 before we get to see what G2 CT side really looks like.
Mirage up next, right? And we've done an awful lot of Mirage here. You can see it's just a fan favorite. It's a map that these teams, a lot of them feel very comfortable on. But there's nothing really outside of the box there, so it's going to be curious to see G2 how much pain they can put onto Big on that one. Now, there's still a lot more Counter-Strike to be played in this one, so I am getting a little bit ahead of myself here.
Yeah, and a lot of the success you see out of G2, and do correct me if I'm wrong here, is found through the merit of their individuals, as opposed to anything, you know, like Big Clan's T-side's going to look very different to G2's in that sense.
Yeah, I think that G2 have, in this event especially, things have started to look cleaner on their T-sides, right? When I was watching some of their rounds, it was those individuals winning clutches, or, you know, maybe they'd win one of those Force Buy rounds and it would get them through. it's looked a bit cleaner, and we were talking about the pros of you mentioned it yourself just a little bit earlier, the conditioning, and they had really good game plans for LAN, or at least so far this event. So that's one of the big positives right there. But big, when you look at this team, the details, right? The amount of nerdy smokes that these guys have come up with, right? Not just smokes, all their utility that have been taken and adopted by other teams. They have a bit of an affinity for coming up for that, and I think that's the dregs of, or not the dregs, but the inspiration of God B lingering in this team. Now here we go, the first gun rounds. It's going to be a big one, round number 20, and over towards B, the bomb and 3 will be headed. Searson on a lone wolf mission, just walking straight into Amanek with the AWP. Oh, and again.
Another opening kill for Searson. He's stacking them up now. He had, what, 6 on the half?
In the first half, Searson went 6-0 in terms of opening kills. Amanek, contrasting that, was 0-6. So, oof. Quite the statement there.
Yeah, he's been a bit of a non-factor so far here on Dust 2, which is alarming. Smoke's on mid, but Nico's ahead of them, so not really denying much.
I think off of this round, no joke, Alex, Searson is now 7-0 and Amanek is 0-7.
Bruh.
So you can see that right there, how much of a difference maker it is if your AWPer is finding those kills.
Yeah, it's good to see Searson on this level of form. He is ascending in pursuit of the playoffs. On home soil, no less.
Look at this, it's a 3-man B stack, and they're heading towards long with the bomb. It's just Nexa towards the top of the site, and he's absolute lonesome. Xantares has the mid-cross. He's hanging around lower dark now, just feigning some presence.
How did they convince G2 of this?
I think it's just a gamble because they lost that opening man.
All right.
It's all on Nexa.
This is going to work out wonderfully for Big Clan, unless Nexa's cooking up some trouble. And they're looking so rigid and patient. If he has one little jiggle, you show a little bit of leg, a flash of ankle, you will be eliminated. Nearly takes the pair. Tizian tagged up. Good find from Tons.
They getting interesting now.
Yeah, spice it up a little bit. Bomb down now. Hunter from CT. Jackson, Nico partner up for short. They might flash him in. Xantares could lose vision here. Doesn't stop him pulling the trigger though. Vision denied. Still finds the frag. And now Xantares can start his reposition. Hunter not looking particularly committed to this. And Jack's not interested either. Hunter's trying to retreat. He takes one with him. But they'll just look to maintain. Big Clan up to 13 on G2's pick. I mean, hang on, let me correct myself. On Big Clan's pick, the G2 are good at.
The amount of limbo just there from G2, it felt like it was a car stalling, right? It was like, stop, start. Are we going for this? We got to kill. Wait, are we saving? Are we going for it? And then eventually the save comes in. It is the right call. Loss bonus 2,900 going into the next round.
I mean, it is a skill set in itself, isn't it? The retake communication about commitment. I remember when, you know, SK were on the come-up, it was just seeing just how impressive it was when you could exploit the tightness of your execution on the retakes.
Yeah, look, we have to remember that the bomb timer once upon a time was 35 seconds. It's now 40, so there's even that extra 5-second buffer to slow things down in the retakes. And if anybody makes mistakes, if you're posted up, you can clamp down and you can pull away a couple of miraculous rounds when they think that you're saving. So it's another skill set that has been refined in the game of Counter-Strike in the recent years. Here we go again.
We need a hero moment within the next two from G2. Otherwise, this one's just going one way. What's that, 8?
8-0 right now. Has not lost an opening duel, Searson.
Opening kills from Searson, and Hunter does respond in kind. He's taking the bomb. He can just get out of there now. Pull his parachute, retreat to the site, and at least keeping things level. Again with this heavy B lean. 3 CTs on this left side of the map. That Tons aggression from Amanek is an exciting prospect, but doesn't look like he's going to see too much action here.
Especially if he rotates through mid. He should have gone down. They are evacuating all towards long now. Tizian's already out there. Keto with the bomb still towards bedroom. If you take a look at the utility they have left, 3 smokes. So plenty of nades to get them across. There's flashes to help out and Molotovs to condition and force Hunter out of any little hidey holes. And again, as soon as the signal comes in, unless G2 start rotating now, it will just be Hunter. So you said we need a hero moment out of G2.
Look at this fake
would
smoke.
Be the one.
This is a lovely little fake smoke. They're just throwing it from long to mid CT. You're just, if anything, Nexa and Nico like, we've done it, boys. Sick gamble. Instead, Hunter with it all to do. Holding an off angle. You need a multi-kill here, sir. He can't even find the first. Scrapes the knee of Tizian. Pops the band-aid on, but the round will be 14 for Big Clan. Nexa with the saved M4. No reason for Amanek not to at least try and do some damage.
Have they gotten the gun yet off of Tabson's body? I'm not sure if that one was taken away in the housekeeping. Zentaris is heading back towards long now to deal with it, so we'll get a little bit of a look to see if it's been picked up, and the spamming through the doors from Zentaris signals that they think that there could be somebody close. Bastion, MC, are we able to have a look where that gun is? Is it there? Are they going to be able to find anything? No, we've got Jakey on the 1s and 2s.
Looks like it's out of there.
Okay, yeah, and that's great work. You know, that's the little details. That's the stuff, you know, that you might not be noting. Denying a free rifle to be picked up, it's great. Really just keeping that economy as tight as possible. Bomb goes off. That's the 14th. And there it is. Oh, we even found it. Hide and seek. Good stuff, boys. So you can just see where that gun was thrown on off to. This would be dominant. If they keep G2 to single digits on this one right here, great stuff from the German side. A timeout will be called. And take a look at the round. Oh, yeah, you're right. That's happened very quickly, hasn't it? It doesn't feel like it's gone that fast for G2 as far as the timeouts are concerned. But you can see they won the pistol, and then losing that force by what it's meant to this point. 5 now on the trot. Only 2 more required from Big. And they have some very good long spawns coming out the gates here.
Yeah, and round 17, that was the 3v5. That was... It's going to be a haunting one when they're doing the VOD review later.
Just stings, doesn't it? Such a big advantage, and the kills came very easily. It's not like they even had to work for those.
No, it almost looked like Big Clan were the one stepping on the banana skin at the start of that. Still, this is it. Game face is on. You want to make an impact on this first map of the series for the playoffs. You do it with all of this. He's actually pre-aiming the jump. If anyone jumps over, Tizian could have had a chance and a shot. Tizian, what are you up to? Straight out towards blue bin. Blinded, mollied, will extinguish, and cooks regardless. CSGO tries to respond, and now, speaking of 3v5s, a 3v5 established. 2 opening kills for the G2 defense.
Curious to note here, tabseN's gone with the Krieg again, the SG in play, and he's going to need to wield that to great success because Hunter and Nico, the cousins, they're over towards that A ramp area. Not going to be easy shots to hit. How do they get back into this one? G2 have the map completely under their control right now and are even rotating another man across to help amanek out over towards these mid doors. Tara's lobs out of smoke. A flash to obscure vision. Ooh, and he's just made it up towards Xbox, so all 3 of them are short now.
Yeah, and Jax will clear out tons, so the gamble should be, the rotate should be on its way. Smoke's deployed. Hunter, tabseN's first victim. The Krieg strikes. Will they clear the goose? It's Nico biding his time. It wasn't the diligent clear, and the bomb has fallen down. Irretrievable for Big Clan. That should be a round securing frag from Nico as he swings out for a second. Locked down. Exactly what G2 needed. They can't afford to lose any more, and the spray is there from Keto. Potentially a second if amanek flubs his lines here.
He's coming in.
Shouldn't be advancing. Puts the head in the vice. You're playing with fire, amanek.
3 bullets.
Careful now. Keto swinging in. Doesn't opt for the reload. Nexa to strike. And that's exactly it. That's the start.
Oof, that one almost got dangerous there, and I think the fact that Keto even gets a kill, that's very costly. So you consider this from Big's perspective. They're going to make these reinvestments hurt for G2. That's their first round in a long time, it feels like. Here you go. So you're right. Yeah, CSGO is just trying to take back some ground. They did a heavy long presence. So if you're Tizian stuck blue bin, it looks like it sucks for him, but all that info is why CSGO goes to try and make a play like that. He's calling all these mollies, all these flashes. Too much presence. B-Stream update 13-13. Remember, that's an elimination game. Loser of that one is out of the tournament.
That's the 3rd map. Couple of rounds separating the elimination of either Liquid or Mouse.
Mouse are on the CT side in that one right there, so Liquid are doing a great job coming back. Short control being taken again here from Big. And this time they have much more utility. Lots of talking there from tabseN. Oh, okay. They didn't like something. They smelt something that was off there. They've immediately pivoted on back, so it felt like they were good just to set up for a short execute. amanek AWPing long doors, Alex. This is not easy to get past. You normally just walk through these doors as a T.
Yeah, certainly at this angle, it's pretty powerful from amanek. You'd expect at least the one. Big Clan. Gonna be CSGO to take the first fight. That would be wise. Tizian to swing wide. Oh! Beheads him. That's a huge frag to find from Tizian, and now they start their advance. Nexa are only capable of the one. Nico has to make a decision between long and short. Starts to fire off bullets, expecting tabseN, and the smoke does guise him. It's not enough, though. The frag comes in. Big have an advantage. They are battered and bruised. Keto to try and plant. Hunter through the flames. And CSN's not paying attention. That would have been his chance to strike. Hindsight, though, is 2020.
It's a safe plant. Keep that in mind.
Won't be able to hold it, but CSN still getting frags all the way from the pit. Leaves Jax. And he's already receding all the way down to CT.
Oh, he's locked in as well. Look at Tabson. The fact that he didn't hang around short. Me saying it was a safe plant. If Keto goes down sight, that's going to be difficult as far as the retake is concerned. This is 15.
Yeah.
This is miraculous stuff. What a showing from Big. Map number 1 looking fantastic, and he's even going to flash himself forward. Keto looking for this kill. He's going to get it. Everything taken away from G2 here.
Oh. Amanek's going to be feeling really, really under the pressure here.
What a swing that
He's
was.
holding a tight line. It goes from nothing, not a peep, to the wide speed. I mean, yeah, screw Xantara's peak. That was a Tizian peak.
That was a huge entry, right? During all of that, one of the teammates, I think it was Xantara's over towards B, did die, right? So maybe that was on the comms, and maybe Amanek lost focus for a second there. But regardless, here we go. Final round, or potential final round to play here. AWP out again. Oh, and again, Sirison takes down Amanek. 4v5 to contest against round number 16. Out long, Tizian again.
Big Clan ascending. They're going to make short work of G2 here on their map. One smoke for the cross. It's not the complete set. Here comes the second, extinguished by the incendiary. Leaves a gap. They won't be able to operate on the commitment, but a shoulder baited. G2 are running out of resources, running out of players. Jax is here to lock the doors behind them. Past tense, yeah.
He lost the key, I think. Oh, Hunter and Nico, they can now scramble. What are they meant to do? Push out mid and try and fight all of this? Long's still a problem. They can rotate all the way back to B. There's a minute on the clock. Oh, dear.
Oh, recovered AWP and a missed shot. Nico makes his presence known and caught under the smoke. This is over. Big Clan to take it, and to take it convincingly. G2 only really 2 rounds to show and boast about on the second half. An open and shut case on our first map. And Big Clan, they put themselves 1 map away from the playoffs of IEM Cologne here on home turf.
Time to go home? Yeah. Okay, so he's gonna reveal a character trait. Okay, don't understand.
Nice.
Then you basically.
I see it in English accent. Brave.
Brave. Putain, sur ça, j'en connais aucun. Non, je Apex. Apex.
Ok. Compassionate.
Compassion, Richard. Shox.
Courageous.
UMR.
Ok. Unloyal.
Loyal?
Unloyal.
Loyal?
Unloyal.
Unloyal. Lucky.
Ok. Hardworking.
Hardworking. You.
Ok. Cookie.
Cookie? Kenyes.
Handsome.
Nico. Allez, next.
Messi. No, Messi, like.
Bordelic.
Like Bordelic. Yeah.
Messi.
Simple. Like simple in life, I think, no?
It doesn't need much, just happy.
Jiwoo.
Creative.
Not this guy. Creative, pas Richard Shox again. Huh?
Okay.
You have a lot of imagination, this guy.
Lazy.
Lazy, ennuyeux.
Lazy, non, un mec qui a la flemme, genre.
Nexa. Nexa, bro. Lovable. Device is lovable.
Ok. Ambitious.
Ambitious?
Ambitious.
Ambitious. Ambitious. Ambitious. Hunter.
That's
it. I like some words it's difficult to answer, you know, like it's a game and I play the game.
First map done and dusted for G2 and Big. G2 not here in the server for Dust 2, it would seem. Big Clan running all over him. Some of you might even say, Searson's an opper. Who would have known? Yanko surely has something to say about that. Welcome back, everybody, to the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 2021. Before we go too much further, just a big B stream update. Right now, an elimination game going on between Mousesports and Liquid. 15-14 that I see on my screen, and Liquid hold that upper hand. Look at this. This could potentially be the last round. One of these teams is getting eliminated. That much we know for sure. And as much as I want to sit here and watch this, I don't think that's on the cards. But Maniac,
can
what do
we
you
not
think?
do that? We cannot just watch, have a good time.
We might as well leave it up.
No, look, there is a
here.
lot on the cards in that game. I mean, for either Mousesports or Liquid, elimination would not be acceptable. But as it seems, they're gonna push it. It seems like they would push it to overtime, but it turns into a play-by-play casting. Let's go. Let's do this.
Yeah, no. It definitely turns into an overtime from the looks of it. We're looking at 5v2, and I don't think that this one's going to work out for Liquid unless Grim picks up the form that he came into Cologne with, because that guy was hot to trot in their first matchup. Yanko, are you with us?
Holy moly, red beans and ravioli trays. There's my play-by-play contribution, but
that's a good one.
Yeah, that one's gonna go to overtime. Our game, on the other hand, was over like I mean, fairly quickly. Just it was pretty standard from Bing. I like this power that I have. As soon as I call a player out for sucking or whatever, he just comes and destroys the next game. So I said Searson needs to step up. Either him or Xantares helped Tabson out, and he was just out of this world on this map. He was really he was not nice towards Amanek, I have to say.
Yeah,
what he was doing to him on this map.
Amanek didn't have the best.
Do you believe? I don't believe. There we go.
Yeah, well, I didn't. Naf had an opportunity there, but it was never really an opportunity. Let's be honest. You get benched from both sides. That's a done deal. So Liquid, Mousesports going to overtime. If you want to check that out, it's the B-Stream and elimination game at that. Very, very important stuff. For us, let's start to paint a picture here of what is G2 versus Big on Dust 2, Maniac.
I mean, I guess the picture is pretty much the man that we have on our screen right here. Searson had a monstrous performance, and if we're looking for players that have to prove something today at this event at IEM Cologne, think about Searson. His breakthrough in the top 20 of 2020. He was ranked number 10th best player in the world, and at the time it was only online based. He'd only play online events. He would take over events, grab MVPs left and right. Now he's doing it online. He carried Big through that first half, even pushing on to the second. But as Yanko was pointing to, he made life for Amanek absolutely disgusting. It was hard to watch. It was hurtful.
Painful, was it, Yanko? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, we saw in some of the highlights, but also it's not often these days you see straight up duels between oppers and that many times on a single map, one of them coming out on top. I mean, you even have like Amanek holding short from suicide, right? Searson comes into his crosshair and Amanek just whips. Like, he just had a terrible game, 0.28 rating. As you can see here, only 3 kills, 18 deaths. And, you know, Dust 2 is a map where if your opper is underperforming that much, you're not going to have a fun time. And just look at that second half. They win the pistol. lose the anti-force buy round, right? Then in the first gun round, it's a 4v5, Sishon gets an entry on Amanek, and all of a sudden you're 14-7 down, right? So it's just, they didn't even get to play their CT side that much. Big just won all the crucial rounds.
I don't want to pound on Amanek too hard, but the voices in the community against G2, that's because of that specific scenario that we are witnessed in this map. There are moments, unfortunately, where Amanek disappears. He's had a couple of these maps in the last few months. He cannot catch a break. And in today's Counter-Strike, with the importance of the sniper, you cannot have a player that goes through like that. It's impossible. You cannot possibly win. Amanek had to do more, and you could see he was just never catching a break, never having any success. He was getting Ferrari peaked. We screamed that in the green room. That's what's happening in Moto Counter-Strike.
Yeah, it really is. Yanko, real quickly, let's look at Mirage and just kind of get some final thoughts before we go to a break.
Yeah, I think for Mirage, well, G2 just needs to individually like step up a little bit. You can, okay, Amanek had an off game, but you know, just across the board, we didn't see some of the performances that we're used to seeing from them. They lose the first pistol, then get reset in the second round. So just like ironing out some of those basic things, right? Trying to convert on that pistol, try to get some momentum going, because Big was winning most of those swing rounds on Dust 2.
Yeah, swing rounds. That's pretty much the name of the game in Counter-Strike, isn't it? We're looking at Mirage for the next map of this series, one featuring G2 and Big, and you are in the right place if that's what you come here to watch. This is the Intel Extreme Masters. We're really just getting started. It really is just the group stages still. So make sure you don't move a muscle. We're going to see it Big continue to roll back the years with their time machine. The Intel Extreme Masters returns in just a few moments.
Accuracy, impact, assistance, entry, utility, experience, and then like an overall rating.
Is it from 1 to 10 or?
1 to 100.
Do I need to guess it myself or like with the help of him?
What do you think your accuracy is?
Yeah, first of all, definitely I like the picture. It's a nice picture, good chosen one. Okay, accuracy. I don't know, I'm not so accurate, I would say, but I would give it like 75.
75? Let's see.
85?
85.
Oh, it's actually better than I thought. I take it, definitely.
You deserve it.
Okay, impact. Yeah, I definitely have a lot of impact, I would say.
Good calls, good frags.
Yeah, I would give it like, yeah, also 85. Or maybe even more. If accuracy, yeah, I would give it 90.
90,
Actually,
I
yeah,
think
impact I have a lot. 82. Okay, I would give myself more points.
Assist halt so. Was so Flash ist nur so, glaube ich. Flash Assists.
Ach so, yeah, then 85. Yeah.
I would say 90.
90? 96? Okay, someone who rated me is really entry.
Yeah.
I used to be a very good entry, but since I've changed my role a bit, 75?
Let's see.
76, that's a good guess,
Good
yeah.
guess.
I take it, it's a good one. Utility, or
100.
Yeah, if someone is really clearly rating it, normally I would say definitely like, not 100, it's a little bit too much, but 98.
I say 99.
92?
92.
Okay, there were some games maybe where I lacked some of them, but I would definitely give it a little more. It's the highest I've ever had, maybe.
Last one, experience.
I'm old now, not the youngest anymore. but yeah, 85 maybe.
I say 90.
100? I'm so old. Okay, I take it as well. I mean, it's a good number. Overall rating? Yeah, let's see, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I would definitely say like it's a decent 85.
Okay, calculating. Okay, calculating. 87.
Oh. 87.
The quick math.
Very nice. I definitely take it. It's a good number for sure to have. Like I would definitely change a little bit around. Like utility I would put a little bit higher. Maybe accuracy I would put a bit lower. And assistance, that's a really huge number. But I'm glad that people rate me like that, definitely.
We were caught in the fire. Our faith was left out in the open. Saw the fear in your eyes as we move through the dust. Nights turn into days, one by another.
We're getting back into business. It's the second map, the head-to-head for a spot in the playoffs. We've got ourselves G2 in their huddle. Big Clan on the other side of the server and the other side of the room. I'm Machine. I've got Chad Sponge-Birchall with me. Chad, this is it for the upper bracket of Group A. On the other side of it, of course, Gambit already locked themselves in for the battle for the semi-final. And the winner of this will meet them.
Yeah, so that'll be a curious game. That one will be going down on Sunday. Winner of this versus Gambit. The winner of that, as you mentioned, either semi-final or quarterfinal. But the reason that this game holds so much weight is the loser of this will drop down to the loser bracket where currently Mousesports and Liquid are playing. You've got VP versus Complexity to take on very, very shortly after that game I just prefaced. Then, waiting for them in the lower bracket, you have NIP, who lost to Gambit earlier. You hear all those names?
Yeah.
It's starting to get very, very scary, right? And I don't think G2 or Big are necessarily a shoo-in to make it to the playoffs. So either one of these here today, it's going to be a massive victory.
And you want to talk about scary? Mousesports Liquid, third map, overtime. It's going down right now on Inferno. So one of those names is going down and going to be eliminated in the group stage of IEM Cologne. And I mean, both of them were hot prospects. You can actually see the update here. So it looks like it's going, oh, they're evenly trading. It's even a 2v2 at 16-16. Truly inseparable.
Okay, Robsy
Maybe
boy.
we got another Mousesports round here, unless Naf Fly's got something special for us. And of course, you can check that out on the B stream. I think they're squad streaming. I enjoyed that. I checked it out today.
You used it?
Yeah, I sat eating my chicken, watching the squad stream. You can you just double click which one you want to listen to.
Yeah.
It's kind of, I keep using lit unironically now.
Okay.
I don't know what I've become.
Is lit still in?
No, it's not.
Okay.
So I guess I can use it because I'm a boomer. So.
Sheesh. That's what the kids are
no,
saying?
yeah, it's cool, man. My toes just curled. They're like my socks are being ripped from the curling of the toe.
But if a 31, almost 32-year-old man starts using sheesh, maybe
we'll
we
ruin
can
it.
get rid of it.
Oh, that's not bad.
There you go.
That's like when I was using YOLO, unironically. That really upset people. All right, then, gangsters. It's time. G2 Esports Big Clan. Will we see a third map? We're about to find out, and we're going to kick it off with a pistol. G2 starting on the attack. Looks like they're going practically, entirely Kevlar vest. The other side of things, a couple of nades for Tabson, boosting across, lots of bodies. Searson reports heavy presence middle, and they're not slowing down. He's trying to catch the tail end of this assault, and it results in his death. A good catch. Tabson and Tizian partner up, the double Ts. And short-lived to the double ends. Responding Kai, next to Nico. Hello, bloodshed all over the place. Kiza, what are you made of? Nothing anymore, because that Glock looks like a laser beam. Nico from Palace to Jungle, double dink.
Oof, all right, and I'm sure everybody caught the 1x bet odds at the top of their screen just there to kick that one off. Favouring Big to take the series now. If you were with us just earlier, it was quite even going into map number 1.
I have a premonition, Chad.
Here we go.
Yeah, Nico just got those kills. He's also just got himself an armored AK. I think he's got a bit of a point to prove. I think that Dust 2 loss has really got his feckles up. You know?
His feckles?
Yeah, if he was a cat.
Yes.
He's not, but they're up regardless.
Okay, well.
I'm just suggesting he's about to go sicko mode.
All right, well, let's take a look here because G2 have just feigned a lot of mid-presence with flashes, but the execute's actually over towards A. They're ahead of their smoke wall here, so in they go with the MAC-10s, bounding like gazelles. Amanek, well, to his namesake, will take down Tabson. Amanek 10 wants some more as he pushes forward towards spawn, and Sirison next on the plate. Scout falls, and this one is falling apart for Big.
Yeah, all those absent helmets. Valiz enabled the MAC-10s to shred through a couple. On the way back in, Tizian's Deagle's already drawn some blood. Kito's working on the round the world. He might meet Hunter here.
Yeah, they're just saving their upgrades here, so if Kito can take the head off of Hunter with this one, bullets
he's got him. He's got him! Eventually, pulls it across the line. Now, I'm not sure if he wants to risk it for the UMP retrieval, especially considering now that fight is coming. Nico's got no reason not to contain and defend that weapon. Maybe the radius will give him...
Oh! Slap down.
Yeah. Jax does go down with the bomb. He was very low, and with that MAC-10, not everything, or not much to complain about. 4.9 as well in the bank account for him.
Well, they did save the scout, so Sirison gets that back if we're looking at small little consolation prizes here. Jax is going to get himself an AK-47 now. Amanek will rebuy into another MAC-10, and this is looking very good for G2 to pick up their third round. This is the type of map where you would love to see a Kito pop off. He's had a couple of those in the past on Mirage where he's just dropped absolute bombs. Now, you look at the match history page for Big, it's not great on Mirage. Their most recent was over OG within the play-ins. It was a OT affair. But there's a lot of red, right? There's a lot of red. It's a map where they get the double digits, it's close, but right now, if G2 are picking into this, they must see more than a few weaknesses.
Yeah, no, precisely. Next we've just cleared that close underpass just in case his teammates would have encountered resistance there. Tizian is taking some liberties, B-Apps.
The bomb is down right now all the way passive, closer towards T-spawn. So if Tizian does continue the crawl, Hunter he would have to deal with. A bit more passive than I previously thought. This Molotov forced him even more so. Bomb going to get picked up by Hunter now, and he will head back towards A, but Tabson's pushing ramp.
Yeah, and Big Clan are fully here. Oh, okay, now that's going to alert the rest of the CTs. Tabson eliminated. Amanek collects his second. Ares, 2 to find. He's going to surely not repeat that. That's too much of a gamble. These AKs are coming, though. G2 starting to clamp closed on this A site. And Tara still peeking, trying to bait for Searson's scout peek. Nico coming in from the palace, ready to strike. It's Jax that's handing out the headshots, though, and Nico adds one to the list as well. So not too much to write home about for the boys of Big just yet. You'd love that little crispy 1D. Sees him, can't quite put it down range. A couple of upgrades found. G2, 3-0.
Jax really scared me last night because when he posted that online with his wrist, like I messaged Malik immediately. I was like, Malik,
he's trolling.
What is going on?
Yeah.
Is this legit? And he was like, oh, you know, he had a fall, but he's all right. Like he's going to be able to play it because G2 looked really good when we saw them just yesterday.
Yeah.
I was like, that's exciting. That's what you want to see, right? So I feel Jax has now been tainted by Ocelot. You know, I think once you join this org, we can see Nexa doing all the funny tweets. Now Jax has always been a bit of a funny guy. He's lobbing in with that too. This is a fast B.
Looks like it, yeah, they're just charging. Searson's got the AWP. He's going to get run down if he's not careful. His bodyguard is in play. Oh, not anymore. Tizian's gone, and Searson to step up to the plate. He has to deliver, and he has with 2. Hunter responds with a double of his own design. Tabson, good dunk, 2-on-2. Short-lived, though, because Tabson was just not clear his corners. Long range with the MAC-10, well tamed by Nexa. Nico's working on the flank. If Kito could just isolate this duel, he does well to find it. Down to 40, may not be ready for Nico. He's considered it. AKVM4 though. This is not a fun duel for Kito, and he's walking straight into the Lion's Den. Nico exposed, a good conversion, and G2 keep their record untarnished.
Oh, felt like Kito was aware of that, right? He kept glancing back over towards mid, the flanker possibility, and frustrated with himself as he goes down, but great stuff from G2. They keep up the pace, they use those MAC-10s, and they get on into that B bomb site. Sure, the bomb doesn't go down, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because the Germans will have to opt here for just another one of these pistol upgrades. Rough start here on the second map of play, and pain will continue. 5 Deagles, little bit of Kevlar, little bit of utility. When you see the buy on the other side, G2 should be looking good for their 5th.
Yeah, part of me is glad that we're going to be seeing G2 not completely down in the dumps after that 16-8 conversion from Big. I mean, with so much on the line, with the performances we've seen out of both of these teams so far, I expected a real brawl. And the fact that G2 are responding with a 4-round conversion right out of the gate could very well be a whole lot more. It is certainly not likely to see Big Clan find much more on these Deagles and Kevlar as G2 Looking to pick this one up with a slow and methodical spread. That's the cue for them to group up and go. Wrapping into the single-handed Zentaro sight! And 2 locked straight out of his sight. First 2 contributions, the crosshair was on the head, couldn't quite pull the trigger in time. Nexa has made it 3v3. Short, unable to contribute, locked out by Nico's AK. Quito to fill that void. They're all coming in straight to that short side, and just as that chance was there, it starts to dissipate.
Oh, specky shots indeed, but the ball from Nico down, the nade will land. And here you go, could be the last round of play. Stewie, has to clutch out a 1-on-2. Plenty of time on the bomb here.
Oh my God.
Mouse pick this up, they go double OT and they keep this one going. Neither team wants to give up here, and you know what's on the line. Elimination from the event. Stewie making noise now. You know where to find that. Is that a B to the end of the URL or live.intelextrememasters.com?
All right, let's go, let's go. Satellite radio. Amanek. Good to see him on the scores early. Jack's catching some flack early as well. And Quito, that is ambitious. He finds Hunter in the underpass.
He's locked on in though.
Is he? Jax would have to swing wide into Searson's AWP if he wants to challenge that. Nexa from the underpass can strike as well. This is his transition, trying to catch the time in Quito's head right there in the vice, and he can't retreat. Searson to trade. Amanek walks in, and Amanek is the one to connect, winning the head-to-head for Searson. I think that might be the first time. Nico from Palace, it's predictable. Zentaris is holding it. Will he check his corners? Nico, too quick. 3 versus 2, the bomb's on the way towards A. G2 have got it fully locked down with Nexa in that connector. They'd love to finish the job. Tabson's responsibility here. Flashes are too good. What a setup, he still gets the frag. Game on. Bomb to cross, Tizian to challenge. Nice find again from Amanek. Shaking off that Dust 2 performance quickly. And he doesn't really have the health for this, Tabson. With just 2 points of health. Nico in the Palace, he might be able to knock his head off on the jump across, gets the info.
I don't think Tabson saw it.
No, I don't think so, but Nico did. No doubt in my mind.
Yeah, Nico's not moving, so he feels like he's trapped on in here. It's only a matter of time until he peers on out, and the timing actually works in Tabson's favor. He is lucky to be alive right here. Nico on a couple of little jiggles. Tabson will fall back and hold on to the AWP, but again, sure, some great trades, some great shots, but 6-0.
And 8-0 for Nico. I told you, he may not be a cat, but he is mad.
Picking up steam here. Picking up steam in a big way. Now, look, if the response from G2 is to come out here and absolutely shellac them, this is already a great T-half. 6 is fantastic. They started getting 7. Anything on top of that's cherry on top of the cake. Cream and everything, all the goodies, the sprinkles.
As long as it's like a real cherry. I always feel like those little...
The fake ones?
Yeah, not my jam. They're like, why are they pink and why do they not taste like cherry?
Yeah, I don't know. Artificial cherries. Well, here's the opener, and yeah, Quito, as he tried to peel on back, just unawares, getting aggressive after the opening kill. Really trying to, look, I'm trying to get in the headspace. If they took the fight to them and he gets another kill, he looks like a genius, right? But not to be the way. And the max loss bonus in play. Timeout taken. Discussions being had. Sirius had gifted the AWP. A light pistol upgrade again behind this. So it really needs to change for Big in terms of these opening picks, finding some good trades. Hunter into an SMG again. That tells you they know what type of buy they're dealing with. Had a lot of MAC-10s come out, Amanek, Jax, Nexa. Now a UMP seems to be Hunter's SMG of choice. Top mid smoke. Window as well.
Right, the half buy. Searson to respond, and he's going to get boosted up, I imagine. Yeah, so we can contest short safely from that ladder room. G2 was so happy just to leave Nico to his own devices over in Palace and A side. Like, he has to, you know, contend with any potential ramp pushes late. He's holding the Palace push for now.
Something's changed in the conversation here.
It certainly has. Re-smoking mid-window, that will deny a lot of mid-info. And I say that, I'm not so sure. I think Searson should be able to completely dissuade them. Here comes the smoke. Tabson will be able to confirm it quickly if they do catch that nade. Softens him up a little bit.
Nexa's going into Palace with Nico, and so's Jax. So this would be a very interesting approach on towards the A site. Currently, there's nobody to really deal with this. It is just Quito. Mid is way too clear. B's just been smoked.
Tabson's about to try and clear B, but it might be a bit too late. Pearson will be there to support them on A. Here they come through the Palace. He's got a good angle for this. The AWP, the perfect weapon for the job. There's no util that will lock him down from this angle, and no one threatening connector. He pulls the trigger onto Jax. Adds one to the tally. Amanek swings out mid in response. And another chance on the AWP. It's Searson starting to make it awkward for G2 here. They have to come through ramp first. The bomb is on next, so he can't lose it there. No one able to retrieve it. He has to play for his life, and it's enabled some time for Tabson to crawl behind. Nexus gone, bombs loose, G2, their first round lost, and just against the half buy. 3 frags from the Searson AWP. 5 seconds left, Amanek's just gonna have to hold on to what he can. And Big Clan finally break their silence, and it's off the back of Searson.
Wow, you were bang on there. The fact that they didn't have anybody in place to lay down utility to displace that. Searson was just set up perfectly. Shooting just like fish in a barrel right there. Seemed way too easy. Now, it's great for Big to get on the board. It's great that the fact that they're going to have a bit of residual cash to work with now going forward into future gun rounds, but 2 in a row almost feels mandatory at this point. That's how it started, but this is how it finished. You look at this. He's not pushed out of the way. He's not flashed. He's not smoked. There was nothing they could do with that approach, and I think that top mid smoke that Big threw out early, they thought it was a full-on mid control, so they pivoted back. Big profited. Quite a heavy lean over towards B here. Check out this smoke that Hunter's lining up. That is going to deal with anybody over towards Catwalk as the B hit comes in, but there's nobody there.
They're going quick, thick and fast. Tizian trying to hold on as best he can. Drops a defensive smoke of his own. That will remove the van angle and another underhanded smoke. They want to play and change the dynamics, change the environment. Jumps into the Nexa crosshair. Zatara's responds, nearly 2. Can't quite finish his meal. Nexa lives on, and now a problem. Nico's even working on a flank on A. Oh, and you said they had to find 2 in a row. Chances of that disappearing with every passing second. I'm not sure that he's going to be able to hold on to his AK. That's the end of Keto.
Oh dear, Searson and Tabson are now on notice as well. Where were they meant to save?
Certainly not on A.
Searson's actually going closer towards the B bomb site to hold onto that AWP, hoping they don't push towards him. He'll hear them above him exiting from Catwalk. Tabson going to his fallen comrade's body. Hiding in plain sight, as it were. But this is it. G2 immediately bounced back. So sure, they lost towards those upgraded pistols in the saved AWP, but if you respond like this, it doesn't matter whatsoever. There's the coach Malik giving him a big clap because the half is looking fantastic at this point. Nexa, I think we heard him just there. Calling a default. That was a great shot, wasn't it? Tizian was scrambling, trying to get close to that smoke to be a nuisance, but the jump was the problem. And the frustrations have to be starting to mount now for Big, because you know how good map 1 was. Now, look, we know... Hold up, we might get a bit of mid-aggression here. Searson's jumped on out.
Considered it. Safe from the molly by virtue of his own smoke. And now he's starting his creep. Amanek's holding it. Searson versus Amanek, quite the head-to-head, and Amanek again converts. Completely turns the story of Dust 2 on its head. And now Tabson looking to respond in kind. Has managed to catch Jax on his mid-swing. Bomb maneuvering towards A. Hunter working on that mid-clear. Tabson will be cognizant that this is a possibility. Smoked off for now. Unable to contest. Nico walking Palace. What is the cue? This is early from Nico. Oh, and Zantares prepared.
Jeez, these two, the little biff and battle they've been having over towards that Palace position, it always looks like one's going to get the better of the other, and then the last minute flick on up. But now this round is on. Bomb coming up towards A ramp. Smoke to deny. For now, a minute on the clock is plenty of time to work with, and Hunter could foil all of this coming through the underpass.
He's got a tiny slither. If anyone's toes was to go looking, he could have been able to shut it down. Nice passive play from Zantares. Does not fall into that trap at all.
So much pressure on Zantares here, though. He's even had to go all the way back towards Ticket. So they've evacuated into a retake setup.
Oh, and speaking of Zantares, he went so far back, but Amanek catches him just on the little jiggle. Absent to fill the void. 2 men down for either side, and another from Amanek. Here you go. All too easy. You knew there was an AWP ramp. And Tabson strafed straight into it.
They have to save again right now. Keto has an AWP over towards B. I think Hunter's heard a couple of these footsteps. There we go. 2v2, but Hunter, he's over towards window. He's got the rotations cut off. 15 seconds.
Nexa was just a little too premature on that. Just before the smoke bloomed connector. They will continue the plant. Tizian can challenge this. Hunter's holding, and that should be the round. What's Keto supposed to do now? Straight through the smoke and hope for Hunter to miss. It's not going to happen. And G2 making light work of this T side, 8-1. They have won the half in the first 9 rounds of play.
Ooh, real problems here. Look, the scoreline says it all, and another timeout is going to back that one up. There has to be a lot of conversations going on for Big right now, and I don't know how you can get back into this CT side. Taking a look at their financial situation, Sirison can buy an AWP, Zentaris can buy a rifle, Tizian the same. tabseN and Keto are going to be a little bit more strapped for cash, but if they wanted to buy, they could. And at this point, when the scoreline is 8-1, you have to start getting a little bit desperate. You have to start taking a couple more risks. A buy like this, how many more opportunities are you going to have? The max loss bonus in play. There's Dude, the coach of Big, having a chance to chime on in and have that conversation with in-game leader tabseN in the middle. But what's the way out? Sirison has bought the AWP. It looks like it may even just be a hero AWP. I know that sounds like a strange thing to say. This was the opening there, and you're right. The Amanek conversation, it looks very bleak on Dust too. But the fact he hasn't been rattled, the fact that he's back in the thick of things and having a great game now, influential factor for G2 in this scoreline so far. You have for Sirison to work with here. So it was a purchased AWP and a half buy around that. So they're really banking on Sirison finding impact again.
He's the only reason they have a round so far on the board. See if he can replicate that.
Look at this passive stance from G2. Very, very passive stuff. And the reason they're doing this right now is they're not quite certain what type of buy they're looking at on the other side. The money situation, as we saw, it was possible. It was definitely possible to have rifles and the AWP in place. So right now, just waiting for any aggression. They haven't been met with any. Now they need to start having a crawl and sending out a bit of a scouting party to see what's on the other side.
Newbie question. Like, it's not just a financial decision from Hunter, like buying the UMP when he suspects he's against a lower buy, is it? I mean, is there a strategical element to it, or is he exclusively just pinching pennies when he can?
It's curious, right? Because they do have he does have a little bit more cash than, say, some of the teammates he's playing with right now. So I feel like I think it is just because of the buy he's against.
Right.
And maybe they want to use him going first somewhere, so if he loses that UMP, it's not like there's an AK picked on up. So
I don't hate that theory as well, yeah. Nico just in the off angle of that shadow advantage, any step further, and they're just going to pop through this smoke. It's worked wonders. Hunter leaping through with that SMG has enabled the opening frag, and they're just going to cut one by one. Here we go. And now Sirison just looking to hold on to what he brought into this round. G2. 9-1.
Let me pose a question to... Oh, okay. Well, I'm still going to pose the question, Tizzy, and you're not going to stop that. Let me pose a question to you. If you just had map 1 that was relatively convincing for Big, you put yourself in Big's shoes. You're in this map right now, 9-1. Maybe you get 4 on the half. Would you prefer just to get blown out and move straight into map number 3, conserve your energy and focus on Inferno? Or would you prefer to be able to have a competitive affair, but maybe lose like 16-10?
Oh, it's not still going, is it? It's still going. Mousesports Team Liquid, you can see the update there. That's on the B stream, really easy to access. If you're interested, just go ahead and add the B to that ESL_CSGO. And we're going to be getting into our 11th round of play. In answer to your question, I think it's going to be down to maybe you don't put your full pedal to the metal here on Mirage. I'm talking everyone just try and find your own footing. Try and remind yourself what you're capable of in this one. I do think it's not like they've written out of this. If we see a 9-6 half, we're going to feel like idiots.
Yeah, well, they're going to need that 9-6 half, right? Otherwise, it's going to be super, super difficult on that T side. So this is where it has to start. They need to start getting the CT rounds, and now. Jax has just jumped on in towards a Molotov, so he is in a lot of trouble. He has to hide behind that smoke. Oh, spotted towards window. There was a chance onto tabseN there, down to 48. Quick mid control here.
Yeah,
look at Hunter.
Up. I don't know if Sirson's expecting this.
Definitely not.
Yeah, and he's seen the barrel. Hunter's got a gap to Pip. Jungle is next challenge. tabseN's headed B, so now he's got a lot of room to maneuver.
This one's doomed.
Yeah, G2 have got so much control, and they don't even know it. Big, so passive. And amanek, another opening onto Sirson. A complete 180 from Dust 2. Hunter, a nice catch as well on Keto, who was not anticipating second there. Even dropping the smoke, they cannot use that avenue back into the site. Even CT's a question mark. Bomb coming late through Palace. And already Big Clan just reserving themselves or residing themselves to the save.
Well, it's such a contrast right now.
Triple OT.
Such a contrast. amanek at this point is now 5-0 as far as entries go. In that first map, he was just getting absolutely owned. Absolutely owned. This is such a change-up it's great to see. You know, I'm not sure if that's just Amanek being a stoic individual and being able to get himself out of it, whether the coach has gotten in his ear, whether his teammates have G'd him up. But either way, their map choice is looking fantastic. Now that 9-6, which almost feels mandatory for Big, is no longer possible.
Yeah. And whilst, you know, this is a tough one to watch, I'm sure, for Big Clan fans, it's also a perfect demonstration as to why we use those best of threes to determine who the team should progress here at IEM Cologne. I mean, it looks like two different teams as you swap the maps. G2 obviously very proficient in Mirage and exploiting perhaps a gap in that Big Clan map pool. You were diving into it earlier and you could see that there was a lot of red, as you just described, but also some close results. It seems like their Mirage is in the works and not quite as refined, certainly not as G2's. Oh, that Molly might cause a bit of chaos. Does he have to swing out? Bye.
He's burning. Yeah, they definitely heard that one. A big gun to lose right there, and this one does really feel like it is going to simmer away here. Kicking and screaming. Big are more like whimpering their way out of map number 2. And like we were discussing before, when you're 1-up in the series right now, there's a few things that this can do. That's the opening from Amanek to kick this round off. And at that point, it was already too easy because we could see Hunter had full control. So whatever gaps there are just being exploited right here. And now it's a fast mid control. They're quick on this.
Yeah, Jax again caught just before the smoke blooms. Hunter's not slowing down for anyone. Big fine, taps in the first. Good counter flash. It looks like Xantares wants to challenge out here. And oh, Nico. Not an easy shot to hit, but he's managed to provide it. Now only 3. Dizian, long range on his UMP, is 1 out on Nexus Lurk. The rest in mid. Searson confirms that he's lucky to be alive after that exchange. He will look to reposition. It looks like G2 want to posture and check into the B side of the map. Kito's there to provide support. Nico sniffing around A site. I wonder if he reports nothing, they might start to change their mind.
This is really weird right now. There's going to be a fight.
Hold on. So through the underpass, Tizian...
Clearing. He is.
Checks it. What a shot, though, from Hunter. Anticipated it. Amanek crawls in. B site's open for business. Searson on the rotate. Nico should catch him. Oh, it's all over Red Rover for this boy here. 11. G2, let's go. It's so quick. They are not letting up.
Yeah, and you could see the gear shift from Big. They realized they needed to start contesting, right? They had to go all in and just fight. That's what the change-up is. Like, all right, boys, we just have to take the fight to them. We have to see if we can win out these fights. And they can't. They just can't. This is one of these situations where if it was the shoe on the other foot, if G2 were on the CT side and Big only had 1 round, and then they salvage 4 on the half, and it's 11-4 score line, and then they get the pistol, they win the first gun round, sure, that entire narrative can start again. But this is the CT side where Big only have 1 round. So what just happened on Dust 2, G2 are responding in kind, and they're actually putting even more hurt on this scenario right here. And it's really how hard do you take this loss if you're Big as well? That's another conversation point. Do you take this? Is this all of the wind out of the sails? Does it make you forget everything that you just achieved on Dust 2 to even put you in this position to go to the 3rd? You want to make sure that mentally you're still in check as a team. Searson back into another AWP. Pistols around it again. And this has just been the story of the first half for Big. Time and time again, the AWP has been in play, but it's felt like we've seen more Deagle kills than too much else.
When it's this brutal, when it's this extreme, when it's this one-sided, do you think it's it's almost easier to just dismiss it as opposed to those heartbreaking?
I would hope so. The 16-14 is nothing worse.
Yeah.
16-14 or an overtime loss feels worse than getting 16-1. And let me tell you, I've been 16-1 a couple of times.
But Chad, that feeling of being 16-1, there is like a helplessness attached to it.
Yeah.
Like you are confronted with feeling like, God, I'm just poo at this video game.
Yeah, okay, I have felt that a couple of times too. But it runs away from you, right? It's really quick because you never really feel like you're getting contesting in any of these rounds. Like how many close clutch situations have we had? Not many whatsoever. So when you're not even getting a chance to fight and you're just losing your fights, losing the duels, at that point it's like, oh, well, yeah, okay, let's just get to that 3rd. Let's just get this one out of the way.
Yeah, I haven't felt like I've had to do any commentary, really.
No, because, look, the crazy moments, they haven't existed here. It has been G2 coming in and just absolutely beating down Big. And you know what? For all you viewers at home, maybe that's great, because you get to keep your eyes on that triple OT game that's going on.
Yeah, you can check it back in with us for Inferno.
Yeah, wait until the half, and then, you know, if the scoreline does end up being 11-4 and they win pistol, and that story I was just talking about starts, you'll be here in time.
Yeah, true.
So you haven't missed anything so far, guys.
Let's see if the script continues. Tabson's Deagle, he's looking the wrong way, but he still finds a head. He's got the aim, this boy, and so is Hunter. This barrage has been good for his confidence as he's starting to look very snappy. And so Searson's got himself a pretty dud hand here. Oh, great find over the smoke. He's miles away and opts for the long road through market. He's going to maintain and hold on to his signature weapon for the rest of this one.
So not only are opening kills an issue for Big, multi-kills are the bigger issue. So right now, at this juncture of the game, I think if we take a little bit of a looky-loo here, Big have a total of 3 multi-kills between their 5 players. On the other side of things, Nico, Nexa, and Hunter have 3 multi-kills each.
That's it's not bad. It's a handful, isn't it, considering the amount of rounds we've played? 3 multi-kills each for 3 players.
Actually, we'll put Hunter up to 4. Hunter has 4, so Hunter has more than the entire team of Big combined. And yeah, I don't know how else we can better shape this picture.
Yeah, and they've got 4 timeouts remaining as well. G2 haven't felt the need to take any of those. Big Clan have burnt through 3 of them during this 12-round run.
Oh, maybe we do have
Looks like business as usual for Nexa there.
All right, well, 3 rounds is the maximum here for Big.
Ooh, those bullets ain't far off, Sis, and tagged up, and oh, no way! Oh, he did everything right. Jax is just better today, it seems. Great shot. Oh, Flash just a little shy of the mark. Just a bit too deep for Keto's tight line. They advance with a flash of their own.
3 of them in connector and 1 towards short. They definitely want to fight for mid control.
Yeah, and that incendiary enables them to have a little look and to set themselves up to contain Hunter. And Amanek, another shot hits. Everything hits for G2. Hunter now to strike. Oh, it's just too easy. Okay, Keto. Okay.
Oh, we haven't had one of these yet, have we?
We haven't. We haven't. And that's Malik. Is that Malik getting that loud? He's the most soft-spoken coach I've ever heard. He sounds like a demon. He's really needed this.
You're firing the boys up in a big way here. And this is the confidence, right? Because we've even been talking about what this means for Big. Are they going to be able to recover? Think about this for G2. You lose map 1, all right, who cares? We're just coming in, we've absolutely pantsed these guys. The confidence must be swelling.
I mean, especially for Amanek, I feel like him coming not only into this, but top of the scoreboard, 12 frags from him, opening kills, winning his head-to-head against Searson. Don't forget he was like 0-7 in the head-to-head. It was something mad in between those 2 in the first map, and now Amanek has taken control, as have G2. Does really set the stage for Inferno, though.
Yeah, 2, I guess Dusty wasn't a blowout, right? But
they got 2 rounds in the second half, Chad, 16-8.
Yeah.
I mean,
all right, we'll label them as a blowout. One a little bit more so than the other, but we'll put them in the same category.
Didn't feel like this at any point.
No,
I acknowledge that. I acknowledge that. We've got 4 G2 members, a pack charging to mid. It's already over for Tabson. Lights out for him. Nico's the one to flick the switch. Flick.
How much time could possibly be left in this one right here?
Oh yeah, that's another game we could play.
Oh, another one. Okay. 3v5.
Well, I think Big Clan have answered your question as to which approach they would take when they're 11 down.
Yeah, and I don't know if that was their choice, but now they better just get on with it.
Yeah. Like, when you're staring down the barrel of a 14-1/2, I wouldn't be putting all of your energy into the second.
No, and that's you feel like that's the wrong attitude to have, but look at this. The kills just keep coming. It's just Zentara's 1 man left.
And no resistance at all. 14 on the half. G2 are making them look silly here on Mirage. It's their pick and they're showing us why. We'll take a quick break and come back for the last 2 rounds of play.
Hey Future Pros, we have another execute for you and your friends to learn. This execute will help when you are taking the B site on Mirage. For this setup, you will need at least 3 Future Pros and 3 smokes and optionally a bunch of flashes. Let's break this down. Future Pro number 1, you'll be throwing one of the arch smokes. To do this, line yourself up with this corner of the cracked stone floor. Aim at the left side of this dark squarish smudge on the wall, then simply jump throw the smoke. Since you threw this from close to mid, I would recommend wrapping around cat to get to B or maybe holding off rotations in mid. Future Pro number 2, you will throw the other arch smoke. To do this, line up with the middle part of this window. Aim to the sky and position your crosshair so it is in the middle of the antenna and the overhang. Then throw the smoke normally. Future Pro number 3, you will be smoking off the window leading into the B site. To throw the smoke, get yourself into this corner. Aim at the corner of this large tower, then jump throw the smoke. Nice and easy. With all 3 of these smokes thrown, taking the B site should be much easier than it would be without them. To make this even easier on your team, get your players to lob as many flashes as possible over the top of B. And as always, good luck.
Short, Dexter's in behind him. Utility going down over towards long, and Aiko is trying to try and play in behind it. Naf has spotted the head of Frozen, and he's got away alive somehow. He's on 8 HP right now. Liquid holding the site. They've got the man advantage, and the time is ticking. Elise has found another one. Dexter goes onto the bomb site, and Elise has done it. Over the top of the smoke, he comes in with another one, and Team Liquid into the lead.
Liquid making up for lost time here. They come in with a quick round into our 4th overtime, and up until that point, both teams had really been playing similar styles with slower rounds, with more methodical rounds where they were trying to draw out rotates. We hadn't seen too many of those fast plays, and I love that Liquid go ahead and do it. After a bit of a tech pause, they come in, they try and catch Mouse off guard, and they do exactly that.
Yeah, we had a PC reset, switched out, new one in, and we're ready to go again. It hasn't slowed down the play at all. Team Liquid getting damage down. Stewie, he's down to 48 from that near damage. And Frozen trying to boost him over the top, but Dexter's been taken out of play by Stewie 2K.
14-1 on the half for the T side of G2 on their map pick here, Mirage. I don't think this one has too much longer left until we get over to map number 3, Inferno, because Big have not been able to put up any resistance whatsoever. Chad Sponge Birchall here, joined by Alex Machine Richardson.
Howdy. Oh, sorry. G'day.
G'day, mate. And look, this has been a shellacking, a Bakugan beatdown.
Yeah, Bakugan. We all know that one.
You referenced Beyblades before. That's another like cartoon thingy.
Cartoon thingy.
Cartoon thingy that kids watch and stuff. But yeah, so you haven't missed a lot, and the 1x bet odds favoring G2 for a very big reason. Let's see how many rounds are left in this one. I would love to see a 16-1. Is it really this quiet, or do we not have sound?
We've got 2 sets of util.
There we go. It was really this quiet.
Okay, so 2 smokes sail through the sky, and Nico looks like he's not quite finished yet. 16 frags and 3. Jax is flanking them and tapping their heads. Chad, I believe your requested 16-1 is a couple of frags away. Tabson's trying to change the... my God, they're hitting everything right now.
They warmed up, especially.
Yeah.
Map 1, Dust 2, they were just like, yeah, we're here for a bit of fun.
Look at this. Oh, he tried to stabilize his aim. It costs him the frag. He'll have to back away. Hunter just keeping him contained. He has ramp on lock and key. The no armor Glock 1v4. Bomb ticking in his favor, at least. Tabson.
There is a kid.
Already tapped another head, and no issues for Hunter. All right, that's 15. We are speed running this map. Looking to break some records.
Keeping the memes up, right?
Don't forget this time, please.
This guy's diffuse.
Honestly, there must be some sort of like meme training camp that the G2 players are inducted into.
Everyone has to go through Ocelot to make sure you're funny enough to join the team.
Yeah.
Right? That's the deal. All right, well, Big with the plant. Yeah?
Well, I'm just going to say it's the embodiment of, like, you know, saying it loses its power.
Yeah.
Like, as soon as you just start taking the piss out yourselves, people don't feel so good taking the piss out of you. I learned that lesson many years ago.
That was a school trick. It's easier to do it that way, guys.
It is.
It's so much easier to do it that way. How many kills do you reckon Big get in this round?
5.
Okay, all right, score 15-2, big. Here we go.
I tell you what, you do the play-by-play, I'll do the color. So we see the default spread. Zantara is holding that A push. Jax has opted for a little bit of a presence in that B app, so he'll be able to be the canary in the coal mine in that respect. Mid control, though, guarded. Not going to be contested just yet. Seems like Nico might want to take a glance. A flash, perhaps, to be provided.
Nico's going to swing out window here. Head spotted. Communication coming on through, and Amanek, he has a couple to deal with here in Connector. Walking on up into his den. Amanek with the Famis in hand, about to unleash Fury, flashed on up. He's going to get 1 kill, instantly traded by Quito here.
They're doubled up on CT. Hunter and Nexa are playing real passive on this. The bomb's on its way, but I'm not sure if they'll be able to contest that plant.
Oh, Nico easily steps out window, takes down Sirison, and they're thrust forward into the site. More kills continue to fall as Quito does get the trade, but the bomb needs to go down on A, and Thompson's starting to plant here. The peek comes through, the bomb is down, and Nexa, he's traded by Zantares. We're finding ourselves in a 2-on-2 situation. Jax from Connector takes down 1 more, and Zantares falls. Jax will finish things off, and that's 16-1. G2 have done it, and we're going to map number 3. Inferno's around the corner. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with all the action just after the desk.
Why is he just like the player everyone wants to be? Like the flicky, stylish AWPer and the aggressive rifler? Like, what's going on? Now for Searson, he's got his work cut out for him. Ooh, bit of noise made, but there's Searson, nails the shot.
Searson, he's already on a double on this round. No one's watching it. Searson. Oh, it's a follow-up. Searson is on for the ace.
Searson in the window is smoked off. This is for the map. This is for the game. And he's waiting in the window. They have no idea. The smoke phase on this shot. He gets the kill. He gets him off the bomb. The pistol's out. The P250 might just save Big once again. And he's done it all on his own.
Goes down and will fall to Searson, and he's hit some good shots. Very good shots. A double. Nork on ramp, he taps away. It's a good Julie double up, and he hits them both! Searson here with the AWP, but he's putting on a bit of a show. A fast wrapping long is Hunter. The only man left, Searson.
Broken bones and a bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans.
Well, as if there's a whole lot of action to cover here, it's a pretty mellow Mirage. 16-1 was the scoreline. G2 come out on top. They make it look convincing. They make it look easy. And as much as you want to keep an op in the hands of Searson, if you're the side of Big, it's just simply not going to be enough. This is the Intel Extreme Masters Cologne 21. We're barreling our way through these brackets. This is an upper bracket semifinal. Of course, that's got its own playoff contentions and whatnot to consider. Yanko, is it even worth talking about Mirage? Let's be honest.
Well, maybe just a little bit in a sense of that G2 played a great T side. It wasn't anything too fancy, just hitting the bomb sites early on with some explosive plays, and basically the holds from Big weren't good enough, right? They couldn't buy enough time for the rotation to come in. They would either die immediately or just give up too much ground to the G2 players. Then it was just simple post-plant situations.
There's another situation going on, Yanko. You know that? If we just take a little break from Big G2, this whole Liquid game that we started our match with is still going on, of course. Have you been keeping a side eye on that one, Yanko?
Yeah, just a little bit. Score-wise, not really watching the game that much. But as you guys can see, like again, it's down to the wire. This is the 4th overtime, right? 3rd?
Yeah, that sounds right.
18, 21, 21. Third overtime.
Wait, hold on. Is Mousesports turning that around?
A 3v3?
Yeah, that was a 5v3. Liquid had everything they needed to, and now Mousesports are turning it around. This is a 3v3.
This is going to be one of those series that goes the full distance and then some. Bonus rounds, we call them. And then there's the VP game afterwards. So it's kind of like, you know, for that.
Counter-Strike for the whole day, the whole night.
No.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
But it just tells you how cutthroat this tournament is. I mean, you have Mouse and Liquid fighting, you know, to not go out in last place.
It is absolutely that for us. You know, we still do have a third map to consider. So if we put Mirage on the shelf, come back to it, maybe...
Oh my God.
Excuse me. I didn't need to.
That's why I stopped talking. I was watching the game.
Yikes. Okay. Well, that's on the beat street. Liquid trying to stay alive against Mousesports. Mousesports trying to do the same thing inversely. We do have a third and final map of Inferno over on our side as well. So go figure there. Maniac, what's it going to take to win this game as it stands?
Listen, there's a full reversal in terms of like who's got the control of the series now, because we started obviously big on Dust 2, commanding, surprising G2. We move on to Mirage, they get absolutely smacked, and now it's Inferno. And the thing is, Big have had a love-hate relationship with that map for a while now. They've been removing it for the better part of 2021. Now they've played it again because they allow Ancient to go in. Whereas for G2, it's a very strong map. They started first with a solid CT side on Inferno, and now they even have a good offense. Their T side is very well drilled, well oiled, well diversified. So if you're a Big fan right now, time is not looking great. This is not going to be a good evening.
No, you have to write that map off, right? If you're Big, Yanko.
What do you mean? You mean Mirage? Yeah, for sure. I mean,
it's already
as I think Chad made a good point in the cast. It's like when you lose 16-1, you don't even think about it. Just nothing worked for us. We just played a crappy game, right? Let's just go over it. Well, when you lose like a close game, you're looking at every single detail, and you know everything looks bad. But yeah, I think they are going to forget about Mirage instantly. And when it comes to Inferno, one of the silver linings as well for Big is, yes, they started playing it more. Also, they managed to beat VP on it yesterday. And sure, VP is shaky. They're in a slump, whatever. But Inferno has always been rock solid for them. So that's a really, really big scalp for Big to take.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we keep our eye on in terms of a third map. You know, this isn't an elimination game, but there's still a lot on the line. You know?
There's a lot on the line. I mean, we talked about it. Whoever wins this game is for sure in the playoffs of IEM Cologne. Then obviously the upper bracket final is going to determine if you make it to the semifinal or in the quarterfinal. But there's a lot on the line. And speaking of having a lot on the line, we started this event praising Tapson, the captain for Big, for his crazy performance in the play-in. And I think that was rightful to put him on a pedestal. But he's not really been shining in that best of three. I think they need him. They need him to be the captain, to put this team together and go right on track on that third map, because it's all fun and dandy. Hey, we lost 16-1, but it hurts. You feel powerless. You feel defenseless, like you had no say in any duel. This is where a man like Tapson has to raise from his chair, gather the troop, and make sure that they attack Inferno in the right mindset.
So this is going to be something that really is a testament to that mental fortitude when you try to come back from what is just an absolutely devastating destruction in the server to just trying to reconfigure and get back on the same track. For us, our track leads us to a break here in just a few seconds. So I want to invite you to use hashtag IEM in this time over on social media. Twitter works pretty well for that same exact purpose. We go to a break and we come back with the third and final map for this year.
going to get that shot, and it has to feel a little bit going out middle of the air. Oh, you've got a big victory. Takes every single one from nothing to the AWPAs.
I can't believe he's just done that.
Epics.gg official CSGO trading card. Collect your Epics on shop.eslgaming.com.
No, I'm exploring. I'm exploring. Oh.
Exploring? Oh. I take What the f... Okay. Need to take the scar, guys. Enter cover me, stay here.
Oh, Manek is...
Better.
Where?
Top of jail, bro.
How did you get there?
Take the teleport now.
Oh!
Where's the hope?
Tough myself, guys. Hunter, you need to save me, bro. In the jail. I fucked up myself. I'm stuck in the...
You're in the jail?
Ouais.
Ouais.
Tu me vois? You saw me?
Yeah, I saw it.
It's suicide.
Okay, he knows now.
What a position. Come down, guys. We all fight down.
Okay, Rocky.
Where down, bro?
Down. In the L, bro. Oh putain, I'm the new upper, it's not Nico. No! No, relax, relax.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
One in jail, Hunter. Hiding team. Attends, a little rat in the laboratory. A rat?
I wanted to go on the ladder, but I'm down now.
Wow, sick duel.
It doesn't work, man.
Okay, Jackie, we are coming. Okay.
Beware, I am the ghost. I am the ghost of the map. I disappear. Wouhou! Ok, pourquoi pas. Mais ouais, die. Salut. Coucou. Dans ma bite. Mais c'est pas possible. What the fuck, I was inside.
I swear, they were starting Inferno on that B stream at the point when we were getting that Mirage started. They're still in overtime. I can't believe it's happening. We're here for G2 Big Clan, and I'm glad you're joining us as we get ready for our third map. Now, it was just swept under the rug, Mirage. 16-1, a thrashing. Big Clan feel the brunt and the force of G2.
Let's say that both teams at this point should be pretty warmed up, right? You know,
Yeah.
Big had their way on their map choice. G2 had more than their way on their map choice. And now everybody needs to be feeling warm because at this point, let's say it's a best of one. Let's put it down to that because playoffs are on the other side of this. Whoever wins this one map right now is going to lock themselves in.
And it's really, I mean, it's not even just the playoffs. It's the fact that you're condemned to the lower bracket where NIP and other big names are already there waiting. It's by no means a guarantee that you get to the playoffs of IEM Cologne if you cannot convert here and now. And yes, as you put it, a best of one. Inferno, one of the very best maps for the separating factor in a best of three.
Well, if we get anything that's delivering over there on that B stream, we're going to be in for an absolute treat here. Just getting into my ears nice and hot is the information that G2 won the knife round and they've opted to start on that CT side. Now, if you've been following G2 on Inferno over the last 6 to 8 months, they've been loving this aggressive deep mid CT smoke that facilitates them with some curious plays. So we'll be keeping our eyes on that.
I'm trying not to keep my eyes on that B stream.
I'm sorry, I might have to close it soon. Isn't it a tantalizing prospect just over there?
It's so intense, man, yeah. You can check that out here on your screens as well. If you want to tune in, you'll have the dulcet tones of Dinko and Hawker.
So many clutches in that game. It is mental. You head over to hltv.org. The match page is just littered with clutches that have been going on.
Madness. Absolute madness. I'm loving this. God, I'm so good. So glad to have LAN back. Games like that. Team Liquid, the North American representation, hanging with the big boys, making them sweat. Mousesports, one of the hottest prospects in terms of rising talent. And that sound means one thing. Strap in, folks. We're getting into our third map. One of these teams is going to be in the top 8. G2 Esports, big clan, ready for battle. And to be separated on such an iconic battleground. Inferno's where we find it. And we're off to the races. G2 won the knife. They start on the defense. And the 3-2 split of their defensive resources. Let's get into it. Nade. Tamsin plans to try and at least put some pressure on the top banana early. No one's there to receive. Nico will be forced to rebuy his armor, though. Mission accomplished.
Looks like flashes from both sides are set up here. Next are ready to release his. Tabson can lob out one to help secure this top banana control, and very quiet scenes to kick this one off. Hunter and Jax paired together towards the apartment's position.
This is going to set the tone. First 5-6 rounds. Don't forget, Big Clan have just played 17 rounds where they won 1. You want to prove that you can get back to your winning ways right out of the gate. This pistol would mean an awful lot for them in the confidence department. Nico fancies his chances. No one's home. Tucked in on the half wall upon the flash. And that seems to be the cue to rotate off. Now, it is the right call. They've got Keto already wormed well up long. This app setup could be exploited. They've re-smoked it. Keto's going to swing to library. You'll hear a lot here. Hunter's going to start moving his mouth. Oh, and he's got the bomb of all the people to check, and Hunter dismantles them. Zentares saves the day, at least to some respect. He'll be able to scoop up that bomb. Hesitant, understandably, and more shots hit by these USPs. It's a 2-man defensive A, and they've already got 3 frags under their belt. The whole squad's here now. Zentares just looking to claw back a plant, never mind the round. Oh my God, Jax. He is looking in premium form. And Zentares looking to do one better. Can he come up clutch? The answer is a resounding no. And G2 will make it another round. Straight on the gates in the third.
Oh, dearie me. Okay, well, while that pistol round was going on, over there on the B stream, the action has concluded. Liquid will walk away with the victory. They have sent Mousesports out of the tournament, and Liquid, the North Americans, have kept themselves alive. The quad OT has come to its conclusion. And now we can focus in on this one here as some nice shots. And that setup, it looked good, right? Because you could see what happened. Keto got all that arch side control, and they just went to wrap around and hit in towards that A site based off of the extra space. Couldn't profit accordingly, but the plant, it facilitates one of these juicy-looking 4 spies. 2 AK-47s, a Galil, a Deagle, a Scout. Sounds dreamy here against 3 MP9s and 2 rifles for that G2 defense.
Yeah, Hunter really wrecked him there. I mean, the bomb just slipping into boiler. The rest was just a formality. Jax looking very sharp as well. 2 rifles in play for our second round. The CT's got a nice mix of that SMG spice.
They're holding top mid control and banana control right here, so this is going to be so difficult for Zentares to clear. 180 swing to clear porch and that arch side immediately. He's going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, you'll expect a flash. Is it Tabson to provide it?
He's got the bomb here, Tabson, as well. He's going to walk up with a jiggle.
Dry. Completely. He's going to get shot in the back. Does bait it. That'll be enough. Tabson, careful now, playing with fire. Jax drops off, trying to manage his angles well, and he's done just that. Smoke deployed, flying through the sky, and
They still want mid control.
pushing up. Keita's got to clear his corners. Pushed up logs that was completely nullified, and a good shutdown. The SMGs fill the feed, and G2 slaughter them. Quick start. AK's recovered as well. Look at those upgrades. This is the dreamiest start for G2. Not only the pistol, but recovering some of the hardest hitting weapons in the server.
Yeah, now they get to stretch their legs even more, so should just be an economical round coming up from Big here. Seeing some investments into HEs, 4 of which purchased. Sirison wants to get that AWP out, so he's going to save his pennies. Where can this tactical nuke of 4 HEs land? It's crazy there that G2 wanted to hold mid control and banana control, right? They gave absolutely no space to Big, none at all. Nothing to work with in a round like that, and, well, nades quickly lobbed up banana. Not a huge amount of damage here to write home about, and they've been stalled out in their tracks, so farming, well, that's the name of the game here. SMGs of Amanek and Amanek and Nexa. Would love to get the lion's share of these. Footsteps heard in Boiler. Amanek have a little bit of a look on in. There's $600.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, lovely. Long-range UMP spray. You'll probably see one of those a day, so that was it. Enjoyed it.
Oh, Nico's gone down in banana here, so that was to a bit of a P250. There we go. Final few kills come in. Easy as you like. 3-0 for G2 now. What would that be in the last... Let me do some quick maths here. 20 rounds of play. Big of 1-1.
Yes.
There we go.
I was intimidated by that maths on the first round, so fair play for doing it on the third.
All right, all right. Well, it'd be great if Keto, Sirison, and Tizian can get off those zeros. Get some fragging impact and get this one into a competitive stead. Here we go. AKs are out. AWP for Sirison, and Krieg again for Tabs, and he has been prioritizing this. Actually, the deep molly down mid and a 4-man banana lane coming out of the CTs here to dispel any early aggression. They can lob out 2 waves of utility here. The first by the rotators, who will head on all the way back towards that A side. Oh, Jax down through the smoke. That's a great way to kick things off here.
Yeah, especially for Jax that we saw looking very good on that pistol. Seemed to be operating at a lesser capacity given his injury.
Oh, they're up mid, pressuring A lot here. Hunter and Amanek are not in position.
They're gonna have to go through that. If they don't if they actually respect.
Oh, they think they're already inside.
Yeah, they've respected it complete. The site is Big Clans for free. Great start to the first gunny. Let's see if they can finish it off. A nice boost though. Oh, this could hurt. Tabson's unprepared for that. Call is gonna be vague, but Tizian's quick. Swift to respond. Re-smoking on library side should enable the bomb. It's coming through apps a little late. And it looks like Amanek's already posturing to join his forces on B, so it looks like they're just going to give this one up. They're going to play the long game. It's don't furrow your brow like that. If Gambit were doing that, you give him a double thumbs up.
I know, but the thing is, it was more just the posturing. They weren't actually in the site, right? And you can imagine if they had just run around that corner a split second sooner, they would have been in and been able to contest. But you're right, the long game, holding on to that AWP, plenty of reserve cash for the likes of Nexa. Hunter could buy himself, Jack should have just enough, so everything's going to be fine as far as the buy is concerned going into the next round of play, and Big on the board.
And to recap, that first opening was a great smoke find from Tabson. Jax caught out just through that mid-smoke. You can see his corpse there on Tizian's screen.
That's the nightmare, right? When you're doing a 4-man banana lane and your A defender goes down and doesn't even get a chance to do any damage whatsoever. That's when it really, really hurts. Bomb goes off, and there we go. Great for Big. They're going to need to be firing themselves up every single round that they're getting now. Just reminding themselves they can do it. Dust 2 must feel like an absolute lifetime ago at this point, but they were looking very, very good there, especially Sirison with that AWP. So making that buy work. Jax has purchased on in. Hunters do the same. He's gone into an AUG. This will be an important round here for Big. If they're able to secure this one and take away all the rifles, they can start breaking that economy of G2. Very early smoke, and there's a huge gap in this one for Amanek to play around.
Just enables him to stay there longer from that second mid player. It's not, of course, bulletproof, but gives up on the line all the same as the long smoke's thrown out by the T side. Burning his toes a little bit through their barrels.
Nice.
Yeah, Nico sticks around though. Good spray, and a damage exchange leaves some unconfirmed damage, favoring that of Big Clan.
They have forced them back pretty passively here, Big, and they've done so just with the feigning of utility. So in the back of the site, Nico and Nexa. Amanek rotating over towards B. Jackson Hunter have no information on that A site right now. So Big are getting exactly what they want here. That flash will be heard top banana, and in the meantime, they can start working on this mid control. Smoke some flashes of their own.
Good flashes, force Jax off the line. It's actually Hunter that will respond in kind. Good incendiary, enable the setup.
Speaking of utility though, check it out. G2 have 1 smoke and 2 flashes left to defend with now for the better part of 45 seconds. It's going to come down to more so their aim.
Yeah, Nico's arrived back on the scene though. Typically on the B side, he's now managed to get over to the A side in time. Not only that, he's got the AK-47. Fight fire with fire against the T's here.
Looking like a B split now. Bomb is back over towards Banana. Zentaras and Tabsent going to use that arch side smoke. So one of the positives they do have for G2 is the fact that Amanek can shut this down with the AWP into spawn.
Yeah, when do they come and become aware of it? They have to be communicating it's a possibility.
17 seconds though.
Yeah, and Amanek's baited out, tucked in tight. What's his chances now? Oh, he still gets away. Tabson finishes. The wrap is
7
great.
seconds.
It's completed. If he could just deny the plant. Oh, not far off the mark. And that should be the end of that. Jax, Hunter, Nico arriving from Banana.
They have kits. They could really have a look into this, but they'll need to be gifted a kill. Look at this setup that's being established by Big. Zentara's boosted on up. Tabson part of the crossfire.
One click of his mouse could behead Nico. Nice wide swing. Good spacing from G2. Even the damage through the coffins, but it doesn't seem to be convincing enough for G2. They pull away, maintain those AKs that they got from the second round of play as we head into the 5th.
Oof. You can hear Tabson firing up. This is how we need to play, boys. This is how we need to play. So just making sure they're keeping it safe. Want to hold on to everything. You don't need to be hunting. You don't need to be ruining your own economy. Next has 8K, right? Guns can be dropped. There's no dramas for G2. That was the smarter play, that long play that we're talking about here, so they can keep themselves competitive going into round number 6. But that was easy, right? They get that banana control unknowingly for a lot of that round. They get that top mid control, and then they just pincer and go for that mid to B, and super late as well. So that's good to see that they weren't panicking. Definitely when there's 17 seconds on the clock and you're not in the bomb site just yet, you can start to get frazzled. Here we go again. Nexa and Nico over towards top B. Standard foray of utility coming out. A bit more aggressive stance out of G2 now. The AWP in Boiler, that is a curious scene as well. And meanwhile, Nico's been chunked on down to 15. He can't hang around in Banana any longer.
Has to be an AWP wallbang, I think. Oh my god! Amanek and Jax brought down to 9 HP between the two of them.
That's
Stack nade. I can't believe it. There is a ring in, their legs are wobbly. Big clan. It's unconfirmed, I imagine.
Yeah, there's no way they're going to know. Like that's based off of an anti-strat, right? Yeah. They've done their homework, but that is wild to see that pay off in such a fashion.
Oh, the nerds. I love it. Amanek and Jax quite the opposite.
Jesus, okay.
Look at Nico's health. He caught the wall bang. Big Clan have no idea. Big Clan have no idea. Well, the 3 members have got a paperclip of health.
Well, it's a 4-man stack, and you kind of have to if you're G2 here, right? Knowing the low HP, you have to stack a bomb site. And they've gambled the right one. Amanek has a chance, and he strikes. Tabson's down. This is starting to look good for G2. Forget about the HP.
He's playing his trade so well. They're wrapping short side. They're also low, but they're still hitting headshots. Big Clan unable to finish their meal. And there's more to come. Keto's desperate for the challenge. Jack's responsible for the balcony.
Seconds.
Nico crossfire. Yeah, the clock is ticking. And now Tizian with 1. Make it 2. Nico comes out from his hidey hole with a spectacular double. Only Keto. He is the healthiest member of the squad. A nade on his nose changes that. And now can't even draw his weapon in time. G2 take it regardless of all that damage.
That is insane. The fact that they weather the storm there, and it's not that they backed away from those fights. Did you see the angle that Jax was holding? Yep. Damn, that is huge from G2 to steady right there. They were absolutely shaken just by utility alone and able to pull that one off. 4-2 the scoreline now. Got close indeed, but not enough for Big. Wow. Have enough to go again. They have enough to buy again. Still very early stages here.
They all stood to fight. They all held the same angles and hit some great shots, admittedly. This was Nico. The fact he puts the second, you just saw that little jump over the smoke, gave him just enough info to unload his mag and find the double necessary.
That's crazy, because Big did so much right there. They did so much right, but they just lost a couple of those early opening fights. Here's Amanek. Is he going to swing out wide? Just dropping a nade. Lands on Sirius and chips him down to 78 points of health here. Keto's starting to have a look in Banana, and he's going to be stuck between 2 sets of flames.
Oof, that's not fun. Softened up, that's a perfect pop. Bit wild on the spray, it does not make the second a possibility. 4-4 now. early exchange. We're going to be seeing some action early if they do sort to advance mid.
Full mid control here.
I don't fancy their chances in this crossfire. That's a great Molotov. Amanek will be forced to drop a smoke. He left the gap, though. That's something. They're coming out Balk from behind. I'm not sure they're ready for this. This is a good chance.
Oh, no.
But Amanek still responds. Now Jack's looking for a second. It's Zantares to respond. They're into A. Easy collection onto Sears and late boiler. They weren't expecting Hunter still holding mid, I suppose. And now into the site. Tamsin throwing out flashes to buy time for the plant. A nice angle elevated for Zantares as he eliminates Hunter. Amanek's going to catch him exposed, though, and he's not going to miss his shots. Amanek really waking up here in Inferno. Tamsin to come up clutch. He's been quiet so far. And now a tap. Not quite. Amanek, another. 9-1 from the French AWPer.
Oh, damn. You look at the stats for Amanek on map number 1 and just how he's been beaten around the server and the way that he's woken up from Mirage now here in the early stages of Inferno. Things are looking very good. And that didn't feel like it was going to get out of control for G2. The only moment was when they were jumping out of halls. And the fact that Amanek gets 1 as they're hitting the deck, that's the difference maker right there because the number advantage stays with G2. At that point, they're just able to whittle them down. And the awareness of Amanek in these situations, this is where Keto took a little bit longer than you'd like with the spam to convert. And just mopping up players not looking their way. Frustration being felt here. It's clear from Tabson, not happy with how that one went down and reflected in the buy. Only one rifle to work with. It will be the Galil, the lesser of the two. Would love a round like this, at least keeping it competitive, at least getting another plant. Big. They've been playing it quite slow so far. Gifted this banana control, but it might all just be a bit of bait. Take a look at the radar, top left-hand side of your screen. Nexa, Amanek, and now Nico all reside. The molly's going to be great. It's going to thrust them forward.
Yeah, they have to. Straight into his line. Nico takes 1. It's Zantares that provides silence now as Nexa makes it all too easy. Lockdown now on the new box.
Now the molly.
Should be set up for success now. They have to either brave it or respect it. They opt for the latter. Locked out. Samson can go hunting here for Nexa. Should be an opportunity if he just gets that headshot. He's just a little shy of the mark. Nexa a third. G2 have neutralized this half buy. No sweat on the brow. 1 more to find. Tizzy and the unarmored Deeg. He'd have to bang Jax out on the first click if he wants a chance. Coffins to trade. It's not really a possibility. Now comes Coffins. And here's 6 for G2. Okay, so it does look like Big Clan are a little rattled here. Timeout check. They haven't used a single one.
Yeah, maybe one of those could be used right now just to get Siriuson's head in the game. 0-0-6 from him. And being a T-side AWPer, you guys have heard us say it a million times, there's only very few players who can actually get it done with the AWP on the T-side of Inferno. It's not easy. All that utility you have to deal with, picks don't just come your way.
No, and he is a crucial component in their Dust 2 win. You know, he was the fragging leader for his squad, and at the moment does seem to have fallen off somewhat of a cliff. 0-6 needs to find impact if he wants to secure that playoffs here against G2. Good nade.
Oh,
Habson, of all the players as well, the highest rated player in Big Clan.
Punishment is continuing here. This is getting really rough for Big now. They're walking back into B. Amanek, versatile again, posted up on the line, and it looks like they're coming just for a set piece. They only... Look, Nico's back here with the rotation. They're just booking them.
They are.
You two have the read.
Every single time, Searson, that's the change he was looking for. Some impact indeed. Another spotted on the fountain. Keto should find him, and he does. That's the difference. Big Clan in, Searson contributes.
This time with the opening kill, and it will be the save from G2. So if they can keep doing that, they make it look easy, don't they? So they're stacked. G2 is the exact same situation as the previous round, but the opening kills just go the other way. Great response here. Going to keep the score at 6-3. Tizian's already starting to work on a bit of a hunt here. You can see him in the T apartments, the T house, just clearing and combing through. And in the meantime, Hunter and Jax are getting ever so closer. Over to the door. Tizian might want to consider a spam through when the bomb goes off. He is the only one really close enough here to contest and try and take away these guns. Only a few seconds left. Bomb is about to go off. And we have a bit of a stalemate here. No one's going to lose anything. There's the bullets through the door. Smart enough not to be standing behind that one. And yeah, should be enough drops and enough money of residual cash for the players on G2 to make this one work again. If they can bounce back and respond one more time, Big are really going to be feeling the brunt of that. But we called for Sirison, and we got him. He was the opening killer that round. And it was on to Amanek. A heads-up duel with the AWP. Here it is for you one more time.
It's not a fun fight to be taken.
Not at all. And Keto with his second and third kills of the game so far. Here we go again. This time, 3-man B lean coming out early. Hunter over there. Amanek with the AWP over to A this time. G2 looking dynamic. They're constantly in a different setup.
Yeah, and it's a different look from their util as well. This time they've actually opted for a super early smoke on the half wall from Hunter, which just nullifies any plans you may have had for top banana control in the first 15. It's just not it's not possible.
Yeah, so they will take control of logs. Sirison is posting up mid with the AWP. Yeah, it looks like B again, right?
But I want to understand. G2 have just burned through 2 smokes in the opening 20 seconds for that half-wall position. And it has enabled them, of course, to have 3 players focused over on the A side of the map, which is exactly where we've flown to. Beautiful work, gentlemen.
But they only have 1 smoke left, you're right. They've dumped an awful lot of utility early here. That was their last Molotov just used. And Big are looking like they want to gravitate towards his A site, but that would be a big mistake.
Aha. Coming up. Smoke starting to fade as well. Hunter will be activated. A flash from Nico to set him up. Oh, tabseN, great turn, but he still can't get his crosshair in the right place. Tizian responds. Keeps things even for now. And he's drawn Nico towards the A site. Xantares knife out. They're hitting B. And they're looking to do it quickly, loudly. Straight smoke draw. And he's going to throw that CT and walk in. Nexa, a lot to do. Loses vision. Yet to reveal his location. It's all about timing here. Searson's holding it. Good find from Searson's AWP as well. G2 are locked out of the site. Nico's the first to respond. Little ahead of the pack.
Oh, lots of damage there through the smoke. That's going to signal a save. I'm sure even if he's on a bit more HP than that, to retake that B bomb site in a 3v4 situation, we all know how Inferno goes, and that's going to be big, putting their 4th round on the board here. So that's 2 consecutive for them. Now this game is starting to heat on up. 6-2 at one point. Quickly becoming 6-4. And G2, look, the saves, they're not necessarily giving us the spiciest Counter-Strike, but it's the smartest CS in play right now, because as they save these guns, the loss bonus is also starting to build. Every round that you're able to keep as many guns as possible in your hands, you can stay threatening, right? You lose these, you go down to the pistols, you get your money broken. Well, we all know what happens there. This time, though, it's a bit more of a question. So you save 3 guns, you can maybe get dropped SMGs, right? Maybe Nico wants to drop a FAMAS, maybe. So they can make this work, but it will be a timeout called, and Malik probably having that exact same conversation here. Do we want to give this one a crack? Do we want to invest behind the save guns we have?
Oh, well, Nico's probably wishing he had the M4A1. 2,900 was left in his bank balance, but now it'll have to be dropped by someone else. He's throwing the AK towards Hunter at this point. But Big Clan have proven that they're here to contest Inferno at least. At 6-2, Big Clan have had no issues getting the bomb down, but the retakes were there. Now 6-4, and we're ready to get round 11 back underway. You'll see Tizian, this was a crucial trade onto Hunter. Keeps it level, and then the full commit into B. Nexa was isolated, and Searson did not miss. Let's go. Nexa a full sacrifice, it seems.
It didn't invest. Nico just has a deagle. Hunter straight down middle here.
Yeah, he's trying to be a brute force, and already a force to be reckoned with. Searson's gone, and another as well from Hunter. That's why you throw the AK into his hand. Pure faith in what your teammate's capable of. Turns the flash. Great movement. Not going to be able to convert another. Jax was there with him. Yep, and he finishes the job. Xantares surely expected. Jax finishes him off, and G2 don't need all the rifles to find all the rounds. Only Tizian now. He's detached from the pack, detached from the bomb. Nico's about to confirm it. He's about to find it. And...
Ooh, there it is.
Got the bomb.
All right, well, the comms have been made, and Tizian, he's been able to slip into the backlines here, so into the A site completely undetected. Keep your eyes on Amanek. He is trained towards Boiler in about 3, 2, 1. Tizian gets the element of surprise. Amanek goes down, so with a minute left, Tizian's position is noted, but he still has to find 3 more players and get that bomb back. And right now, G2, they are protecting that. I think Jax has booked him here.
He's aware they'll be pushed up. Might even check it from the stairs. Nice find. Another from Jax. That's 3. A big triple kill, but started by Hunter as well. And they just surge up mid. A change of pace. Big Clan were unprepared for.
Yeah, that was crazy that they went for that option, right? You thought that maybe they'd sit back, but taking the fight to Big, and with that slower playstyle and defaults that Big have been going for time and time again, I think they thought that there was a gap and a big one. Look at this. Syrison, as soon as he's hit jump, he's just gone, oh, dearie me, I've absolutely messed up there. And unable to stop this in its tracks. Hunter gets away with more. It puts Keto in a position where he has to worry about both Banana and that mid push, and it's all evaporated before Big's eyes. They can buy again, and Tabson really loving this Krieg purchase. It's not like we've seen crazy highlights from it just yet, but must be a method to his madness as Boiler taken. Jax again just pushes forward, just straight behind the Molotov. Tizian's down.
That was so sweet. Again, an opening frag in favor of G2. They just keep coming, and Nico keeps pushing. He's actually pushed down ahead of the deep banana smoke. He'll... Oh, Amanek. That's an arm. Be forced away by the flame. Will he get along in time? Looks like Hunter's here as well. Just in the nick of time. Still unloading his mag. Softens him up. Amanek to knock him down. A double on the AWP, and Zataras is his next victim. They come too easy. G2, they're up to 8. They take the win on the half already. And that will break the backs of Big Clan to some extent. G2, they can extend their lead here.
Those saved guns really paying off now. The fact that they're able to profit, it's kept their rounds competitive time and time again. And for Big, 5 or 6 on the half, you're going to be happy with that, or it's definitely workable. You can see here just the back and forth with the round timeline on the right-hand side of your screen. The best Big have been able to muster is 2 in a row. I'm sure they'd love 3 in a row to close you out and put us 8-7.
Jax, though, throwing that incendiary and immediately peeking upon the sound cue. You know, he knows he's baited him in. He knows that that's just enough for the subconscious brain to be like, now is my time, now is my time.
He's having a lot of impact, Jax. He's looking very, very good.
From that balcony position, you put one of your sharpest tools in that side of the map on A, and he's demonstrating exactly what he's capable of here.
I don't feel like G2 are playing super spawn-based, but they're definitely super dynamic in their CT sides, right? We've seen so many different looks. They're more than happy to contest control of certain areas of the map where you would see teams playing a little more transditional, and they're pushing forward. You know, they're taking the fights. Amanek has really arrived in the server in such a big way. It's great to see. Wasn't mentally broken by map number 1, and this half by coming on out. Zantara's with the AK, the rest just down to pistols. And we've said that a lot for Big ever since Mirage.
Yeah, Zantara's on that hero AK-47. Glock is heard across Banana, same maneuver, this time a different result. No one's home just yet. Oh, just as he recedes, they advance. Could be a timing based on this. Jax, they're going to be ahead of that. Good find, continues to spray, and there goes the hero. G2 are going to extend their lead, and decides he doesn't want his teammate to exist. It's not going to cost them anything, really, in the grand scheme. Just like that. I mean, we've got 70 seconds left, and poor Kito's got a mountain to climb. Amanek in a matter of seconds will have an opportunity to pull the trigger. Well pre-aimed. No response on the swing either. They know where he is. Hunter makes it clear, presence on site. Kito to weigh up his options.
Oh, the timing there. Nexa just swung in towards T-spawn as Keto cleared.
So he's taken a glance at Long. Continues to force the issue at short. Nico's holding this line though, or at least he should be able to contribute. He's making a lot of noise. Great find, Keto, precise into the head of Hunter. Now the bomb's on the bulk. Nico still in that library passive, and the crawl from Nexa. Oh, Keto, what is that? He's knocked another on his bottom. Nexa to ruin the clutch. It's beautiful from Keto, but not quite enough. Damn, that spray into Nico. Something else. He makes a 1v4 all the way down to a 1v1. He makes it look believable. Makes it look winnable.
Didn't feel like he had any business whatsoever in half of those kills at all. It looked like a very strong setup on that site. Thank God Nexa went around the world. Around the absolute world right there. That is a costly round for G2 in the scheme of things. And a great attempt. That's what you need, an individual to step on up. Sure, it might be feeling a little bit late within this half, but it might do some confidence for the team. Hunter was helping out there with that teammate onto Jax, but Nexa saves the day. Scoreline goes up to 9-4. And G2 will take a timeout, probably just to calm things down, because that one got a little bit close. Let's tighten up the screws a bit here, boys.
Yeah. I started with like Malik already exchanging a bump with Jax. You know, he's like, nice double, there we go.
All over.
And then I just saw him like biting his nails into the 1v1. All right, that's the second timeout out of G2 as well. Getting themselves prepared into the right mindset to try and close this out 11-4. This is the deciding map and a spot in the playoffs. Whether it's quarters or semis will be determined by the game up against Gambit in this bracket. Big Clan certainly are on the back foot at this point. Time for them to dig their heels in. 2 more rounds of attack. Any pocket strats, any pages you've yet to tear, now could be the time to whip them out. Searson kept honest on this T side. He's whipping out that T side AWP again, but it's Amanek that's been having the majority of the impact, and this time Searson wins the head-to-head. Opens up the account for Big Clan. I think tabseN wants to at least imply that they were looking to punish early mid. Nico is equipped with an AWP as well. That double AWP may be a surprise, and if Keto strafes out dry, that's an easy collection. Nexa to be baited in by the sandbags. Nico might even want to go for the repeat. No, Nexa activated already. And Big Clan lose their advantage in the blink of an eye.
What a wombo combo right there. That Molotov separating the pack and setting Nexa up for a freebie. That thrust big over towards A, and they're going arch side straight in towards Hunter. He's hiding in trash. He's going to get one for free. Jax chimes in through the smoke, and now it's just Tizian.
That's too good.
Another round falling apart here for Big. Make that 10 for G2, the double digits, and they can smell it now. Those playoffs, not that far away. Fantastic looking first half here. They're continuing to just storm through the game, just like Mirage. Oh dear, oh dear.
Yeah, and every round that is accrued by the G2 squad just makes Dust 2 feel even further away.
Lifetime ago now, wasn't it?
16-8 was the scoreline, if you didn't quite catch it yourselves. And Big Clan looking great. Some of their individuals, and Tara's, Searson off to early starts and great frags. And Hunter biding him time for a potential fast pop mid. And he's in the right place. And at the right time, what a shot onto Keto. Doesn't even get his boots back on the ground before he's eliminated.
I just can't get over how diverse G2 are looking. There's always something new.
Yeah.
They're constantly fluid. Their individuals are confident right now, not missing a beat. And when they do look pressure, they don't look out of the game. They're making those percentage plays, the right calls.
I mean, every time they've tried long, Amanek's been a real thorn in their side. Can he seriously get away with it again?
Oh, he's got back up one more time.
He's even heard it too. I think Xantares did the fake jump to imply a smoke. Now faking that out with a flash. Amanek forces the issue and gets another. You cannot knock him down. Long is shut. Try something else. Jax is trying something else. He's pushing apps. They're not ready for that. And the timing is an absolute punishment. Both of them looking the wrong way. And that's it. 11. G2, 5 rounds away from the playoffs on the half. Big Clan need to scramble. And it's going to have to be quite the defense if they want to secure themselves a spot in the playoffs. Lower bracket looms for Berlin International Gaming.